Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruto Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
Used to the awkward quiet of his usual classes, Naruto was pleasantly surprised when he heard chatter coming out the tutorial room. He even double-checked the room number to make sure he had the right one before walking in. Despite studying in this uni for 3 years, he'd never even been to this building before, so he was pretty proud of the fact that he'd managed to make it here in time. The tutorial room was small, with maybe 10 to 12 students inside. Naruto was a little surprised, though he supposed it could be a nice change. What was stranger to him was the way all the students seemed to look at him when he came inside. It wasn't unfriendly or anything, they just seemed surprised. Naruto, feeling a little awkward, scratched the back of his head. But too. With it. He wasn't a shy person by nature. Oh. He said to everyone at once. Looking around, his eyes landed on some guy who was sitting at the back of the room. Maybe it was the unusual hairstyle that grabbed his attention. The dude had long black strands framing his face and short spikes in the back. Naruto had never seen anything like it, but weirdly enough, he thought it looked pretty good. Catching his look, the dude raised an eyebrow at him. If Naruto was being honest, he looked a little unfriendly, but maybe Naruto had been staring a little? Oh. A girl sitting closest to the door called to him, grabbing his attention. Hey, are you lost by any chance? Naruto blinked at her. I don't think so. I checked the room number and everything. She looked confused. Okay, well, this is philosophy of the arts? Naruto grinned. Yes, that's right. Okay then. The girl still looked a little skeptical but gave him a friendly enough smile. She had the perquisite undergrad student dyed pink hair with striking green eyes. She was really quite pretty. I'm Naruto. Naruto smiled at her. Sakura, she told him, and moved her stuff so he could take a seat on the table next to her. So why did everyone seem surprised when I walked in? At this point, everyone had mostly gotten back to their own conversations. Naruto was once again surprised, but the level of chatter in the class, he was more used to being the only who started conversations in the awkward silence of tutorials, particularly in the first few weeks of the semester. Oh, were we being that weird? Sakura smiled. It's just that the arts faculty here is really small, so all the students mostly know one another. We're not used to new faces, particularly in a course like this one. What about this course? Naruto asked. It was open as an elective? To be honest, it's compulsory for all higher-level fine arts and music students, but depending on who you ask, it's known for either being very challenging, or very dry. Naruto sighed. Really? That was just his luck, wasn't it? Sakura gave her a sympathetic look and, well, not to be piling on, but the professor is a bit eccentric. About 30 minutes later, Naruto was starting to understand Sakura's point. The professor had been 25 minutes late to the class but started taking the role without a single apology. He looked youngish, though his hair was completely silver, and he was wearing, of all things, a surgical mask. A germaphobe maybe? The man seemed to recognize all the students as he read the roll and checked most of them off before they called out. At one point, he paused and smirked. Sasuke, how nice of you to have graced us with your presence. Naruto, surprised by the comment, looked up from where he'd started doodling in his notebook. Given I was here on time, that comment seems hypocritical. Don't you think? Sakura groaned quietly beside Naruto. Naruto felt his own eyebrows shoot up. That was either very rude or very bold, maybe both. Of course, it was the unfriendly-looking boy he'd noticed before who had spoken. Sasuke? Naruto looked at him again. He was quite a good-looking guy, though so far his personality wasn't looking particularly pleasant. What's going on here? Naruto whispered to her. Those two have a weird love-hate relationship. You get used to do it. She whispered back. That seemed highly inappropriate to Naruto. And just as he was about to say so, he was interrupted. And who do we have over there? Are you corrupting my star student? Naruto's neck made a snapping sound from the speed with which he looked up. The professor's voice was suddenly very close to his head. How the? Had the man moved to Naruto's desk without making a sound? Sorry. Naruto said, a little embarrassed, though for God's sake it had only been roll call. I'm Naruto? I'm taking this as an elective? You don't seem sure about either of those things. The professor told him skeptically. No, it's definitely true. Naruto said, laughing nervously. Okay, and why are you taking this particular course as an elective, Naruto? The professor asked him. Why did this suddenly feel like an interrogation? The arts faculty was shaping up to be a weird place. I don't know. I guess art and philosophy both sounded cool. Someone snorted from back of the class and Naruto, even without looking, had a guess to who he had been. What was that dude's problem anyway? Cool? How flattering. The professor looked amused. Well, it's good to have some fresh blood in the mix. Even though the words were normal enough, Naruto had a feeling the professor had deliberately chosen to say them in the creepiest tone possible. Thankfully though, with that, he finally moved away from Naruto's desk. Naruto sent Sakura a glance and the girl just shrugged in response, like I told you so. Wow, so we have a class of cowards here? The professor, Kakashi as he seemed to simply be called by the students, said this when his question was met by no answers. Naruto tried not to squirm in his chair as the silence dragged on. How about you, new guy? I know you must have one or two thoughts in that blonde head of yours? Naruto looked at him. Should you really be talking to a student like that? The professor looked like he was smiling behind the mask. How about you answer, and I'll try to be nicer in the future. Naruto sighed. I don't really know. Love, I guess. Someone snorted. The professor turned to the back of the class. I take it you disagree, Sasuke? You could say that, the boy said dryly. How about you give us your answer then? Naruto snapped at the other boy, getting very quickly tired of his attitude. Yeah, tell us, Sasuke, what do you think ultimately drives all art? Kakashi asked the other boy. The boy didn't even glance at Naruto. Sounding bored, he said, if I had to say, pain. Jesus, who was this guy? Seriously? That's a little dramatic, don't you think? Naruto asked. Finally, the boy deigned to turn to him. Love itself is a concept created by art. It's a reflection of the artist's pain in realizing they, like every other human, are ultimately alone. Art isn't about love because art can't be about what is only created through art itself. He gave Naruto a cold look. Naruto stared back at him, taken aback by the level of argument he wanted to engage in. Naruto could get pretty heated in class discussions himself, but he'd mostly found other students to be more concerned with coming across as chill and laid back than to risk having a full-on argument at a 9 a.m. tutorial. So as much of an asshole as the boy seemed to be, Naruto felt a flash of grudging respect at his clear lack of .s given about that. You're claiming love is completely made up by artists? That's extremely cynical. Better to be cynical than delusional. Naruto couldn't believe this guy was for real. He felt himself getting much more worked up about the argument that was probably wise or warranted. So you don't believe in romantic love, fine, you're probably into the whole tease all hormones argument, but are you telling me you don't believe in any kind of love? How about a family's love, say a parent loving their child unconditionally? For the first time, the boy's face showed a hint of emotion beyond cold neutrality or boredom. A flash of rage seems to go through his expression at Naruto's words, which Naruto found weirdly satisfying. So, the dude was actually human. Familial love, as you put it, is just as limited as any other type of love. The idea of unconditional love is nothing but idle wish fulfillment. Well, what kind of messed up life have you had? As soon as the words were out of Naruto's mouth, he went cold all over. It didn't help that the class went deadly quiet. The other boy, for his part, looked the least phased out of everyone, Naruto included. He simply narrowed his eyes. Naruto meanwhile was already opening his mouth to apologize. Alright. I suppose that inappropriately personal argument was still slightly better than the silence. Kakashi said, but how about we give the other students a chance to contribute now, particularly if they don't want to fail the class for non-participation. There were a few groans which thankfully broke into the silence. Still Naruto felt like he wanted to his head against the wall. He knew he had a tendency to let his mouth get away from him, but he hadn't lost his cool so spectacularly since high school. So, what do we think? Is love the root of all art or is it pain? Kakashi asked as the other students finally began to chime in, but Naruto barely heard any of it for the rest of the tutorial. Hey, Naruto called after the other boy, hey, could you just stop for a moment please? For a few moments it looked like the boy would just outright ignore him and leave, but eventually he paused and turned back to Naruto, who had struggled to catch up to him since the tutorial's 5 minutes prior. What? He snapped, seeing Naruto the same cold glance as before. Though at least this time, Naruto supposed he had earned it a little bit. Look. Naruto ran his hand through his hair, a nervous habit he'd never been able to break. It's Sasuke, right? The boy simply raised an eyebrow. Did you want something? Jesus, okay. I just wanted to apologize. What I said in the tutorial was so out of line. The boy just stood there and gave him a long, unreadable look. Naruto started shifting his weight from one leg to another, feeling quite awkward. Eventually, just as Naruto was wondering if the other boy was going to say anything at all, he said alright. Alright? Naruto repeated. What did that mean? Okay? The boy seemed about to turn away again. Wait, sorry, Naruto called before he could leave. The boy shot him a look. Why was he so impatient anyway? I'm confused, so you accept my apology? The boy blinked at him seriously. What do you mean? Naruto asked, genuinely confused. Naruto, is it? Yes, it's fine, I wasn't going to go cry about it, if that's what you're concerned about, the boy said so dryly that despite his general discomfort with the situation, Naruto found himself almost smiling. Are you sure? Because I think I have some tissues in my backpack. The boy snorted and started walking away. Naruto, for some reason, found himself keeping pace. Why are you in such a hurry anyway? Do you have another class? The boy, Sasuke, gave him a sideways glance. Coffee, he said simply. Ah, that makes sense, I'm more of an energy drinks guy myself, but I know what you coffee addicts are like. Did you not have your caffeine fix before class? Is that why you were such an asshole? Wasn't this an apology? Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him. Naruto grinned. Well, sure, I was an asshole at the end, but that doesn't negate the fact that you were an asshole all throughout. In fact, maybe you should apologize too. I will take that under consideration. Naruto did find himself smiling this time. The dude was actually pretty funny, in the sarcastic asshole way. Yes, you should, apologies help lighten the soul, you know. Then you won't have to walk around looking constipated all the time. You would certainly know, so I have to trust in your expertise. Naruto was surprised to find he actually had to speed up a little to match the guy's steps. Usually everyone was complaining that Naruto moved too fast. What does that mean? Only that I imagine you often have reason to apologize to others. Naruto wanted to be insulted. But well, the man had a point. Not that Naruto would admit it. And you? Let me guess, apologies are just a social construct that are designed to remove the responsibility of any wrongdoings from our shoulders. Sasuke shot him a half-amused, half-annoyed look that didn't sound even remotely like me. Was that even a real accent? Naruto shrugged. What is your accent anyway? I've never heard anything like it. Sasuke looked a bit surprised by the question. We moved around a lot when I was young, so it's a mix of different things. Oh really? Naruto's interest was immediately piqued. What, were you like army brat? That's cool though. What places did you live in? Sasuke suddenly stopped without warning Naruto. Do you want something? Naruto, who had walked a few steps further before realizing he was now alone, turned to look at him. No? Is there a reason you're following me right now? Naruto huffed. Well, excuse me, I was just interested, that's all. You don't seem so bad now that we're out of the tutorial. Sasuke raised both eyebrows at him. Are you gay by any chance? He asked, his tone curious. Naruto found himself sputtering. What? Why would you ask that? Is that insulting to you? Sasuke asked, raising his eyebrows even further. Jesus, no, of course not. What do you take me for? I was just surprised. Sasuke continued to look at him questioningly, apparently completely immune to the awkwardness, and clearly still waiting for an answer. So yeah, no? Naruto felt his face heat up a little from the sheer weirdness of the moment. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched. You sound unsure. No, I mean, I'm not gay. Why? Naruto managed to say finally. Okay, Sasuke said simply, and started walking again. I just wasn't sure if you were coming on to me. Naruto found himself sputtering again even as he fell into step next to the other boy. What? Are you kidding me? Just because I asked a few questions? It's called showing an interest, asshole. The other boy shot him a look. Friendly interest. Jesus. Do you have any friends? Sasuke snorted. Naruto felt a flash of pride at having amused the other boy. He didn't seem like he would easily give anyone a reaction, though Naruto supposed he'd been much more willing to entertain him so far than Naruto would have guessed from how he had behaved in the tutorial. Yes, but they don't often follow me around in this manner. Sasuke said. Well, you're the one who's in such a hurry to get your fix that you can't stand still and talk for even a minute. Naruto pouted a little. Could you remind me of why we need to talk at all? Sasuke asked, not looking softened by Naruto's pouting in the slightest. That look usually worked on girls, but he supposed he shouldn't have been surprised that it wasn't the same with dudes, not that he'd really even tried it before. It was an odd thought from the start. Come on, Sasuke, I can see that you're having a good time with me. Sasuke sighed. I would have suggested making an optometrist appointment if I didn't think that was too big of a word for you. Naruto shook his head. You're such a cold, but I wonder if it's how you show affection. Sasuke looked genuinely nonplussed for a second before he said, What are you, an amateur psychologist? Naruto snorted. No, though believe it or not, I did consider it for a moment there. Before you realized you liked to talk too much for that to work out? Hey, Naruto protested and for good measure smacked the other boy on the shoulder. Sasuke gave his hand the kind of look Naruto reserved only for flying roaches. I'll have you know I'm a great listener. Sure, Sasuke said neutrally. You don't believe me? I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. I can tell. You don't think I can tell? Naruto wanted to smack the other boy again and barely stopped himself. 2 hits in a row during his first conversation with someone seemed like a lot, even to him. No, given you gave up on your dream career as a psychologist, I don't believe you can. Naruto sighed and was about to respond when he realized they'd already arrived at the coffee cart. Sasuke, seeming to spot that there was surprisingly no line, walked even more quickly, and Naruto had to focus on catching up. The other man was barely a centimeter to 2 taller, but it seemed like caffeine was quite a motivator. By the time Naruto caught up, he had already ordered. What did you want? Sasuke asked him, and Naruto found both him and the barista looking at him expectantly. Naruto hadn't thought about getting anything and found his brain short-circuiting for a moment. He had a free hour though, and it occurred to him that if he got a coffee too, it would make it that much harder for Sasuke to get rid of him. A small mocha? Sasuke shook his head at him in clear disappointment, which Naruto ignored. The barista repeated their orders back, and as Naruto was reaching behind himself to take his wallet out of his backpack, Sasuke had already tapped his card on the reader. As they walked to the other side of the cart to wait for their drinks, Naruto said, Thanks, I'll transfer you the money. Sasuke just shook his head. It's fine, Naruto, It was like $3. Naruto stared at him for a second. Alright, but only because that means I can get the next one. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him. Are you sure you're not coming on to me? Maybe you're bi? Naruto groaned. What's with you whipping that out at the most random moments? You're not actually one of those toxic super macho dudes, are you? Naruto made a gorilla/gym bro gesture with his arms, just to really get the point across. Sasuke threw him another look of pure disgust. No, but I actually am gay. Naruto blinked. Sasuke raised one eyebrow at him. Right, cool, Naruto shrugged. Thanks for telling me, I guess? Sasuke's eyebrow shot even higher. Sure. He turned towards the cart, though Naruto hadn't heard their names being called, and picked up the 2 cups, handing Naruto the smaller one. Thanks. Naruto felt inexplicably off balance by Sasuke seeming, well, like a nice person. A normal person, at least. No problem, Sasuke said distractedly. He immediately took a big gulp from his own cup before even attempting to walk towards one of the tables. Naruto watched him, both amused and concerned by the fact that the man didn't flinch. Wasn't that just a straight-up Americano? Sasuke licked his lips as if he'd just had a chocolate milkshake or something. Yes, and? Naruto shook his head. To each their own, I guess. We don't all have a 12-year-old's palate. Naruto snorted. You were having mochas at 12? We should take a moment of silence for your stunted growth. I'm taller than you, idiot. Sasuke said, as he finally started making his way to one of the empty tables scattered around the uni lawn. Barely. Naruto said, following behind. It was a nice day, the sun finally having come out after a few straight days of rain. Naruto supposed that the weather had something to do with his bright mood. It definitely didn't have anything to do with his extremely rude companion. He was distracted again by the look on Sasuke's face as he drank. He couldn't help it given the other boy almost looked like he was in ecstasy. Should I leave you alone with that coffee? Sasuke barely spared him a look. I've lost any hope that you would. It would be rude of me to leave after you so kindly bought me a drink. Naruto grinned at him as he started on his own coffee. It was pretty good, but that's what sugar, milk and chocolate syrup were for. To be perfectly honest, I wasn't sure it was a good idea to let you consume any caffeine. Naruto snorted. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you might come to regret that decision. I'll add it to my long list of regrets. Naruto watched the other boy's profile for a while as he seemed to continue his love affair with his drink. Like Naruto had noticed before, Sasuke was quite a good-looking guy. He had one of those sharp jawlines that you often saw on models and actors, and the contrast between his vampire pale skin and black eyes made him look striking. Naruto was willing to bet girls went crazy over him. Guys too, he supposed. Can I help you? Sasuke asked him suddenly. You're quite a good-looking guy. Naruto told him easily. Sasuke blinked. Excuse me? He said after a moment. What? As if you didn't know. I wonder if that's why you can get away with acting like such an asshole at times. You don't really have a filter, do you, Naruto? Sasuke asked him after a moment's pause. Naruto snorted. No, not really. But you seem pretty direct yourself. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. And what, during our lengthy acquaintance, has given you that impression? Naruto laughed, because really, who talked like that in real life? Maybe it was all the moving around as a child thing? Naruto was still so curious about the other boy's background, though he didn't seem like the type to share personal information easily. It was probably when you asked me if I was gay out of nowhere. Naruto told him eventually. Sasuke shook his head. I tell you this as my good deed for the day, Naruto, but there are probably a large number of people you talk to each day who assume you're flirting with them. Naruto just snorted. Nah, it's called being nice, you're just confused because your social skills were stunted from all the coffee you had as a child. Sasuke shook his head again, this time to himself. Well, I tried. He muttered. Maybe you're insisting on this because you actually wanted me to be flirting with you, huh, Sasuke? Naruto told him, grinning, though a part of him immediately questioned if he was taking it a bit far. Oh, absolutely. Sasuke replied, not missing a beat. Before you shattered all my dreams, I was already thinking about how I was going to ravish you later. Naruto was stunned into silence, and to his chagrin, he could very clearly feel the heat of the blush that was spreading across his cheeks. Sasuke straight up laughed in his face. Fine, I deserved that, I guess. Naruto muttered, looking away from Sasuke as he busied himself by taking another sip of coffee. You certainly did. Sasuke told him easily. Who says ravish anyway? Naruto muttered again, still feeling a little embarrassed. It wasn't like him to get flustered so easily. This arrogant. When Sasuke didn't respond, Naruto looked up to see him checking the time on his phone. Sasuke caught his glance. I have to head out soon. Oh, Naruto said, another class? Work, Sasuke said, finishing the rest of his coffee in another huge gulp like it was water. There was something seriously wrong with this man. And I'm already running late. Alright. Naruto said, I'll see you in class next week, I guess. Sasuke gave him a look. You sound disappointed. Naruto paused, shifting around a little. I was going to ask for your number to be honest, but I thought you'd make fun of me again. Sasuke immediately snorted. Does anyone our age even ask for numbers? Naruto rolled his eyes. You just strike me as the type of guy who doesn't have social media. Sorry to disappoint. Give me your phone. Naruto grinned and immediately unlocked his phone before handing it over. Sasuke glanced at him before taking it. You're a pretty trusting dude. What, like you're gonna go through my nudes while I'm standing right here? You keep nudes in your photo gallery? Don't you? Naruto asked, grinning. Sasuke just shook his head before he opened Instagram and searched for his handle. He handed the phone back with his profile open. Naruto raised his eyebrows at him before sending him a follow request. You could have just sent the request yourself, you realize? Sasuke shrugged. It seems impolite. This is where you draw the line? Naruto asked, a little amused and a little disbelieving. I'm leaving now, Naruto, please don't follow me. Naruto was about to respond when the other boy sent him a warning look and started walking away. Naruto watched him as he quickly disappeared between the rush of students. Then looked down at his phone where the request was pending. He wondered briefly if the other boy would mess with him by not approving it. He seemed just sadistic enough to do something like that, but at least, Naruto reassured himself, he'd be able to hunt him down in the tutorial next week if he did so. He just hoped he didn't have to wait that long. We have to do something. Naruto sent the message as he was lying in bed. Even though it was past midnight, he didn't feel sleepy in the slightest. Like this weekend. Not sure if he would get a response to the DMs, he found himself scrolling across Sasuke's feed. The other boy had indeed approved his request and followed Naruto back. Okay, first of all, he had more than 5k followers, which wasn't an insane number but the most out of anyone Naruto had met in real life. Naruto was initially taken aback, thinking that went directly against his impression of Sasuke as a social media hermit. But then he realized there were barely any photos of the man himself, but he had a surprising number of posts, almost all of them were city photography with no caption. Naruto didn't feel particularly qualified on the subject, but to his eyes they looked really good. He was, in fact, a little impressed. 2 photos grabbed his attention more than the rest though. One was of a black cat lying in the only patch of light in an otherwise dark room. The way that the light was, his fur almost looked like it was glowing. Naruto thought it looked cool. The second was of someone playing bass on stage. The man's face was turned mostly away from the camera, his hair covering the rest of his face from the way he was bent over his instruments, but Naruto could clearly tell it was Sasuke. The caption was simply tagging the photographer and a sentence thanking the others in the band. Curious, Naruto looked through the comments, and indeed it seemed like it was mostly people complimenting the performance. We don't have to do anything. Naruto grinned as his phone vibrated with the message. It's a free country. Sasuke seemed to add for good measure. Naruto snorted. Glad to see your personality is just as delightful over text. I could say the same about you. So how come you're awake? Was it the galleon of caffeine you had? Oh no, it was the anticipation over talking to you again. Naruto laughed aloud. I'm flattered. I knew you were having a good time earlier. Did you make it to work on time? There was a brief pause. I did. Thanks for asking. Naruto smiled again, starting to get used to Sasuke's strange bouts of politeness. So where do you work? It's not wise to give out that information to stalkers. What, really? I shouldn't say I work in the uni gym then? Your secret's safe with me. But you might have to up the security at the gym if you've mentioned it to others. Naruto shook his head, amused, but also wondering how he would ever get any personal information out of this dude. Did part-time work even constitute personal information? Are you a barista? There was another pause. What makes you say that? Well, you're in human tolerance to the stuff for one, but also, I can see some cafe hiring you so you can draw in more costumers. You know the whole hot barista effect? Naruto grinned. He could essentially hear the exasperation in that text. He liked complimenting people in general. If you noticed someone's good qualities, why not let them know? But, Naruto had to admit there was something particular fun about complimenting Sasuke since he clearly didn't know what to do with it. I'm right, aren't I? There was a long pause this time. I did work as a barista for 2 years, yes, but not currently. Naruto grinned to himself so widely that his cheeks hurt. I knew it. I bet the whole place was filled with giggling girls all the time, and when you quit, the manager was like offering you a pay raise and more flexible shifts to get you to stay because he was worried about losing all this business. That is an oddly detailed scenario. I don't see you denying it. I wouldn't want to destroy your fantasy. Naruto smiled to himself and found himself scratching behind his head a little. Naruto knew he was a friendly guy, but he had to admit, despite what he'd told Sasuke earlier, this was starting to feel a little more like flirting than friendly conversation. He supposed it could be because he didn't often meet anyone quite as quick with the banter as Sasuke was, and he found the other man's particular brand of dry humor super entertaining. But maybe Naruto had to pull back a little? It could be a bit unfair to Sasuke, given he was actually gay. Not that Naruto could ever see him be interested in someone like himself. He wasn't insecure about his looks by any means, but if he had to guess, he would think Sasuke's standards would be inhumanly high, like exclusively dating genius artists or something. So, will you tell me what you do now, or what? I work 2 part-times. I work in a record store/bookstore, and I also do some social media stuff and admin tasks for a venue. Naruto felt his eyebrows rise. That seemed like it could take up a lot of time. What kind of venue? Do you know Smith's? Wait, seriously? Smith's was probably the best-known music venue around the campus. Naruto had been there a few times to see different acts and loved the atmosphere. They were known for only having semi-professional people and straight-up professionals perform. That's so cool, Sasuke, what the? Then something else occurred to Naruto. Don't tell me that's where you perform too? Are you actually stalking me? What, like you didn't look through my posts at all? Of course I didn't look through your posts. I'm normal. I liked the dog. Naruto grinned. I thought you were a cat person. I prefer animals to humans overall. Why doesn't that surprise me? Must be the psychologist in you. Naruto smiled. Do we have inside jokes already? You're a very strange person. Naruto snorted. He hadn't seen the half of it. So, since you dodged the question, I'm assuming that photo was indeed at Smith's. I'm so impressed. Great, I've accomplished my goal then. Naruto smiled and rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. He had had to drag the information out of the man. So how about meeting up this Saturday? You can continue to impress me then. There was a pause. I actually can't Saturday. Oh, Naruto felt disproportionately disappointed. He didn't think the other boy was only saying that to avoid him, since he didn't seem like he minded all the texts. Besides, he didn't seem like the kind of person to make an excuse if he didn't want to see someone. Naruto was just disappointed because if he had to be honest, he genuinely wanted to hang out with him over the weekend. He was having a great time. I'll be staying in on Friday night. But if you don't have other plans, you can come over? I live about a 20-minute walk off campus. Naruto felt his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Is it wise to invite your stalker over to your house? I'm a black belt. Of course he was. He could be joking, but somehow Naruto had the feeling that he wasn't. He was starting to recognize that this boy was one of those people who seemed to have more than 24 hours in a day. I could still take you, Naruto said, just because. You could certainly try. In that case, then yes, I'll be there. I'll send you the address. Naruto sent a string of excited emojis, to which Sasuke gave no response. Naruto was on campus both Wednesday and Thursday, and he may or may not have kept an eye out for Sasuke as he was walking around, but he didn't run into the other man again. They did text back and forth a few times, though nothing too long. Naruto got the sense the other boy wasn't much of a texter, and in all honesty, neither was Naruto, and even though he briefly considered calling Sasuke once, he felt like that would be a bit too enthusiastic, even for him. You sound like you have a crush on this guy. Shikamaru told him as they were having dinner in their kitchen at the same time on Thursday night, and Naruto told him about his new friend. Naruto snorted, you'd understand if you met him, he's just one of those people. Those people? Shikamaru repeated, not sounding particularly interested. Gay people? Naruto laughed and almost opened his mouth to say that that was indeed true, but then closed it, thinking that maybe it wasn't his place to tell Shikamaru, particularly given they all went to the same university. I think you'd like him, he said instead, thinking that the two could probably have some sort of genius-level conversation while Naruto stared into space. He was smart enough, and he did okay in his courses, but Shikamaru was some sort of a math prodigy, and Sasuke was, well, Sasuke. Well, if your date goes well tomorrow night, I'll probably get to meet him eventually. Naruto shook his head at the other boy, though he was already thinking that he could indeed invite Sasuke over to their place next time to make things even. Use protection, Shikamaru told him as they finished eating, and Naruto managed to smack the other boy on the back before he retreated to his room. Naruto, after double-checking the number, knocked on the door of the house. It opened so immediately that Naruto took a step back, his heart rate picking up. But it wasn't Sasuke behind the door. Naruto blinked at the unfamiliar boy, who stared at him with an unsettling grin. He looked to be about his age, but he had bleached white hair, at least Naruto thought it was bleached, spiked all around his face, and he was wearing a purple tank top with loose gray pants. When it became clear the other boy wasn't going to say anything, Naruto said, "Oh? I'm here to see Sasuke?" The boy's grin widened even more. "Oh, I bet you are. Right, so is he here or?" The boy gave him an unabashed up and down. "Are you sure that that's what you want to be wearing to see him?" Naruto frowned. What was with this dude? Then, despite himself, he looked down at his outfit too. He was wearing a simple gray t-shirt underneath his favorite orange hoodie. "Are you always this rude to strangers?" he asked the boy, keeping his tone easygoing since this could be one of Sasuke's friends. But man, Naruto hoped Sasuke didn't exclusively hang out with assholes. The boy held up his hands in the air. "I'm just looking out for my boy. Trust me, if you're going for Sasuke, you're gonna have a lot of stiff competition. You might want to step it up." Naruto wasn't surprised to hear that given, well, everything about Sasuke. He supposed he could have seen the humor in the situation, since this boy clearly thought he was here for some sort of a hookup type situation, but Naruto was more annoyed than amused. "Trust me, it doesn't matter what I'm wearing," he told the other boy, his tone a little less chill this time. The boy laughed aloud. I guess you're right, what's underneath is what's important, isn't it?" He grinned at Naruto again. "Alright, maybe you're more interesting than I thought." "Who are you talking to?" a voice said from somewhere in the house, and Naruto wanted to let out a breath of relief at recognizing Sasuke's voice. The boy turned back, still not opening the door any wider. "Oh, just your little date, Sasuke. I have to say I'm quite surprised." There was a pause and then a pale hand snuck around the boy and opened the door wide. Naruto was weirdly relieved to see Sasuke was wearing a plain black t-shirt and black joggers. They were well-fitted, granted, but hardly any less casual than Naruto's clothes. Not that it actually mattered, Naruto reminded himself. Sasuke threw an annoyed look at the other boy before looking back at Naruto. Ignore him. The boy gave Sasuke an over-the-top hurt look. Hey, I was just looking out for you. I wanted to offer him a chance to change into something else. Sasuke sighed. Why would it matter what he's wearing? Suigetsu. The boy, Suigetsu? Let out a puff of laughter. That's right. He also said it's what's underneath that matters. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Naruto, but before Naruto could explain, Suigetsu was talking again. I was surprised because he doesn't seem like your usual type at all, but when he said that I wondered if... Sasuke interrupted him. This is clearly not a date. Suigetsu, Naruto's very straight, couldn't you tell? Suigetsu turned back to Naruto, looking him up and down again. Oh, well that explains the... He pointed his hands in Naruto's general direction, and then he gave Naruto a half-curious, half-amused look. Why didn't you just say so? Naruto for some reason felt his face heating up a little, and he opened his mouth to say that he'd hardly been given a chance. When Sasuke quite unceremoniously pushed Suigetsu out of the way, and stepped aside himself, gesturing for Naruto to come in. Don't engage with him, it only encourages him. Naruto still kind of felt like he wanted to explain, but there wasn't any good way to do it now without it looking a little desperate, and he supposed it didn't really matter. As he stepped inside, Suigetsu said, hold the door. He appeared to be grabbing his keys from the table. Sasuke deliberately let go of the door to let it shut behind Naruto, but Suigetsu's arm shot out and grabbed it. Asshole. He told Sasuke with an amused look. Alright kids. I will leave you alone now. It was nice to meet you, Naruto. Sasuke, I don't know what you're going to do with a straight boy, but have fun anyway. Before giving either of them the time to respond, he stepped outside in one smooth motion, gave them one last grin, though this one looked at least a little more genuine, and then closed the door behind him. Naruto blinked at the door, and then looked at Sasuke, who seemed completely unaffected by the whole thing. That was... Naruto trailed off, not even sure how to describe the interaction. Sasuke sighed. That was my housemate, Suigetsu. It's best to just ignore him, he is perfectly harmless. Naruto said, not fully convinced by the harmless comment, but it's not like it was his place to say anything. Besides, by the end of the conversation, the boy hadn't seemed malicious, just a lot. Do you live with anyone else? Naruto asked as Sasuke led the way inside. The house seemed quiet as they walked into the living space. Naruto thought it was pretty nice, a little bigger than his own space with Shikamaru and Kiba. There was a big TV and a few gaming consoles with controllers laying around, but otherwise, the whole space was clean and tidy. Sasuke let him look around a bit as he said, yeah, there is also Karen. She is out right now, thankfully. Naruto gave him a look. You don't like her? Sasuke paused. She is fine actually, but never tell her I said that. It's more that I don't think it would be wise for you to meet both of them at once. If you did, you might be running away already. Naruto had to admit he was curious now, and maybe a tiny bit concerned, but mostly he was busy grinning. And you don't want me to run away, do you? Sasuke raised his eyebrow at him again, and smirked. Only because I can see you holding that six-pack and we're practically out of alcohol. Oh right. Naruto looked down at the forgotten beer cans in his hands and then held them towards Sasuke. I wasn't sure if you liked beer, but I didn't know what else to get. Sasuke took them with a thanks. You didn't have to bring anything. Couldn't let you be the polite one all the time. Naruto told him. I thought I was an asshole? Sasuke asked, still smirking. Oh 100% that too, you're full of contradictions. And that's what makes me fascinating? Sasuke said dryly. Naruto smiled because the boy was making a joke, but he wasn't wrong. I want to get to know you, Sasuke, like know your soul. He said, putting on an exaggerated daytime drama voice. Sasuke shook his head at him, looking disgusted, before turning and walking upstairs. Hey! I'm your guest. Naruto protested and hurried to catch up. It looked like the 3 bedrooms were all on the second floor, which was strange given the house was clearly 3 stories. Still, Naruto followed Sasuke to what, presumably, was his own room. The night was already shaping up to be even more interesting than he'd thought. Sasuke's room was ridiculously tidy, and Naruto wondered how the other boy would react to seeing the state of Naruto's own living space. His room was also big enough that Sasuke could afford to have a queen-sized bed without it taking over the whole room, a luxury few college students could claim. Naruto, for example, was just thankful that he had a twin bed and not a single like a peasant. Sasuke took a sit on his desk chair as Naruto began to snoop around without shame. First, he looked at the wall hanging above Sasuke's bed. He recognized the painting as the famous Japanese waves painting but couldn't recall the painter's name. It looked cool printed on fabric though, and it matched the dark blue comforter. Above Sasuke's bed, and covering almost the entire wall on one side were shelves, most of which were filled with books, with the last few holding a few cameras, both film and digital. The other side of the room was taken up by a work desk, where a few textbooks were stacked, and Sasuke had his MacBook stationed there with a pair of massive black headphones that Naruto recognized from borrowing a friend's same pair once and had been blown away by how good they sounded. There were, quite conspicuously, no photos anywhere in the room. In fact, other than the painting, Sasuke didn't seem to have anything else that was there for decoration only. Still, the combination of the books, cameras, and paintings conveyed a sense of his personality which was pretty consistent with what Naruto had seen of him. "Are you planning on writing a thesis based on this room?" Sasuke asked him eventually. "Yeah, right." Naruto snorted, though he supposed he had spent an inordinate amount of time bouncing around and looking at everything. "I would love to, of course, but I don't know how I could sell my advisor on the idea. Any suggestions?" Sasuke shrugged. "It would be pretty hard to have any suggestions given I don't know what you actually study." Naruto blinked. Huh. He didn't know what Sasuke studied either. It was funny because it felt like he'd known him for a long time. "I'm a political science major." Sasuke stared at him. "What?" Naruto said eventually. Sasuke shook his head. "Nothing, that was just unexpected." "How come?" Naruto asked, genuinely curious. "You don't strike me as the politician type." "That's all." "Unless you want to do something else with the degree?" Naruto smiled at him. "Why can't I be a politician?" He was mostly joking, but Sasuke seemed to give it real thought. "Too honest," he said eventually. Naruto laughed. "Well, maybe that's something we need in our politicians, no?" "That seems very optimistic, so I'm not surprised you'd say that." Naruto shook his head, still amused, and not particularly surprised by Sasuke's take on his views. "You speak like you already know me well. We have kind of just met, you know?" Naruto said, somewhat hypocritically perhaps. Sasuke gave him a sort of half-smirk. "You're an open book." Naruto just shrugged. Sasuke wasn't wrong. Naruto thought he was a fairly open person, especially compared to Sasuke himself. People could glean a good part of his personality easily enough. The stuff that people couldn't figure out so easily, like aspects of his history, he wasn't in that big of a hurry to share anyway. "Maybe that's why we balance each other so well," Naruto told the other boy, who just raised an eyebrow at him. "Do we?" he said in an exceptionally dry tone. Naruto grinned. "Just look at us." He pointed to Sasuke's all-black attire and his own bright orange in contrast. "Balance," he repeated, nodding his head sagely. Sasuke sighed. "What? You don't think so?" Naruto asked him with an easy grin, then he scowled a little, though I guess Suigetsu couldn't see it. Sasuke gave him a look Naruto couldn't quite read but didn't comment on the subject further. Naruto thought back to what Suigetsu had said about him not being Sasuke's type before, which was pretty rude of him by the way, even though it echoed what Naruto himself had thought before. He found himself even more curious now as to what Sasuke's type actually was. "So how come you wanted to stay in tonight?" Naruto asked. Sasuke shrugged. "Fridays are typically my heaviest course load days, and since I knew I was going to be busy Saturday, I didn't particularly want to go out. Naruto nodded, and then grinned. Saturday night date night? He asked, only half joking. He didn't think Sasuke was really seeing someone, if only based on the conversation with his housemate downstairs, but one could never be sure, particularly with someone as private as Sasuke. Maybe he was in a full relationship without his housemates even knowing. Sasuke shook his head, clearly thinking Naruto was being ridiculous. Are you seeing someone, Sasuke? Naruto asked him, his curiosity getting the best of him. The boy gave him a look. I'm not, are you? Huh. A straight answer, for once. Naruto knew there was joke there about straight and not so straight answers, but he was too happy to have the information to make it. Instead he just shook his head. No, though I wouldn't mind being in a relationship. I can see that about you. Sasuke told him, which made Naruto curious again about how the other boy was perceiving him that made him say that. You don't share that sentiment? Naruto asked him, coking his head. Not particularly. How come? Sasuke gave him a look that let him know he might be pushing his luck with the line of questioning. So, he decided to sidestep a little. I thought for a moment you were seeing your housemate down there. He wondered if Sasuke would laugh at him, but he just gave Naruto a neutral look. And what? He was still charitable enough to leave the house so you could hook up with his boyfriend? Naruto shrugged, pushing aside the way that Sasuke's words made him feel a little awkward. Though he wondered if that was Sasuke's intention to warn him off the topic of his love life. He gazed at the other boy, and the hint of a challenge in his eyes made Naruto think he was right on the money. Oh well, tough luck buddy. If anything, Naruto found himself more interested by the challenge. Well, it could be an open relationship, or it could be one of those situations where you were casually hooking up but then he developed feelings for you and you had to cut it off. But you're still living together, so he has to see you date Shrexy bombs, like myself, and pretend to be fine with it. Naruto wiped imaginary tears from the corners of his eyes. Sasuke just stared at him for a moment like he was genuinely befuddled before he said, that was another oddly detailed scenario. Maybe you missed your calling as a creative writing major? Naruto shrugged. I can't help it. It's so hard to get any information out of you that I have to make up my own. He did notice though that Sasuke hadn't really denied what he'd said, which made Naruto wonder if there really had been something between the two of them at some point. But it was clear that Sasuke wasn't going to tell him, and Naruto knew he was already pushing the boundaries of how much it was acceptable to pry for information. So, what's your major? Not creative writing? Though looking around, Sasuke clearly liked to read, so for all Naruto knew, that could still very well be the case. Music, Sasuke said. Oh, that makes sense. I would have guessed, but I was thinking maybe photography. Sasuke shook his head. No, that's just a hobby. I'm not particularly good. Naruto raised his eyebrows. It hadn't seemed that way to him, and Sasuke didn't seem like the type for false modesty. Maybe a perfectionist then? What are you thinking so hard about? Sasuke asked him when he'd been silent for a while. I was just thinking that you're probably one of those guys who is good at literally everything they try but are still like, I'm not the best in the world yet, so what's even the point? Sasuke stared at him for a second and then looked away. Naruto wondered if he'd made the other boy uncomfortable, but when Sasuke spoke, he just sounded amused. I know I said I wouldn't destroy your fantasies before, but I'm afraid there are a lot of things I'm very bad at, Naruto. Oh really? Like what? Naruto asked, feeling seriously dubious and more than a little curious. I don't drive. Sasuke said neutrally. Seriously? You can't drive? Naruto had to admit he was actually surprised. Oh no, I can drive. I have my license. I just don't like it. Naruto huffed. Passed the test on your first attempt? Sasuke shrugged. Wow, Sasuke, maybe actually try to find something next time? Sasuke sighed. I don't know, it's hard, Naruto, being so good at everything is a heavy burden. Naruto nodded solemnly. With great power comes great responsibility. Sasuke replied, matching his tone. Yeah, that's why I'd join the dark side immediately. You would not? Naruto was immediately incredulous. Sasuke gave him a look of absolute certainty. Trust me, I absolutely would. Naruto huffed, well, then I'd follow you around constantly and try to get you to come back to the light. Sasuke just shook his head at him, but Naruto was now caught up in this scenario. Oh, but you would probably not give me the time of the day and keep ignoring me to do all this Dark Lord stuff, and I'd be constantly annoying you. Like, why don't you like me, Sasuke? Why don't you come back home with me? Naruto stopped when he saw the way Sasuke was looking at him, and then he realized exactly what he'd said. He opened his mouth, and then closed it, not even sure how he could even go about explaining that one without making things awkward. Just to be clear, in this hypothetical scenario, we're very much in love? Sasuke asked in his driest tone yet, and Naruto was relieved when he found a glint of amusement in Sasuke's eyes. Other than that, the had an amazing poker face. No, but we're best friends who knew each other since childhood, Naruto explained, grinning at Sasuke. Sasuke just raised an eyebrow. Seems like a lot to do for a friend. Best friend, Naruto emphasized. Well, in this scenario, how old are we that we have best friends? 12? Naruto shook his head. You think you would have joined the dark side at 12 years old? Sasuke seemed to give it some thought and then shrugged. If sufficiently motivated. Naruto just shook his head. Fine then, yes, I'll start following you around when you're 12. Sasuke smirked. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were planning this for the future. Because I hate to tell you, but I'm currently 20. Smartass Naruto told him. Me too though. Well, almost. When's your birthday? Why? Planning a surprise party already? Naruto groaned. Seriously, why is it so hard to get anything out of you? Wouldn't want you to lose interest. Sasuke replied easily, sending another smirk Naruto's way. Huh, as if that's going to happen. Naruto muttered grumpily. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him, but before he could open his mouth, Naruto cut in. Alright, I heard it this time, and no, I'm still not coming on to you. From the look on Sasuke's face, Naruto had gotten what he had been about to say exactly right, and he felt a sense of pride at the accomplishment before he continued. Not that there would be any point to it anyway, since apparently I'm clearly not your type. Sasuke blinked at him. Did you want to be my type? Naruto pouted. I just think it was rude of him to say it like that. He doesn't even know me. Maybe I'm a world-class painter or something. Sasuke seemed like he was once again in the space between confused and amused. What would you being a world-class painter have to do with it? I don't know. I just assumed that's your type. Naruto shrugged, not even sure why he was so interested in this topic. Well, besides his intense curiosity about Sasuke, which apparently extended to his dating life. Which, okay, maybe was a little weird. But so, what? You're exactly right. In fact, I exclusively date painters. Sasuke told him seriously, mainly because I just love having them paint my portraits so I can hang them up and stare at them all day. Naruto grinned. How come I didn't see any in the house? I took them all down before you came. Can't give it all away immediately. Ah, Sasuke, you didn't have to go through all that trouble. Naruto, he finally took a sit on Sasuke's bed, not that the other man had invited him to, so much for his politeness. Sasuke just gave him a look from across the room. So, Naruto, are you? Am I what? Naruto asked, making himself more comfortable. A world-renowned painter? Naruto let the smile drop from his face and shook his head in sorrow. No. Ah, Sasuke said. I'm afraid it's not going to work out between us, then. Hey. Naruto protested. I have other talents. Sasuke raised an eyebrow like? Naruto thought about it. I'm good with people? I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Naruto snorted. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Buddy. Sasuke repeated with no intonation, and yet managed to convey his disapproval perfectly well. The man was truly multi-talented. Seriously though, what is your type? Naruto asked. Maybe I can set you up with someone. Do you know a lot of gay men? Sasuke asked, though Naruto couldn't tell if he was asking genuinely or making fun of him. Naruto shrugged and waited. I just said I'm not interested in a relationship, didn't I? So? It could be a hookup. Not that Naruto really thought he knew anyone to set up with Sasuke. Kiba was very straight. Shikamaru was bi, but Naruto wasn't trying to get killed by his girlfriend. Besides, maybe his temperament was a little too similar to Sasuke's? You needed some balance in a relationship, at least, Naruto thought so. I'm going to politely decline that offer. Man. Just tell me. Why do you have to be so mysterious? Naruto whined. I can see this is going to be a recurring issue. Sasuke muttered. How about you tell me what your type is, Naruto? Naruto briefly considered being petty and refusing to answer, but he wasn't quite that childish. Instead, he just shrugged as he thought back to his dating history. It's not like it was a big deal. Well, I had one long-term girlfriend my last year of high school. She was very nice, kind, pretty, smart too, like much more book smart than me. We were long distance for like 7 months when we started uni before we broke up. Sasuke raised an eyebrow that's longer than a lot of people last in that situation. Why did it not work out in the end, if you don't mind me asking? Naruto thought back on the relationship. Yeah, the long distance thing was hard, but I guess it ended because… I don't know, she was naturally very shy and quiet and I'm not. I kept thinking I'd bring her out of her or she'd ground me, but it didn't quite work out that way. Instead, I always felt like, I don't know, that I was subsuming her personality? Sasuke gave him such a thoughtful look that Naruto eventually asked what. Sasuke looked uncharacteristically hesitant for a moment before he said, nothing, you're just a more complex person than you initially present to others, I think. Naruto wasn't sure if he was flattered or a little annoyed. Isn't that the case for everyone? Sasuke shrugged. Maybe, but everything is a matter of degrees. So would you say she was your type then? Naruto shook his head. No, I don't think so. I think I learned then that I want someone who stands their ground a bit more, you know? I can be a lot at times. Sasuke snorted, probably thinking that it was an understatement, and Naruto sent him a glare before continuing. So yeah, after we broke up, I tried playing the field for a while, I guess, but I don't think that's really for me. Sasuke looked at him curiously. How come? Naruto shrugged, feeling a little uncomfortable, though he wasn't sure why. I don't know, Shrexy is great, but I guess I always want more. More. Sasuke said dryly, like he was unfamiliar with the concept. Yes, asshole, like intimacy, or whatever. Sasuke gave him another long look. You really are just a different breed. Naruto snorted, but felt like he wanted to lighten the topic a little. That girl in our tutorial was kind of cute though, maybe I can ask her out? Sasuke seemed to think back for a moment. Oh, Sakura? Yeah, she can definitely stand her own ground, since that's what you want. Do you know her? Naruto asked curiously, though he had to admit it, the curiosity was more about Sasuke than Sakura at this point. Sasuke shrugged. The arts faculty is small. I'd offer to introduce you, but you already seemed friendly. Does that mean you were watching me? Naruto grinned. Sasuke snorted. There are only 10 people in that class, Naruto. So yes. Naruto hummed skeptically. I don't know about that. I think you kept watching me because you could sense that we were going to be great friends. Of course, nothing like a personal attack in the middle of a tutorial discussion to set the grounds for a deep friendship. Sasuke said, and even though he was clearly joking, Naruto felt his smile drop. Yeah, that was pretty of me, wasn't it? Sasuke frowned. I already told you it was alright. Naruto knew he could let it go, but for some reason he felt like he wanted to say something more on the subject. Maybe he felt worse about it now that he actually liked Sasuke? I know, but I just want you to know I'm not always like that. I just got a little too worked up about it, because well, we talked about families, and there is some stuff about mine that isn't the easiest for me, so I guess, I just lost my cool. Sasuke looked at him for a long time before he said, I can understand that. It's really fine, Naruto. Naruto wasn't quite sure if he was relieved or disappointed that Sasuke hadn't asked more about the topic. He didn't even know where the urge to suddenly share his entire life story had come from. Maybe he was overcompensating for Sasuke's secretiveness by being even more open than usual? That seemed dangerous. So, what would you like to do now, Naruto? Sasuke asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. We could play a few video games, or watch a movie. I was thinking of ordering in some pizza. Okay, that actually sounds amazing. Naruto almost shouted in his excitement. That's a lot of enthusiasm for pizza and games. Sasuke observed, before getting up, this time letting Naruto lead them back downstairs. Naruto used all his willpower to stop himself from throwing his controller at the wall. He took a deep breath before glancing at Sasuke from the corner of his eyes. The other boy, of course, looked incredibly amused. Don't even say it. Naruto warned. How about you put the controller down, gently now? Naruto groaned, and then deciding that it was probably a good idea not to break someone else's property, he did as he was told. Then he glared at Sasuke. The other boy looked back innocently, though Naruto could see the clear look of amusement in his eyes. They'd started sprawled on the opposite ends of the coach, but as the competition had heated up between them, Naruto had moved to sit on the ground, and now his back was leaning against the couch close to where Sasuke's legs were. For the oddest moment, Naruto had the urge to bite the boy's shin like a feral dog. His intrusive thoughts had really leveled up recently. As if he could hear Naruto's thoughts and was tempting him to try it, Sasuke nudged him with his leg. I thought you liked that I was good at everything. Naruto muttered a few choice words under his breath. Sasuke had gotten better stats at Call of Duty, beaten him 9 times out of 10 at Tekken, and then kept on beating him at Mario Kart, no matter what characters they chose. It was ridiculous. Sasuke nudged his side with his leg again. Before he knew he was doing it, Naruto's grabbed the other boy's shin. Maybe he planned to push his leg away or squeeze it in warning, but he ended up just holding onto it as he looked up at Sasuke. He had opened his mouth to say something before, but when their eyes met, his brain went oddly empty. Sasuke simply raised an eyebrow at him. He looked more relaxed than Naruto had seen him before, leaning back against the couch and looking down at Naruto with a pleased expression. Naruto cleared his throat and let go of his leg. What had they been talking about? Right. I thought I liked it too, but turns out, it gets annoying really quickly. Naruto told him threateningly, like no wonder you don't have other friends, their self-esteems probably can't take being around you for that long. I see. Sasuke said thoughtfully, then maybe we should play again, and I'll let you win this time? Since you're my one and only friend, I must protect your self-esteem. He told him smirking. Naruto turned around, picked up one of the sofa cushions they'd thrown on the ground and squeezed it against his own face. I hate you. He growled into the pillow. Sasuke laughed from behind him. Despite himself, Naruto snapped his head back to catch the sight, but by then Sasuke's face had once again settled into his signature mildly entertained look. As amusing as this is, Naruto, I grew up playing video games. It's not a big deal that I can beat you. Naruto grunted. You'd think it was a big deal if you were the one who kept losing. Probably, Sasuke said easily, and then smiled down at Naruto. Naruto stared at him for so long that Sasuke raised his eyebrows again. What? I didn't know you could smile. Excuse me? I thought maybe it was a disorder or something, and that I should politely not mention it. A disorder? Sasuke repeated. A smirking disorder. Naruto explained seriously. Sasuke shook his head at him. Maybe the real question should be whether you have any friends? I'm very popular, I'll have you know, Naruto huffed. Aha, Sasuke said skeptically. I definitely have more friends than you. Right. Because I'm actually a nice person. You're not the worst company. Sasuke told him, smirking. Naruto looked up at him suspiciously, and when he didn't follow it up with a joke, Naruto said, winning really puts you in a good mood. It's mostly because of your reaction to it. Naruto jumped up on the couch, landing right next to Sasuke. You sadistic. You like seeing my all hot and bothered. Sasuke gave him one of his unreadable looks. Naruto, for some reason, started feeling a little hot in the face, but before he had a chance to think about it, Sasuke shook his head and suddenly stood up to gather the pizza boxes and empty beer cans they'd scattered all around them. Naruto felt a weird surge of disappointment, which he violently trampled down. Let me help. There's nothing to help with, you just sit there, and I'll be right back. Sasuke said as he walked into the kitchen with the trash. Naruto lay back into the couch. He wasn't thinking of anything in particular, but he somehow felt both relaxed and a little on edge. It occurred to him that Sasuke had talked about playing video games growing up, but he'd also said he'd moved around a lot as a kid. Naruto wondered who he'd played with. Could you get so good just by playing against the program? Something vibrated on the couch, and Naruto automatically looked down thinking it was his phone. But his phone was somewhere on the ground. Sasuke's phone must have slipped from his pocket onto the couch when he was sitting there. The screen was flashing with an incoming call, and Naruto was surprised to see that whatever name it was saved as was in a foreign alphabet, maybe Chinese or Japanese? Sasuke. Naruto called out, "Your phone's ringing." He was considering taking the phone to him, but he appeared immediately. Without a word he walked quickly towards the couch, grabbed his phone, and walked out of the room again. Alright. There was no way to know if Sasuke had decided to pick up the call, as no sound carried across the house. Not that Naruto was listening on purpose, the living room was just very quiet. It was less than 10 minutes later when Sasuke walked back inside. Naruto looked at him, but he couldn't quite read the expression on the other boy's face. He could just tell that he didn't seem as relaxed as before. Is everything okay? Naruto asked, a little hesitant. Sasuke walked back and sat on the other end of the couch from Naruto. Yeah, why wouldn't it be? He asked neutrally. Naruto shrugged, but he couldn't quite shake off the feeling that something was wrong. They sat in silence for another moment, and then Naruto, unable to help himself, asked, "Is your phone set to another language?" Sasuke shot him a look. What do you mean? I just noticed when it rang. Don't you know it's rude to look at someone else's phone? Sasuke snapped before he could even finish the sentence. Naruto was taken aback for a second before he frowned. I thought it was mine and I glanced down. It's not like I went looking for it. He wasn't in the wrong here, was he? An awkward silence settled between them, which made Naruto realize they hadn't really had any other uncomfortable silences the entire night. When it continued to drag on, Naruto picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already past 11. Maybe it was time to go anyway. Look, I just don't like, Sasuke said suddenly, and then trailed off. Naruto looked back a thin only to see that he was staring at the ceiling with a frown. Probably sensing his gaze, Sasuke smoothed his expression and looked back at Naruto. I'm just a private person. Naruto wanted to snort. Yeah, no kidding. I understand that, but I really didn't mean to go through your phone or anything like that. No, I know that, Sasuke said, and then after a pause, added. I shouldn't have snapped at you. It's fine. Naruto told him. Then continued to look at him. You're sure you're okay? Sasuke's eyes shot to his so suddenly that for a moment Naruto wondered if he was going to snap at him again, but instead the other boy just looked at him for a long moment. Naruto felt weirdly saddened by the contrast between his relaxed demeanor before and the way his expression had closed up now. Something of his feeling must have shown on his face because Sasuke blinked at him, taken aback, and cleared his throat. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking? Naruto smiled at him. Is that a question? He was relieved when a hint of amusement came back into Sasuke's face. I'm just surprised because it seems like you weren't exaggerating before. When Naruto gave him a questioning look, he continued, you really are a nice person. I don't often consider that a compliment, but in your case, I can see the appeal. Naruto knew he flushed immediately, which okay, how embarrassing, but it's not like he could control it. It was mainly because of the surprise, but he tried to cover it up with bravado anyway. Well, of course I am. As if that was ever a question. Sasuke looked even more amused for a moment, then his expression changed into one of intense focus. Keeping his gaze on Naruto, he started moving closer to him on the couch, his movements deliberately slow. Naruto blinked but couldn't look away. He felt like some sort of cornered prey as he watched Sasuke approach, which was ridiculous. Sasuke. Naruto managed to get out when the boy was finally right next to him. His voice came out in an odd whisper. Still keeping the intense eye contact, Sasuke reached over and patted Naruto's hair. Like a dog. Naruto blinked at him as the other boy's face broke into a smirk. Without saying a word, he got off the coach and started walking towards the kitchen. Naruto just sat there, speechless, staring after him for a moment. Then, he jumped up. What the was that? Sasuke? He yelled out as he followed the other boy to the kitchen. And why the was his heart beating so fast? Silently, Sasuke handed him a glass of water as soon as he entered the kitchen. Naruto took it on reflex, and then realizing how thirsty he actually was, drained it in one go. Sasuke took it from him, their fingers brushing for a moment, and refilled it before handing it back. Naruto stared at him, his incredulity having been disarmed without him realizing it. You're dangerous, aren't you? Naruto asked him suddenly. Sasuke didn't even bat an eye. 100%. You don't even know how far ahead my master plan extends, getting you water is only the first step. Naruto hummed, staring at him as he drank a little more. They stood together in companionable silence for a few moments. You should probably get going, Naruto, it's gotten late. Sasuke told him after he'd grabbed his glass and put in the sink. What? You're kicking me out? Even though Naruto himself had had a similar thought a few minutes before, he found himself dissatisfied with Sasuke's suggestion now. If you like to think of it that way, sure. Sasuke said easily. Where's your hospitality? Naruto asked him, faking outrage. Wherever your decorum is, I imagine. Oh, Naruto paused. Well, that's kind of nice, like, they're hanging out. Sasuke blinked at him. Did I tell you before that you're a strange person? Naruto shrugged. Can't help how you're born, can you? At that, a series of emotions seemed to flash across Sasuke's face in rapid succession. Naruto thought amusement was in the mix, but so was something that looked a little like bitterness? Sadness? Whatever it was certainly deeper than what Naruto's offhand statement had warranted. Still, Sasuke only said indeed. They were silent again, and Sasuke leaned back into the counter. Naruto found himself leaning against the back of the fridge, so their bodies ended up perpendicular to each other. If Naruto wanted, he could have nudged Sasuke's leg with his own. He didn't though, because that would probably be a little weird. Knowing he was stalling, but not knowing why, Naruto found himself asking, so what are you up to tomorrow? When Sasuke didn't respond, Naruto couldn't help feeling a tinge of annoyance. Seriously? Are you in the witness protection program? It said something about Sasuke's secretiveness that Naruto had already given the option genuine thought. I'm surprised you know what that is. I watch TV, and also, that wasn't a denial. Sasuke sighed. I was considering whether letting you believe that could make things easier in the future. You know what else could make things easier? Naruto asked, actually telling me things. Sasuke looked him in the eye and deadpanned. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Naruto knew he was just mimicking him, but it was still such an odd sentence in Sasuke's mouth, that he found himself chuckling in surprise. Fine. Don't tell me. Naruto said, I'll get through to you eventually. He'd meant it lightly, but Sasuke gave him a serious look. I'm not a project. Naruto frowned. I didn't mean it like that. Alright, Sasuke said simply. Naruto didn't have anything else to stall with after that, and eventually, not being very happy about it, he found himself checking that he had all his belongings with him, as Sasuke walked him to the door. Text me when you get home. Sasuke told him suddenly. Naruto gave him a surprised look and considered making a joke about his soft side but ended up just smiling instead. Yeah, no worries. Then they just paused there, which was weird. Naruto shifted his weight from leg to leg, wondering why he kept hesitating, and why this almost felt like the charged silence at the end of a date. It was almost like he was waiting for Sasuke to kiss him. Naruto wanted to laugh at the thought. He considered making a joke about the situation aloud, but then his gaze met Sasuke's, and for whatever reason, he decided against it. Sasuke, of course, just raised that single-dotted eyebrow at him. Naruto briefly considered reaching over and forcing it down with his hand, but yeah, maybe touching Sasuke's face right now wouldn't be the best way to make things feel less tense. Eventually, not able to take the silence anymore, Naruto cleared his throat. I had a really great time. The words were barely out of his mouth, and he was already flinching. Wow, way to make it not feel like a date, great job Naruto, great job. He risked a glance at Sasuke, and there was such clear amusement on the other boy's face that Naruto snapped out of his embarrassment. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Asshole. Sasuke's smirk widened. I can't help it. If you could see your own face. Then he paused, looking thoughtful. Is this all because I told you I'm gay? Naruto wasn't 100% sure what he meant by this, but he just had to hope that he was referring to Naruto's awkwardness and not the fact that he had just been thinking about kissing him. I have other gay friends, you know. Naruto told him. Sasuke's smirk almost looked like it was about to turn into a grin. Oh, I know. You were trying to set me up with them. For some reason, even that sentence made Naruto feel weird, and not sure what to do with his hands, he looked down, absent-mindedly playing with the strings of his hoodie. Naruto, Sasuke said, and Naruto found his gaze immediately back on the other boy. He looked a little tired, and Naruto immediately felt guilty for having dragged this out for so long. I had a good time too. Sasuke told him, and the sincerity in his voice did something to Naruto's insides that he preferred not to acknowledge. Sasuke raised his hand and used it to push Naruto's face back. Stop grinning like that, idiot. You look like I just pledged my undying love to you. Didn't you? Naruto told him as he pushed his hand away. He supposed he was grinning really hard. Hesitating for a second, he kind of thrust himself at the other boy, grabbing him in a quick hug, and then letting go before Sasuke had much of a chance to return it or not return it. Naruto on his end, only really registered a whiff of Sasuke's shampoo, which he thought must have been expensive because it did indeed smell very good. When Naruto let him go, Sasuke didn't look mad at him for the attack, just taken aback. Alright then, Naruto said, and if he sounded a little too cheerful, it definitely wasn't an attempt to cover his embarrassment. I'll see you soon, Sasuke. Thanks again for the food. No worries, Naruto, Sasuke told him softly as he closed the door. When Naruto got home, he remembered to text Sasuke. I've been murdered. Sasuke replied immediately. Idiot. Then after a moment. Who was it? You'll avenge me? I want to send them flowers. Naruto shook his head and grinned at his phone before passing out from exhaustion, which thankfully didn't leave him much time to think about some of the more confusing moments of the day. Naruto didn't have any plans the next day. It was too early in the semester for him to have much work to do. Still, he felt restless from the moment he woke up, and it only got worse through the day. Both Shikamaru and Kiba were out, and usually Naruto didn't mind having the house to himself every once in a while, but this time, he just found himself bouncing around all day without getting much done. What was wrong with him? He actually picked up his phone to text Sasuke a few times, but stopped himself. Though he did wonder frequently what the other boy was up to that day. In a slightly stalkerish move, he even looked up the performances that were on at Smith's that night and tried to figure out if any of them could be Sasuke's band, but it didn't seem that way, and anyway, it's not like Naruto could have just shown up there even if they had been. Well, maybe not. He wondered how Sasuke would have taken it. For all of his nonchalant threats, the other boy hadn't seemed like the type to be bothered too easily. Well, other than the whole privacy thing. Though Naruto supposed going to see his performance when he'd explicitly tried to hide where he was that night could technically fall under a breach of privacy. Well, whatever, Sasuke wasn't playing tonight anyway, so there was no point thinking about it. Naruto ended up managing to do his laundry and went for a walk where he ran into a friend and they chatted for a while about Naruto's birthday plans. It was coming. He even did a little workout in his house, but still, the weird restless energy didn't leave him, and was indeed starting to grow more into something like anxiety. Finally, at around 6 o'clock he picked up his phone and without thinking too much about it, found himself calling Sasuke. As the phone rang, he wondered if he would even pick up. Maybe he really did have a date? Or some sort of a hookup at least? Right as Naruto was about to hang up, some picked up, but weirdly, there was no greeting. Feeling unnerved, Naruto said "Oh?" Again, there was silence. Naruto sat up on the couch. "Oh? Sasuke? Are you there?" "I'm here," Sasuke said eventually. "Hey, are you okay?" Naruto asked. Sasuke's voice had sounded normal, but Naruto could feel the bad feeling in his stomach again. "Yes, I'm fine, Naruto," Sasuke said, but Naruto could tell he wasn't done, so he just waited. "Could I ask you for a favor?" Sasuke asked, suddenly sounding like he had to force the words out. "Yeah, of course." "What do you need?" Naruto asked, already standing up. "You have a car, right? Could you come pick me up?" Naruto started looking around for his wallet and keys, feeling a little calmer. Sasuke didn't sound drunk, and it was very early in the evening to be drunk anyway, but still this seemed like a normal enough situation. "Yeah, I'll be right there." "Where are you?" Naruto asked, mentally going through a list of all the bars and clubs he knew. "I'm at the hospital." Naruto froze, his stomach dropping so suddenly that he felt a little nauseous. "St. James Hospital," Sasuke clarified, sounding very calm and not at all like he'd just said something incredibly concerning. "Why are you in the hospital?" Naruto asked, trying to match Sasuke's tone, but he still ended up sounding frantic. He grabbed his jacket and was in such a hurry to leave that he almost tripped over a bag left on the floor. "It's Kiba." "It's nothing, but they won't discharge me unless someone is here to get me." "I'm already on my way," Naruto told him as he held the phone with his shoulder and opened the door, holding his jacket, key and wallet all in his other hand, and his heart in his throat. Naruto, who lived very close to campus, and also worked there, didn't technically need a car. But the car had been a gift, and he liked that this way he could go on hikes that were further out of the city without fuss. Besides, he actually enjoyed that he could help people, namely impoverished students, with things like moving or picking them up from the airport. This was the first time someone had asked him to pick them up from the hospital though, and if Naruto speeded a little, or a lot, on the way there, well, he figured the situation warranted it. He tried to think about all the situations that could land someone in the hospital on a Saturday night. Alcohol poisoning? Mugging? Normally he'd think of car accidents, but Sasuke had said he didn't drive. Well, no, he'd said he didn't like driving, so maybe that was still a possibility? Maybe Naruto needed to calm down a little. Sasuke had sounded fine. Naruto just didn't do too well with getting ambiguous calls, particularly not if they came from a hospital. Was Sasuke the type to get into a fight? Naruto wasn't sure. The other boy was a black belt though, probably, so that could explain why he'd sounded fine. Naruto just hoped that the other guy wouldn't be getting discharged from the hospital anytime soon. Wait, that seemed pretty ethically questionable though? Why was he thinking about this anyway, Jesus? Naruto squeezed into a parking spot close to the hospital and practically ran out of the car before he paused and reminded himself to calm down. This wasn't a TV show, he wasn't going to barge into the emergency room. Instead, he walked in, and after a few conversations, found himself speaking to the person in charge. Before he knew it, he was signing a discharge form, while also trying to take in all the information this woman was giving him about what Sasuke needed to do in the next few days. Eventually, she agreed that he could go and get Sasuke from one of the rooms. It so happened that Sasuke, sitting on the edge of the bed, was in the middle of putting on a button-up shirt as Naruto entered the room. Naruto froze near the doorway, staring at the huge bruise that was covering the boy's collarbone, disappearing below the shirt fabric. "My eyes are up here," Sasuke said dryly, as Naruto continued to stare at the long fingers that were quickly buttoning up the shirt, covering the bruise from view. Naruto slowly looked up to meet the other boy's eyes. Sasuke looked tired, a little pale with dark circles under his eyes, but he met Naruto's gaze with a neutral expression. "Hey," Naruto said gently as he walked slowly towards his bed. He wasn't sure if the other two beds in the room were occupied, but they both had the curtains closed around them. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "I'm fine. I can see that," Naruto said in the same tone as before, staring pointedly at where the bruise was now covered up by Sasuke's shirt. Sasuke acted as if he hadn't caught the look, even though Naruto knew for sure he had. "That must be why you're looking at me like I'm dying then?" Sasuke looked like he attempted to smirk before giving up halfway. Naruto reached the bed and stood right next to him. At his expression, he had to stop himself from, he wasn't sure exactly what, maybe putting a hand on Sasuke's shoulder? "You got hit by a car," Naruto told him, just as gently as before. "Yes, I was there when it happened," Sasuke said dryly. "Jesus, Sasuke." Naruto snapped at the joke, though his voice was still quiet. "They said you have a concussion." "It's not serious," Sasuke told him with a sigh. "Who was it? A drunk driver? Someone texting? Seriously, what is wrong with people? I can never." Naruto could feel his temper rising as he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke glanced away. "No, it was my fault. You were a pedestrian. I essentially jumped in the middle of the street without paying any attention," Sasuke snapped back. Naruto went silent. "Look, Naruto, it doesn't matter how it happened, I'm just..." Sasuke shifted on the bed. "I'm really sorry about this. I wouldn't normally bother anyone like this, let alone someone who barely knows me." Still looking away from Naruto, Sasuke started to move further forward on the bed, bending down towards his shoes. Naruto put a hand on his chest to stop him. Sasuke sent him a questioning glance, but Naruto just shook his head. Then he bent down to pick up one of the shoes, bringing it to Sasuke's feet. "You don't need to do that." Sasuke sounded the closest to panic that Naruto had heard from him, which was insane given just a moment prior they'd been talking about him being hit by a .ing car. "Just let me." Naruto snapped at him, and maybe he sounded more intense than was warranted, but it worked in silencing Sasuke's protest. He put on one shoe, holding onto Sasuke's ankle with his other hand, and then repeated it with the other shoe. Then quietly, he tied the laces, not looking at Sasuke once. "All right," he said when he was done, still looking at the shoes. "Thank you," Sasuke murmured, and Naruto found himself looking into his eyes again. A strange look seemed to pass between them that Naruto couldn't quite name. Still, having calmed himself down in the past minute, Naruto attempted a half-hearted smile. He wasn't sure he managed it because Sasuke looked more confused at his expression than anything. "It's no problem, and you don't need to apologize for asking me to come, you know." He tried to keep his tone on the lighter side, but it ended up sounding a little overly bright. Sasuke gave him a questioning look. "I was just thinking of who to call when you rang me, and well, I thought..." He looked uncomfortable as he explained. Naruto's smile came more naturally this time. Way to make a guy feel special. At Naruto's teasing tone, Sasuke seemed to let go of some of his tension. He smirked. "My apologies, I thought it would be inappropriate to tell you that after I had a near-death experience, it was only your face I needed to see." "I love it when you're inappropriate," Naruto told him with a smile, trying not to let the mention of a near-death experience dampen his mood again, though he knew Sasuke had just said it as a joke. Sasuke looked like he was going to return joke, but instead he paused for a moment. "It was also because I knew you'd be the kind of person to help even a perfect stranger." "You're not a stranger, Sasuke," Naruto told him and hoped he could hear how much he meant it. Then, without giving him a chance to respond, he added, "You're really feeling all right?" Sasuke nodded. "As good as new." "Like a virgin?" Naruto asked before he could stop himself, and Sasuke shot him a long-suffering look. "Touched for the very first time?" Naruto continued in a sing-songy voice, because well at this point, he might as well. Sasuke shook his head and muttered something about how he should have let the car finish the job. "Hey, don't joke about that," Naruto told him, his tone more serious than he intended. I'm really glad you're alright. I'm glad I called just then too. Sasuke glanced at him but seemed like he didn't know what to say in response. So, Naruto thought he'd be a good person and help him out. I just love visiting hospitals. He explained, grinning. There is something about the smell of antiseptic that makes me feel so alive, and to think I could have missed out on the chance if I hadn't called. Sasuke stared at him for a moment and then shook his head, clearly giving up. Then without warning, he moved to get off the bed. Naruto immediately leaned forward and snuck his hand around Sasuke's mid-back. Sasuke slipped to the ground with no issues, and then raised his eyebrow at Naruto, who was now significantly closer, and still had his arm around him. Is this you taking advantage of me in my vulnerable state? Naruto snorted, though he felt his face heat up just a little. Vulnerable? You said you were fine, didn't you? Sasuke actually chuckled in response, which made Naruto feel significantly better. Not seeing any reason not to, he slowly let go of Sasuke's back, and when he seemed perfectly fine standing on his own, Naruto took a small step back. What? So you're not going to carry me out bridal style? Sasuke asked, a small smirk finally gracing his lips. Naruto shook his head. You're such a... Still, he couldn't stop the returning grin from spreading over his face. Your seatbelt's on? Naruto asked once they were in the car, and he'd checked twice that Sasuke felt okay. Though he'd seemed fine walking out of the hospital, Naruto had caught him wincing a few times from the corner of his eyes, when Sasuke thought he wasn't looking, which had made him doubt the truth of all of Sasuke's claims that he was alright. Yes, mother. Sasuke mumbled. Naruto turned towards him as he talked, but before he could say anything, he saw a sudden look of pain come over Sasuke's face before he'd even stopped speaking. Which of course, made Naruto panic immediately. Hey! What just happened? Sasuke's eyes snapped to his what? His expression smoothing out again. Naruto blinked, wondering if he'd imagined it. For a second there you looked like you were in pain. Sasuke looked taken aback for a moment before he wiped that expression off as well. It's almost as if I was just hit by a car, he said, as dry as ever. I thought you said you felt fine. Naruto exclaimed. I am fine, Sasuke said easily. But you just... Arg, you're so frustrating sometimes, you know that? Naruto told him with a groan. I thought you found me charming. Sasuke returned without batting an eye. Naruto just shook his head, not having anything to say to that. Sasuke had looked pained right then. Naruto knew he'd seen it. Besides, why had he been so distracted that he'd just walked into a road anyway? Naruto wanted to talk to him about it, but getting Sasuke to open up to him seemed like an impossible task at times. It was a good thing Naruto thrived at the impossible. Who were you going to call if I hadn't rung you right in time? Naruto asked casually. Sasuke seemed to think for a moment. The friend I'd normally call is out of town right now, and Suigetsu doesn't drive, so it probably would have had to be Karen, but I didn't really feel like I'd want either of them to know, so I was debating different options. Naruto glanced at him. You realize we have to tell them now, right? Why would we do that? Sasuke asked him coldly. Jesus, it was like the temperature in the car dropped down by 20 degrees. He could just flip a switch, couldn't he? Because you have a concussion? Did you forget that little fact already? Because that's a bad sign, and I might have to take you back. I have a concussion, what about it? Sasuke returned. Someone's meant to stay with you for the first 24 hours? Were you not listening to anything they said? The two of them are going to be there anyway, since you know, they live there. They don't need to know anything. That's not how it works. Someone needs to be checking in on you. Naruto had the urge to hit his head against the side window. Are you really going to be difficult about this? Sasuke didn't say anything, which was answer enough. Naruto tried to take a few calming breaths. Okay, look, if you really don't want to tell them that much, you can stay with me tonight. I don't have anywhere I need to be tomorrow. I'll keep an eye on you. Well, technically he had a shift at the gym, but he could swap that with someone. Since they were driving through a busy intersection, Naruto couldn't look at Sasuke's expression, but the other boy was silent for a moment before he said, I can't ask that of you. You're not asking, I'm offering. Naruto said, it's not a big deal. Sasuke was silent again, and this time Naruto managed a glance at him, which the other boy caught. What if you stay at my place instead? He asked after a moment. Naruto snorted, you're negotiating? What happened to I can't ask it of you? Before Sasuke could respond, he added, anyways, how would you explain me randomly staying in your room to your housemates without telling them what's happened? It's none of their business, Sasuke snapped. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'd tell them we're hooking up? Sasuke said after a moment, sounding like he was trying to hold on to the small hope that he'd get his way. Like they'd believe that? Naruto told him, shaking his head. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him. Should I be offended? He asked dryly. Naruto rolled his eyes. How are they going to believe it when you told Suigetsu I'm very straight literally yesterday? Sasuke turned towards the window and muttered something. Naruto thought he heard something about straight men, and maybe it wouldn't be the first time, which Naruto thought he would do better to ignore right now if he wanted to maintain his sanity. Well, what are you going to tell your housemates? Sasuke asked him after he was done muttering. I mean, we can actually tell them the truth, since I doubt you care if a few strangers know you were in an accident. Not that he understood why Sasuke didn't want his own friends to know about it. And anyway, Kiba is gone away for the weekend, and Shikamaru's really not interested in anyone's business. Trust me. After another few moments of silence, Sasuke said alright. Then grudgingly, thanks. Naruto pulled the car into his usual parking spot. You're welcome, and we're already here anyway. Then he turned to meet the other boys' glare with a grin. They caught Shikamaru eating dinner in the kitchen. The other boy said hi to Naruto distractedly, and then looked up again and did a double take at seeing Sasuke standing next to him. Oh. He said warily. Shika, this is Sasuke, he is going to stay with me tonight. Sasuke, this is my housemate Shikamaru. If one went solely based on expressions, Shikamaru didn't look even remotely interested in the information. But he stopped eating for long enough to turn around and glance at Sasuke, which for him, actually signified an insane amount of curiosity. Whatever he gleaned from their expressions, made him sigh. Sasuke, not that I want to be a part of this, no offense, but I feel like I have to at least ask. Blink twice if you're not here by choice. Sasuke gave Shikamaru a very pronounced blink. Then a second. Naruto pushed his elbow into Sasuke's side. Sasuke winced. Jesus, I'm so sorry Sasuke, did I hurt you? Let me see. Naruto reached out to push Sasuke's shirt up, but the boy immediately slapped his hand away, hard. Hands to yourself Naruto. He said mildly. Shikamaru looked from one to the other. Yeah, I really don't want to know. And turned back to his food. I thought you had a plan to help me? Sasuke asked the boys back neutrally. It's the weekend. Shikamaru told him without turning around. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who explained sagely Shikamaru doesn't do things on the weekend. I can call the cops if you haven't managed to get away by Monday. Shikamaru offered reluctantly. How thoughtful. Sasuke said, though Naruto could tell he was at least a little amused. Shikamaru couldn't often be bothered with a display of humor like this, especially not in front of someone he didn't know. Naruto supposed it was nice to see that he had been right in thinking the two would get along. Sure, thoughtful, troublesome, whatever you want to call it. Shikamaru muttered while taking another bite of his food. Naruto thought the conversation was over then, but Shikamaru suddenly turned back towards them again and narrowed his eyes at Sasuke. I know you. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him. You do? Yes, and not just from Naruto's lovesick descriptions. Naruto was outraged. What did I ever do to you? Sasuke smirked, though he didn't glance at Naruto. Aha, Shikamaru said, sounding mildly satisfied. I've seen you perform. Naruto blinked. What? You've gone to a show? He couldn't think of any place Shikamaru would want to go less than a crowded space with loud music. Shikamaru ignored Naruto. You played drums for the White Snakes, mid-last semester, right? At the roundhouse. Naruto frowned, thinking that Sasuke played the bass, but then he saw the other boy nod. Yeah, I was just filling in for their regular drummer for a little while though. You play the drums too? Naruto asked him. Sasuke ignored Naruto. I take it that's not your usual scene? What made you go? Sasuke asked Shikamaru. Shikamaru's side dragged there. It's too much trouble for me normally to be honest, but I remember you sounded good. I'm surprised it wasn't a regular thing. Sasuke nodded his thanks, then glanced at Naruto. Are you pouting? Oh, so now you notice I'm here? Sasuke shook his head in the way he sometimes did when Naruto had said something he considered particularly ridiculous. Then for whatever reason he seemed to exchange a quick look with Shikamaru like, are you seeing this? And Shikamaru looked back like I see it, which of course, annoyed Naruto immensely. So, who dragged you to the show, Shika? Naruto asked the boy, wearing what he considered to be his evil grin. Shikamaru grunted. Naruto grinned wider because it sounds like a pretty date-like thing to do. Don't you think so, Sasuke? Sasuke just raised an eyebrow at the exchange but seemed to decide to stay out of it otherwise. The traitor. A friend. Shikamaru muttered. Naruto snorted and then turned to Sasuke. You should see Shikamaru with Temari. He is a genius, but he is the only one who doesn't realize they're dating. Shikamaru just shook his head, not bothering to respond. Anyways, Shika, could you keep an eye on Sasuke for a little bit? I need to run to the store really quick. Both boys gave Naruto disgruntled looks at the proclamation. Naruto rolled his eyes. What? It should be fine since you were getting along so well just a second ago. I'll be right back. What do you mean keep an eye on? Shikamaru called after him as Naruto was already halfway out the door. Don't let him get away. Naruto called back. Shikamaru was saying something about not being an accomplice when Naruto closed the door. When he came back into the kitchen, carrying 2 shopping bags, and about 40 minutes later, there was no sign of the 2 boys. Naruto had already walked in from the dining room, so he knew they weren't there either. That left Shikamaru's room, which was weird. Naruto had asked him to keep an eye on Sasuke, but why go to his room? That seemed too intimate for 2 people who just met. Naruto left the bags on the kitchen table, and considered putting everything away first, but instead, he walked to Shikamaru's door and knocked. Come in. Shikamaru called. Naruto opened the door to see Shikamaru and Sasuke sitting side by side on 2 chairs behind Shikamaru's desk. They had his laptop set in front of them and had clearly been looking at it before Naruto had opened the door. Sasuke, you're not meant to be doing that. Naruto groaned. Then he looked at Shikamaru. Why would you let him look at a computer screen? He has a concussion. Shikamaru glanced at Sasuke. Do you? I do. Sounds annoying. Yeah. Naruto watched the exchange like he was watching communication between members of a new species. Wow, he said, then, Sasuke, let's go. No more screens. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him, then looked at Shikamaru, who shrugged. We can finish another time. He told Sasuke, as Sasuke stood up. Yeah, when my brain isn't bleeding. Sasuke told him dryly. Then glanced at Naruto with a small smirk, though if Naruto's around that might not be anytime soon. Shikamaru huffed in mild amusement. Naruto glared at both of them before curiosity got the best of him. Finish what? Shikamaru turned the laptop screen back towards him, and Naruto frowned, not recognizing what he was looking at. Is that a game? Shikamaru nodded. Shogi. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who shrugged. It's an old Japanese game. I'm surprised you didn't mention Sasuke was half Japanese. Shikamaru told Naruto idly. He was? How had Shikamaru gotten that information out of him when Naruto had gotten mere crumbs? Whenever possible, Shikamaru preferred to communicate with sounds instead of full words, and somehow, he still managed to learn about Sasuke's background, and they'd found a niche interest in common? How do you know to play it? Naruto asked Shikamaru, partly out of genuine curiosity and partly to distract himself from the weird direction his thoughts had taken. I had to do a paper on its mathematical principles. Such a tiresome assignment, but I liked the game. You're very good, Sasuke told him matter-of-factly. Wow, I don't think I've ever heard Sasuke compliment anyone, Naruto said, and both boys gave him odd looks, which he didn't think he deserved. Wasn't that a normal observation? Shikamaru nodded to Sasuke. You held your own. Sasuke nodded back before finally walking to Naruto. Thanks for keeping him company, Shika, Naruto told the other boy before he closed the door. Sasuke sighed. You could have just left me by myself? You seemed like you had a good time? Naruto said as he walked back to the kitchen. Sasuke followed. That's not the point, Sasuke said mildly, which Naruto noticed wasn't a denial. Naruto shook his head. Why do you care so little about your own health anyway? I thought someone like you would be much more interested in taking care of their brain. Someone like me? Sasuke asked as they entered the kitchen. Someone who is constantly using their brain to get through the day. Naruto started emptying the bags as he continued. Like, hey brain, how do I give the wittiest, coldest response possible right now? How do I hold a conversation without revealing anything about myself? That kind of stuff. He gave Sasuke a look. But you don't seem at all worried about how to get by without it. I figured I'd just rely on my good looks, Sasuke said dryly. Naruto started putting everything he'd bought on the table. A bottle of apple juice, a few cans of ginger ale, a bag of mixed nuts, a pack of Tylenol and some instant coffee. Sasuke looked at the mix with a confused expression. You had to run to the store immediately to get these? Then he frowned and looked up at Naruto. Wait, these are, did you? Naruto poured a cup of apple juice and handed it to Sasuke with the Tylenol. Sasuke took them reflexively. Fine, then you could probably get by, Naruto told him, but I happen to like your brain. Sasuke looked down at the cup and pills in his hand, his hair covering his expression from Naruto's view. Then he kept looking at them for so long that Naruto grew worried. You're meant to take one? It helps with the pain, and I figured you'd be hungry, but they said start with clear liquids? Do you not like apple juice? Because that's why I also got the ale. Naruto knew he was rambling, but he couldn't help it. The silence was making him nervous. Sasuke looked up at him suddenly. Naruto couldn't read his expression, but it was definitely too intense for apple juice. Why are you like this, Naruto? Why do so much for someone you've only known for a few days? So much? It's just a couple of groceries. It's not like I paid for your hospital bill. Sasuke looked down at the cup and pills again like they were going to offer him a better explanation. Seriously, it's not a big deal, Naruto tried to reassure him, his hesitance starting to make him feel a little uncomfortable too now. Was it really such an unusual thing to do for someone? They'd recommended the pills in the hospital. Then Naruto had just Googled concussion aftercare in the store and picked up the rest of the stuff. Wasn't that normal? You keep saying that, but it is a big deal to me, Sasuke said. I'm not used to. I don't like when relationships are unequal. Unequal? Naruto asked him curiously. Sasuke finally looked up at him wearing a conflicted expression. I don't like feeling indebted to anyone. Naruto snorted. Indebted? He wanted to make a joke of it, but seeing Sasuke's expression, he sighed instead. You bought us food last night, didn't you? That's not what I mean. It's not about the money, Sasuke said, but he didn't seem like he would explain more, for example to say what it was about. Naruto looked at him curiously. The other boy looked kind of lost? Like he was in a situation he wasn't sure how to navigate. It made Naruto think about what Sasuke had said the first time they met about there being no unconditional love even within families. Naruto had hoped that he'd only made that claim theoretically, like, oh, in an apocalypse you can't even trust your family. But as he's gotten to know Sasuke more, Naruto was starting to wonder. Why did he seem so unused to getting any help or care from others? It filled Naruto with a weird urge. He wanted to grasp Sasuke by the shoulders, shake him and yell, "Let me take care of you," in his face until he accepted, or maybe wrap him up in a blanket so tightly that he couldn't move, and then bombard him with so much affection that he wore him down. Of course, Naruto understood both of those scenarios were highly concerning, and that if Sasuke could read minds, the only thing stopping him from potentially murdering Naruto would be the fact that Naruto would have had already spontaneously combusted from the embarrassment. So instead of expressing any of that, Naruto just smiled at him. Normal people just say thank you, you know. Yeah, well, I thanked you for picking me up from the hospital, now I'm also staying in your house, and you did this. He showed Naruto the contents of his hands. He sounded like he was accusing Naruto of a terrible crime. Then, finally, he swallowed one of the pills down with the juice. Alright, then maybe you can do something for me in return. If it'll really make you feel better. Sasuke looked up at him. What would that be? Naruto thought about it. But when he'd stayed quiet for a bit, Sasuke smirked. Not something inappropriate, surely? Naruto felt himself flush. Why even put that thought in my head? Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him. What exactly is the thought in your head? Naruto shook his head, not wanting to give voice to any of the images that had quickly flashed through his mind at Sasuke's words. The only thing Naruto could think of that he genuinely wanted was for Sasuke to answer his questions, like literally any of his questions, but it's not like he wanted that just for the sake of having the information. He wanted Sasuke to want to tell him, and that, he couldn't get through forcing him with a bargain. How about you promise to come to my party next weekend? Naruto said finally, his imagination having failed him. That's me returning a favor? Sasuke asked skeptically. How bad are your parties? I'm an amazing host, Naruto told him, offended. Then why wouldn't I want to come on my own accord? Sasuke asked. I don't know, Naruto shrugged. I get the sense that you might not love social gatherings. Sasuke snorted. You're calling me antisocial? Well. Because that's surprisingly perceptive of you. Naruto snorted. So, you'll come? Sure. I'm not sure it constitutes a favor though. Ignoring the second part, Naruto grinned at him. Good, because it's my birthday. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at him. But you said you were 20. Almost. You think you'll finally reach puberty? Sasuke asked him curiously. Naruto glared at him. You can't be attacking my height when you're like 2 centimeters taller? I can, but I was not. I meant in other areas. Sasuke said dryly. I've never had any complaints about my other areas. What, do you need proof? Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him. I meant intellectual and emotional maturity. You did not. Naruto protested. Sure, Naruto, whatever lets you sleep at night. Sasuke muttered before taking the last sip of his apple juice. Naruto took the empty cup from him and set it down in the sink. How's the head? Naruto asked after a moment. Still attached. Headache? Did you ever consider nursing school? Sasuke seemed to ask him genuinely. I take that as a compliment. Nurses are super hot, so. Sasuke smirked. That was the main reason I thought of it. Naruto stared at him for a second. Sasuke stared calmly back. Are you flirting with me? Sasuke just smirked wider. Are you flirting with me in return for me buying you some juice and a bag of nuts? Do you like it? Naruto was speechless for a second. You're unbelievable. But you do it all the time. Sasuke told him easily. Naruto stared at him, his previous incredulity suddenly forgotten. Maybe he should have immediately made a joke about Sasuke once again throwing the same accusation at him, and then move the conversation along, but he didn't. Because, had he been flirting with Sasuke? He knew he had been. He'd just constantly stopped himself from thinking about what he was doing. Sorry. Naruto said suddenly. Sasuke's eyes widened. Why do you look so surprised? I expected you to deny it, to be honest. Naruto cleared his throat. No, yeah, I'm not that obvious. It's been a little unfair of me, hasn't it? Running a hand in his hair, Naruto chose to look somewhere over Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke paused, and then said, I don't mind, Naruto, I know you're straight. Naruto risked a glance at him, and Sasuke returned it with a thoughtful look. May I ask why you do it though? He asked in a tone of genuine curiosity. That was the million-dollar question, wasn't it? He looked at Sasuke, wondering what to say, but there wasn't anything to say other than the truth. I don't really know. Sasuke didn't look mad, but Naruto still thought he deserved more of an explanation. At first, I thought it was just because it was fun, since you're such a witty, but later, yeah, I don't know why really. Sasuke didn't smile exactly, but he gave Naruto an easy look that was still pretty reassuring. Maybe it's comforting to you to know that you can flirt without anything coming out of it. Anyways, don't worry about it. Like I said, it's not like I took it seriously. Naruto realized Sasuke was taking this all very good-naturedly, but still, he didn't feel completely satisfied with this conclusion. Maybe I'll stop, Naruto said. Don't make promises you can't keep, Sasuke told him, smiling. He had such a nice smile. Was it the fact that he showed it so rarely that made it look particularly good? No, Naruto decided, it was just objectively a nice smile. He opened his mouth to tell Sasuke exactly that but stopped himself right in time. Right. Instead, he said I'll do my best to stop. The corner of Sasuke's lips twitched and for a moment, he looked like he was going to laugh but had stopped himself through sheer willpower. Is not flirting with people such a challenge for you, Naruto? No. Not with people. Just this one annoying person. But well, that was probably another one of those things he shouldn't say. Still, as he stayed silent, Sasuke seemed to sense the answer, because his own amusement seemed to fade into surprise, and something else, curiosity? Naruto cleared his throat again he said, this might not be the best time to ask if you want to share a bed. They didn't have a couch that was big enough for anyone to sleep on, because they were cheap-ass students and the house had come furnished with only armchairs in the living room. Besides, Naruto would prefer to be in the same room as Sasuke since that was the whole point of keeping an eye on someone. He did have a sleeping bag somewhere, he just wasn't sure exactly where it was right now, but he could definitely go look for it. The bed was a twin, but it wasn't that small, but maybe it wasn't big enough? Maybe Naruto could pile some clothes on the ground and sleep on. It was somewhere around this point in Naruto's ramblings that Sasuke managed to cut in. Naruto, I couldn't care less. Just don't try to cuddle if you want to keep all your limbs. Naruto snorted, your loss. I'm a great cuddler. I'll take your word for it. Sasuke replied dryly, as he followed Naruto to his bedroom. Naruto felt a spike of nerves before he let Sasuke into his room. How much did his room reveal about him? And since when had he felt shy about anyone seeing it? He stepped aside and watched as Sasuke glanced around his room. Well, at least he'd tidied that morning when he'd been a restless ball of energy. It was smaller than Sasuke's room, but much more heavily decorated. He had a few movie posters blue tagged to the walls. A big pinboard covered half of the wall above his bed and he had a huge calendar on there with all his uni schedule scrawled on it. He even used red pen to circle the dates around any deadlines, because even with the calendar right there, he was likely to forget about them. The rest of the board were covered with Polaroids and photo booth strips. He had more photo frames on his desk too. Sasuke walked there and then glanced back at Naruto. Do you mind? Naruto shook his head no, and Sasuke leaned to pick up the frames one by one. When he seemed to be looking at one for a while, Naruto walked to stand by his side, looking down at it too. Are these your parents? Sasuke asked. They look very young, but you look just like him. Naruto smiled. Yes, this is from before they had me. Sasuke glanced at him, and then looked back at the frames. He was too perceptive not to notice the lack of any photos with the three of them in it, and Naruto could almost the question forming in his mind. But since he was who he was, he didn't ask. I never met them. Well, technically I did for a year, but I can't remember that. They both died in an accident a little after my first birthday. Naruto had told many people this fact through his entire life. Sometimes it was an uncomfortable moment, sometimes it was fine. Often people said a version of I'm sorry, which as a response, Naruto didn't have any strong opinions on. Sasuke kept looking at the photo for a moment and then looked up at him. Do you know a lot about them? He asked. Naruto smiled. Yeah, I didn't know much for a long time. I was in foster care until I was 12, but then an old friend of my dad's adopted me. And I learned a lot about them from him. Is that him? Sasuke pointed to a photo of Naruto with Jiraiya at his high school graduation, both of them grinning obnoxiously for the camera. Naruto nodded, looking at the photo fondly. He is quite a character for sure. Are you two close? Sasuke asked curiously. Yeah, it didn't happen immediately, but now we are. Sasuke nodded and then pointed to a photo of Naruto and his group of friends from high school sitting around a restaurant table. Is that your ex-girlfriend? Naruto looked before he nodded, even though he already knew he had his arms around Hinata in the photo. She is pretty. Sasuke looked at the photo and then smirked at Naruto. Out of your league, even. Naruto snorted. How nice of you to say that about my ex. Sasuke seemed like he was going to say something else, when instead he squinted at the photo and said, she kind of looks like someone I know. You know people other than your housemates? Sasuke rolled his eyes. As they moved away from the desk, Naruto felt like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. Sasuke had gotten an overview of his whole life story, tragedies included, in less than a minute and had taken it in stride. No awkwardness, no discomfort, no pity. Naruto reached over and just tapped his hand over the back of Sasuke's shoulder, 1, 2, 3 times. Sasuke turned to look at him. Yes? I'm glad you're here. Naruto told him with a grin. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Yes, I'm also glad I got hit by a car. It was worth it to spend more time with me, wasn't it? Indeed, I actually jumped in front of the car just to make it happen. Naruto couldn't help but wince at the sentence. Next time, maybe just text? Everybody texts. Sasuke said without missing a beat. Naruto snorted as if you of all people need to do anything extra to set you apart from everybody. Naruto immediately realized his mouth had gotten away from him again, but immediately was still too late. Sasuke gave him a dry smirk, as if he realized what Naruto was thinking too. For a moment he looked like he was going to continue their exchange as usual, but then he went quiet. Right, because Naruto had said he wouldn't flirt anymore. But since he had broken his own word within 15 minutes, now Sasuke was the one who had to enforce the rule. Why did he feel a little rejected though? How had this happened? It almost felt like he didn't know how to talk with Sasuke without flirting, which wasn't a problem he'd ever had even with his girlfriends, let alone his guy friends. In fact, he couldn't remember this being an issue even with girls he'd been interested in. I think it's your fault, he told Sasuke suddenly. Excuse me? Naruto just shrugged. Still, Sasuke seemed to realize what he was referring to on his own. I'm just irresistible? He said in his driest tone. Why must it be so? Naruto whined. Sasuke shot him a look. Could you remind me, Naruto? Did you say you would stop flirting, or that you would intensify it? Because I seem to be misremembering. Naruto groaned. I will stop, but can you stop being so? Not sure how to complete the sentence, Naruto just grunted. How articulate. Sasuke said immediately. That. Stop doing that. Naruto exclaimed, pointing to him. Stop being so quick, and maybe tone down the sarcasm and wit, and displays of intelligence, and stop teasing me so much. Sasuke blinked. You want me to change my entire personality? I think that would really help, yeah. I don't think I can do that. Sasuke said after a moment. Does that mean you'll try to grope me while I'm asleep? Naruto groaned, loudly, and headed towards the bathroom without another word. Naruto, trusting Sasuke to entertain himself for a little bit, took a quick shower and though it was only a little over 10, brushed his teeth too. He thought it was better if they called it an early night, since sleep was apparently good for concussions. He realized he hadn't had dinner either, but he felt that since Sasuke couldn't have solid food, he would also forego it tonight in solidarity. He also figured he could use the time in the shower to think about what exactly was going on with him when Sasuke was around. Was this what they meant by bromance? Because Naruto had always thought that that was literally just two guys being close friends, like him and Kiba. But maybe he'd been wrong all along. Maybe bromance had referred to something like this all along, where you felt like this dude was super cool, and smart, and funny, and wanted to spend all your time with them. But you were also straight. Huh. Well, maybe he should put a pin in that thought for the time being. Naruto got out the shower and shook his head at his own reflection in the mirror. It was too fogged up to see anything though, so he leaned forward and wrote Sasuke sucks on the surface. Then he sighed. It was going to be fine, wasn't it? He thought back to their interactions. Most of the times when he'd said flirty things, it was because he'd spoken what was on his mind without a filter, as usual. The problem was it seemed that a lot of the things that were on his mind when it came to Sasuke were very complimentary. He nodded to himself. Yes, this was probably just because he was still getting to know Sasuke and was still impressed by what he was learning. Once they spent more time together, he'd eventually get used to him and things would feel more normal. Somewhat satisfied with that conclusion, Naruto decided to go back to the room. Realizing that he hadn't brought a change of clothes with him, he wrapped a towel around his legs, and wanted to use another for his hair before he realized it was the only clean one left and he should probably leave it for Sasuke, in case he wanted to shower too. So, dripping water all over the floor, he walked back to his bedroom. Sasuke was sitting on his desk chair with his eyes closed. For a second, Naruto thought he'd fallen asleep, but then as he turned towards the door, his hair moved to the side and Naruto saw that he had earpods on. Sasuke opened his eyes as he tapped on the earbud to stop whatever he was listening to, and then seeing Naruto, he paused with his hand still hovering over his ear. Sasuke blinked. Was he staring? Naruto couldn't help it, he started laughing. What? Like you've never seen a naked dude before. Sasuke's eyes snapped to his face. He cleared his throat. You're not naked, he said neutrally after a pause. Naruto felt a grin spread over his face. You can try to sound all cool now, but it doesn't change the fact that you were totally ogling me right then. Sasuke looked up at the ceiling, as if praying for patience, and Naruto, feeling in high spirits, walked to his closest to pick up some clothes. It's alright Sasuke, I know I look good, and we're friends so you can look all you want. You seem to have an interesting view on friendship, Sasuke said from behind him. After digging around his closet for a while, Naruto picked up 2 t-shirts and 2 pairs of shorts and turned back to Sasuke, who was, indeed, watching him with an expression of concentration on his face. Are you solving mathematical equations in your head? Sasuke shook his head. Trying to understand you is much more difficult. Naruto raised his eyebrows at him. I don't know what you mean. I'm a simple guy, Sasuke. Hardly, Sasuke muttered. Naruto shrugged, and then held up the clothes. You can borrow something to sleep in, and feel free to use the shower if you want. Then grinning, he held up the orange shirt towards Sasuke. Sasuke looked from him to the shirt, then to him again. Then, slowly, he stood up and started walking towards Naruto. Naruto kept on grinning good-naturedly, but as Sasuke moved closer, he could feel his heart rate pick up. When he was right in front of him, instead of pausing and taking the shirt Naruto was holding out, Sasuke took one more step, placing him fully in Naruto's space. Then he leaned forward, very slowly. Naruto's eyes followed his every move. Now struggling to keep the grin on his face, he found himself swallowing. Sasuke paused and stared at him for a second, then smirking, he snatched the navy shirt out of his other hand, which had been hanging forgotten by his side. Quickly, Sasuke leaned away, turned, and walked to the door. Naruto blinked at his retreating back. What had just happened? Sasuke paused by the door and turned back towards him, smirking. I can promise you one thing, Naruto, you will never see me in that color. Naruto blinked again, and then looked at the hand he was still holding out in the air. Seeing it startled him out of his haze. He put the hand down and glared at Sasuke. Then, realizing he still held the 2 pairs of shorts, he balled up one of them and threw it at the other boy as hard as he could. Without breaking eye contact, Sasuke caught it easily in one hand, his smirk widening. Put some clothes on while I'm in the shower, Sasuke told him, glancing down at Naruto's torso again for the briefest moment, and walked out of the room. Naruto did indeed put on his clothes, but it took until he was drying his hair with the towel for his heart rate to fully go back to normal. What the? Maybe Sasuke was some sort of a hypnotist. That was a real thing, wasn't it? Naruto tried to imagine a scenario like what had just happened taking place between him and any other friend but couldn't even begin to do so. He shook his head. Yeah, there was definitely something about Sasuke. What exactly, he wasn't sure. When Sasuke came back, he was already fully clothed, and was drying his hair with the towel. His previous thoughts forgotten for the moment, Naruto found himself smiling at the sight. What? Sasuke asked him, looking through his wet strands of hair at Naruto. You look different with your hair like that. Naruto thought Sasuke looked cool with his hair styled the way it usually was, but with it just draping across his face like it was now, he looked younger and a little less detached? Naruto wasn't sure how to explain it, but he felt a pang in his chest as he looked at him. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him. Does it not meet your standards? Naruto rolled his eyes, partly to cover that the comment had made him feel slightly flustered for no particular reason. No, it's like, I don't know, like when you look at a kitten. Sasuke stopped drying his hair and straightened up. A kitten. He repeated tonelessly. Naruto wasn't sure whether he wanted to grin or feel alarmed at the look on Sasuke's face. Yeah? Sasuke started muttering under his breath, and Naruto heard something about never should have agreed to this and kitten and maybe bringing shame on his ancestors and all members of the queer community. It went on for so long that Naruto found himself moving between amused and concerned multiple times. Eventually he thought he should interrupt. Don't you have a cat? The black one from your photo? Sasuke paused so suddenly that Naruto found the silence jarring. No. It's not my cat. Okay? Naruto looked at the other boy, whose expression had gone completely blank. What was with that reaction? Was it maybe an ex's cat? Naruto wondered if Sasuke had dated before. He said he didn't want a relationship now, but maybe that was because of a prior bad experience? It was interesting to think about what he would be like in a relationship. Surely, he'd share more with someone he was dating. I opened the toothbrush that was on the bathroom counter. I hope that's all right? Sasuke said suddenly. Yeah, I put it there for you. We keep a few for overnight guests. Sasuke nodded, then gave Naruto a teasing look. Overnight guests, huh? Do you have a lot of those? Naruto snorted. The question was unlike Sasuke, and Naruto briefly wondered if he was trying to distract him from asking more about the cat. Still, he answered, not really anymore. Like I told you before, I tried that for a while, but grew tired of it quickly. Naruto thought for a second and added, actually, you're my first overnight guest in a long time, before grinning at Sasuke. Sasuke sighed. Is this how bringing someone home usually goes for you? Then he paused and added thoughtfully, though I guess you did get naked rather quickly. You said I wasn't even naked. That's the part you want to protest to? Sasuke shook his head. Though his hair was now mostly dry, Naruto still glanced at the few drops of water that fell down his neck at the movement. When he looked back, he saw that Sasuke, seeming to have caught the glance, was already giving him his signature eyebrow raise. But, for whatever reason, he chose not to comment. Which made Naruto feel both relieved and weirdly, a little disappointment. We should probably try to sleep soon. I'll have to wake you up every 4 hours though. I really don't think that's necessary. Sasuke sighed. Do you have no respect for medical professionals? Sasuke shrugged, then added, fine, I'm sure we'll both wake up with the same alarm anyway. Alright, so, Naruto looked at the bed and then back at Sasuke. What's your side of the bed? Sasuke looked amused again. It's your bed, Naruto. What's your side? Naruto thought about it. To be honest, I usually sleep sort of in the middle. The corner of Sasuke's lip twitched up a little, but otherwise he kept his face completely neutral. Oh yeah? Me too. What shall we do? Naruto looked back at him for a moment and then said, you're messing with me. You make it so easy. Sasuke smiled, and of course, Naruto once again found himself wanting to tell him that he liked it when he did. Thankfully, before he had the chance to do that, Sasuke walked to the bed and without any apparent self-consciousness, rolled over to the wall side. Naruto paused for a second, then placing his towel on the back of the chair, he turned off the light and walked to the bed. "This isn't a twin, by the way," Sasuke told him as Naruto sat down on the bed. "It's not?" Naruto placed his phone above their head, where the headboard usefully doubled as a little table. He saw Sasuke had done the same. "This is a double. We wouldn't fit on a twin without hanging over the sides or sleeping on top of each other. But you said it was fine when I told you I had a twin bed before." Naruto, having just laid down on his back, turned to face him accusingly. Sasuke was right in that the bed was big enough that there was still a space between them. Granted, a small space, but they could still sleep on it with no touching whatsoever. Sasuke, who was already lying on his side, simply smirked. "Well, you seemed very insistent." Naruto felt his jaw hang open for a second, then he took the pillow from under his head and leaned over as if to place it over Sasuke's head. Sasuke did not move to defend himself whatsoever. Naruto paused with the pillow an inch over Sasuke's face. He let go of it for a second, allowing it to drop on Sasuke's face without pushing it down, before he picked it up again and glared at Sasuke's still smirking face. "You're lucky you have a concussion. You know my hands are tied." An interesting sentence to say in bed. Naruto stared at him, speechless. What?" Sasuke watched him scramble for words with an increasingly amused expression. "We said no more flirting," Naruto told him eventually. "No, you said you were going to stop flirting," Sasuke corrected in a neutral tone. Naruto stared at Sasuke. He knew the other boy was only joking with him, but he wasn't sure how he wanted to respond. Eventually, not thinking of anything else, he said, "Is this still just because I got you a box of pills?" Sasuke didn't even miss a beat, still staring at Naruto. He said, "This is because you walked around shirtless and dripping wet." Naruto opened his mouth. Then closed his mouth. Then opened it again. Then he turned his face to look at the ceiling. "You're just saying all this because you like getting a rise out of me," he grumbled, for some reason, suddenly feeling a little annoyed. He saw Sasuke blink from the corner of his eyes, his easy expression turning into one Naruto couldn't quite read. Sasuke was silent for a moment, and when he talked his tone was different. "I'm not sure I understand, Naruto. Do you want me to be flirting with you for real?" Naruto kept staring at the ceiling, not really knowing what to say in response. "Yeah, I didn't think so," Sasuke said, his tone conclusive. For some reason, Naruto was only more annoyed by that. He turned to face Sasuke again. "Don't put words in my mouth," he said, and he had the sense they were both taken aback by the seriousness of his tone. Sasuke didn't look away. "I'm just not sure what you want from me in this situation, Naruto. You told me in no uncertain terms that you're neither gay nor bi. But you acknowledge that you like to flirt with me, jokingly. You don't seem to like it when I don't flirt back, and you're also annoyed when I joke with you in the same way." Sasuke didn't sound annoyed exactly, but neither did he sound pleased, and Naruto could hardly blame him. "Do you even know what you want?" Sasuke asked him when the silence had dragged on for a while. "I want to be your friend," Naruto replied. He saw the look that came over Sasuke's face and he hurried to add, "No, I mean, I'm not just saying that to pretend none of the other things you said are valid. I know the way I'm acting must be confusing to say the least. But I just meant, that's the one thing I know for sure right now, okay? I really do want to be your friend. I know you're going to say we don't know each other that well, but I always trust my gut feelings about people, and to me, it already feels like we've known each other for a long time." Sasuke's expression smoothed out a little as Naruto talked, and he didn't look annoyed anymore, but oddly, he seemed a little troubled. Still, he gave Naruto a small smile. "You realize even that sounds like a line, right?" Naruto sighed. "I know, but I mean it." "Do you really not feel it though? Doesn't it seem strange that last week this time, we didn't even know each other?" Sasuke seemed to give it some thought but didn't end up saying anything in response. Naruto shook his head, a little amused. You're such a cold. Sasuke glanced at him. Didn't you say that that's how I show affection? You remember that? Naruto grinned. You're a good listener, Sasuke. Maybe you're the one who should have gone into psychology. Sasuke snorted. Oh, absolutely, nothing like a psychologist who encourages people to follow their worst instincts. Naruto frowned at him. You're so harsh on yourself sometimes. It was just a joke, Sasuke told him after a moment, sounding a little annoyed. I know, but I get the sense that you really believe it when you say stuff like that. Sasuke was quiet for a bit, then he said quite suddenly, I told you before, Naruto, I'm not a project for you to fix up. Naruto felt his own frown deepen. Who said anything about fixing? Why do you say things like that? I just don't understand why you would care so much. Naruto sighed. This again? Is it really so hard to accept? Sasuke didn't say anything, which was answer enough. Naruto opened his mouth, but then closed it and frowned. What? Sasuke asked him. I seem to be in a bit of bind. Naruto told him, because if I tell you all the reasons why I do genuinely like you, it's going to sound like I'm flirting with you again. But when I don't tell you, you get all paranoid and self-deprecating. A part of Naruto thought Sasuke might make a joke out of it, but instead Sasuke glanced at him for a second and then looked up at the ceiling. I suppose I just don't believe you have an accurate picture of me in your mind, that's all. Naruto huffed. You do realize that's a little insulting to me, right? Like I'm too stupid to have a realistic view of you. That's not what I said. What did you mean then? When Sasuke didn't reply, Naruto shook his head. Don't you think you feel that way because you refuse to tell me more than the bare minimum about yourself? Naruto, actually getting a little upset now, continued, and then you use the fact that I don't know everything to keep on believing that I only like you because I don't really know you. The words seemed to settle in the air between them. Naruto wondered if he'd gone a step too far, but he couldn't bring himself to regret what he'd said. He couldn't understand how someone like Sasuke, someone who seemed so talented and smart, interesting, and hardworking, and so funny, could find it so hard to believe someone could care about him. Breaking the silence, one of their phones started vibrating above their heads, which made Naruto almost jump out of his skin. They both sat up halfway and looked at the table, where Sasuke's screen was once again flashing with what Naruto thought was the same caller ID from yesterday. Naruto looked at Sasuke and their eyes met for a moment. Naruto just shook his head at Sasuke's expression. I'll give you some privacy. He started sitting up to get out of the bed when Sasuke's reached out and grabbed his arm. Naruto threw him a questioning look. Sasuke looked conflicted, staring at his own hand on Naruto's arm, then he looked up at him and said, you can stay, if you want. Before Naruto had a chance to react, he let go of his arm and picked up the phone. Naruto half expected him to start talking in another language, Japanese, he assumed, but still staring at Naruto, Sasuke simply put the phone to his ear and said, "Oh." Naruto could hear an indistinct man's voice coming from the other side. As he talked, Sasuke turned away from Naruto, sat up fully and stared at the wall in front of the bed. But after only a few seconds, he interrupted the other speaker. It's not going to happen. He listened for a few seconds, before snapping, because I don't want to see you. Naruto blinked, feeling a little awkward. Who would Sasuke be talking to like that? Naruto had never heard him sound so affected by anything. Then, whatever the other man had said made his posture change, his spine shot straight up, any remnant of relaxation disappearing. So it was you? He listened for a bit longer and Naruto saw his expression looking angrier and angrier. Then, unexpectedly, he moved toward the foot of the bed and getting off it, started pacing. What did you expect would happen? Whatever he heard made him let out a bitter chuckle. You think I care about the money? Sasuke continued to pace across Naruto's room, which was not big enough for pacing. It made him look like a caged wild animal, a panther, maybe. No, Sasuke said, I don't care, it's not going to happen. Naruto watched him, growing increasingly worried. At no point had he raised his voice, But the sheer aggression rising from the conversation was making Naruto want to stand up and pace too. He laughed again. Why would I? I told you what I wanted already, and this is what you do. And then without any sort of goodbye he hung up the phone. Then abruptly stopping his pacing, Sasuke just stood there, facing the other wall, his back to Naruto. Naruto watched him quietly for a second, debating what to do. Sasuke? He called, hoping the other would turn towards him so he could see his expression. I should have let you leave, Sasuke said quietly. Naruto, still staring at his back, asked, Are you okay? There was a tense pause for a moment, and Naruto wondered if Sasuke would lash out at him. Instead, as he watched Sasuke's shoulders slowly moved down, but Naruto couldn't tell if it was in relief, or if they were sagging under the weight of what had happened. I'm fine, Sasuke said. I'm used to it. His tone sounded close to normal, but Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that he was very much not fine. Naruto stood up and cautiously approached him. Hey, Sasuke? When Sasuke still didn't turn back, Naruto reached out and grabbed his shoulder gently, slowly turning him towards himself. Sasuke tensed at the contact, but Naruto didn't let go, and Sasuke didn't resist the movement. He looked pale, his lips pressed into a line and his eyes looked pained again, like they'd done in the car. Naruto felt his stomach clench at the sight. Hey, talk to me, okay? What can I do? What can you do? Sasuke repeated distractedly. Yeah, anything. I don't know. I'm really tired, Naruto. Naruto squeezed his shoulder. Alright, let's go back to bed. Okay? Let's just sleep. Sasuke nodded, but just continued to stand there until Naruto gave him a gentle push towards the bed. This time when he laid down, Naruto pulled up the cover over him and then slipped under it too. They were quiet for a moment, and then Sasuke said, I'm going to tell you something. Alright, Naruto said easily, watching him as he stared at the ceiling. Today was my mother's birthday. Naruto felt his stomach drop, though Sasuke hadn't said anything concerning. He waited, sensing that Sasuke wasn't done. She used to take me to this one park by the beach when I was a child, that's where I went today. I see, Naruto said carefully. She died about 2 years ago, with my father, in a car accident. Naruto nodded. They were silent for a moment. What was she like? Naruto asked when it became clear Sasuke didn't have anything else to add. Sasuke seemed to think as he glanced at the ceiling. She was very gentle, on the quieter side, especially if there were a lot of people around, but she had a great sense of humor. Is that where you get it from? Naruto asked curiously. Maybe, but hers was different. She liked saying the oddest, most bizarre things she could think of with a straight face. Naruto smiled, thinking that even if their specific brand of humor was different, the poker face sounded similar. And your dad? Sasuke's expression changed, a different kind of pain flashing across it. It was complicated. Naruto stayed quiet, for once, not wanting to push Sasuke to say anything he didn't want to. The other boy looked lost in thought for a while and Naruto wasn't sure if he was going to say anything else. Then he suddenly said he had set views about the world, about how his life was going to go, and having a gay son wasn't a part of that. Oh, Naruto said, feeling suddenly so stupid for not having thought of that as a possibility. That's, yeah, pretty terrible. Sasuke didn't say anything to that. Then after a long pause he said I'd only come out to them for about a year at that point, so me and my father weren't on the best terms when it happened. We weren't really speaking. He said it as if he was talking about the weather, or something that had happened to someone else, and that, more than his words, made Naruto hurt. He wished he could reach over and hug him, but he didn't think Sasuke would appreciate it. Was he different before? Naruto asked. Sasuke glanced at him for the first time. He was never the most obviously affectionate person. He worked himself to the bone, and we had to move a lot for his job, but he still did whatever he could to put some time aside for the family. He didn't approve of the music, but he came to almost every sports match and dojo fight. Sasuke sighed. Naruto wanted to say that his father should have accepted him right away. That he had been wrong, but also that maybe with more time, he would have come around to where he should have been from the beginning, and that Naruto's heart broke for the fact that Sasuke hadn't just lost him, but had lost that possibility with him, that he'd never get to experience what it would have been like to have his father be proud of him as he was. But he didn't say any of that, he just inched forward on the bed, and then slowly pressed his forehead to the side of Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke didn't say anything, and they just stayed like that in silence for a long time. The last thing Naruto remembered before he drifted off to sleep was the smell of his own shampoo wafting from Sasuke's damp hair. It didn't smell as good as Sasuke's had last night, but it was still calming. Naruto. Naruto. Wake up. Naruto hazily opened his eyes, registering that not only was someone calling his name, but they were also shaking him by the shoulder. What? Naruto tried to get out, though it sounded incomprehensible. Please turn off your alarm. Sasuke? Naruto murmured. Why was Sasuke here? Was this a dream? Naruto, that sounds giving me a new concussion. Oh right. Naruto tried to blink himself awake, as he began to notice the rather insistent and loud music coming from his own phone. He patted the table until he reached it and managed to stop the alarm. The sudden silence was deafening. So the alarm really had been loud. Naruto finally managed to fully open his eyes for a moment and was graced with the sight of a very annoyed-looking Sasuke half leaning over at him. You're feeling okay then? Naruto murmured out, still not feeling completely conscious himself. Yes, I think your brain health is a much bigger cause for concern right now given how you were just sleeping through that. That's a big sentence for 4 a.m. Naruto yawned, already feeling his eyelids closing. Let's go back to sleep. He flinched when he felt a sudden sharp pain on his forehead. He forced his eyes open again. What? Don't mind me, I just needed to express my utmost pleasure at your ability to simply fall back asleep. Naruto groaned. Why do you use bigger words when you're sleep deprived? Sorry, am I being too loquacious for you? You're not normal. Naruto muttered. Then opened one eye to see Sasuke still glaring at him. And you're cranky. Sasuke's hair was sticking all around his face at odd angles, and the look in his eyes was so murderous, Naruto swore they were almost flashing red. Naruto reached over absently and tried to make the strands of his hair go to their proper place. Instead, he ended up half petting Sasuke's head, half running his hand through his hair. Don't be cranky. He mumbled, barely awake. Sasuke had gone very still, but at least he didn't look quite as mad anymore, so Naruto ran his hand in his hair again, even as his own eyes closed on their own. I'll make you breakfast tomorrow, he said before he fully went back to sleep. His alarm went off again at 8 a.m., but miraculously, this time he woke up when it had barely rung and hurried to turn it off. He took a breath and waited, but there was no movement from the other side of the bed. Naruto let out a relieved sigh, and then realized two things. One was that him waking up was less a miracle and more a result of a desperate need to use the bathroom, and second was that he was relieved for no reason because the whole point was to wake Sasuke up every 4 hours, so it's not like he could just let the other boy sleep. Naruto looked to the side, where Sasuke seemed to be in deep sleep. His hair had fallen across his face, hiding it from view. Absent-mindedly, Naruto reached over to brush it back, but caught himself right before his fingers touched him. He pulled his hand back and blinked down at it. What was he doing? The memory of waking up at 4 a.m. came back to him suddenly. He wasn't sure whether to be embarrassed or amused by himself, but he was surprised that Sasuke hadn't just rolled him off the bed after that. He shook his head, and then started to get up slowly. At least, since Sasuke had slept by the wall, Naruto could leave the bed easily enough. He figured waking up Sasuke was best done when his bladder was no longer bursting. When he got to the bathroom, he could tell that Shikamaru, for whatever reason, had already woken and taken a shower, because water was still dripping everywhere. Naruto took care of his business and then turned to wash his hands when he saw what the steam had revealed on the mirror. He'd written Sasuke sucks on the mirror the night before. Underneath, Sasuke had added sometimes. Naruto stared for a moment and then burst out laughing. Then, he only laughed more when he saw that on the corner, a third person had drawn a stick figure, hanging itself. Poor Shikamaru. Back in the room, Sasuke had rolled over to Naruto's side of the mattress. Naruto took a breath, walked over, and called gently, "Sasuke?" "Hmm?" He called back, sleepily, "Get out of my room, Karen." Naruto was both amused and alarmed at the fact that apparently Sasuke's housemate had invaded his room enough times when he was sleeping for him to have developed that reaction. Still, Naruto was just relieved he'd called her name and not Suigetsu's. Wait, why was he relieved about that again? Naruto shook his head. Anyways, that seemed like enough proof that Sasuke's brain was working fine. He didn't think he had to wake him up completely. He wasn't sure how long it had taken Sasuke to fall back asleep after they'd woken up the first time. Naruto could go back to bed. Normally, he would never get up this early on a weekend, but the laughing bout in the bathroom had really waken him up, so instead, he picked up his phone and quietly made his way out of the room. About 20 minutes later, Naruto looked up to see Sasuke standing by the kitchen door and startled so badly he almost upended the cooking pan. "Should you be allowed near a stove?" Sasuke asked. He looked fully awake and had clearly already washed his face and fixed his hair. "Ha ha ha, very funny, maybe I should get you a bell." Naruto responded. "You could, it depends on how much you value your life." Naruto snorted so violent Sasuke. "And it's only 8:30". He checked that the eggs were fully done, turned off the stove and turned towards Sasuke. "Good morning." Sasuke gave him a suspicious look. "Good morning. What's with that face?" Naruto laughed. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes." Sasuke said, "Thank you. I made scrambled eggs. I was going to make pancakes, but based on your reaction to my coffee order, I had a feeling you might not appreciate my pancakes the way they deserve to be appreciated." Sasuke blinked. "That's very thoughtful." Then he walked a few steps forward and glanced at the pan. "Is it edible?" Naruto shook his head. "Just get me 2 plates from that cupboard, will you?" While Sasuke moved to get the plates, Naruto took out the instant coffee he'd bought yesterday and said, "I'm afraid it's this or no coffee at all." Sasuke stared at the bottle in dismay for several moments before he nodded his assent. The prissy, Naruto had known exactly how he would react. The thought made him smile as he plated the eggs and got the toasts for both of them, while Sasuke made 2 cups of instant coffee as if his soul was leaving his body. They sat around the table and ate in companionable silence for a little bit, before Naruto asked, "How are you feeling?" "Good as new." "Really? No headache?" "Are you disappointed?" Sasuke asked dryly. Naruto, refusing to be distracted, pointed to his own collarbone and asked, "What about the?" Sasuke paused eating for a moment. "I forgot you saw that." "It's fine, it's an interesting shade of purple now." Naruto shook his head, not finding anything about the injury interesting. "How did that even happen?" Sasuke shrugged. "The man braked before he could fully hit me, but I still got thrown to the side a bit. My chest hit the pole of the road sign, and apparently getting thrown was enough to cause the concussion." Naruto swallowed. "How can you say all of that so calmly?" "Because I'm clearly fine. But it could have been so much worse." Naruto snapped. Sasuke looked up from his plate. "Why are you getting worked up about this?" He sounded genuinely confused. "Why weren't you looking?" Sasuke paused. "I thought I saw someone I recognized, that's all." Naruto thought about it. "The person who called you yesterday?" Sasuke's whole body seemed to tense. "I don't want to talk about it." "Right." It was 2 steps forwards, 1 step back when it came to Sasuke opening up. Still, the comment made Naruto remember how much Sasuke had gone through yesterday, and he took a few breaths to calm himself down, not wanting to push him any more than he already had. Just to be safe, he shoved a particularly big piece of toast in his mouth. When he looked up, Sasuke looked like he'd relaxed again and was giving him a half-amused look. "Did no one teach you table manners?" Sasuke asked after Naruto continued to struggle with the mouthful. Finally swallowing, he answered automatically as an orphan, "No." Then he immediately glanced at Sasuke, wondering if the other boy would be bothered by the comment, but Sasuke simply looked back at him and almost seemed like he wanted to smile. After a moment, he said, "Have you heard the one where two orphans have breakfast together?" Naruto snorted, "No, but it sounds fun." "It is," Sasuke said after a moment. Naruto looked up at him in surprise, and then grinned so widely that he knew he looked obnoxious. "You love me," Naruto told Sasuke, who calmly continued to eat. "You think I'm fun, you're having a great time with me. You totally love me. Let's not get ahead of ourselves." Naruto went back to his own food, still feeling the grin on his face for the rest of the meal. "So, what do you want to do today?" Naruto asked once he'd managed to forcibly sit Sasuke down while he cleared the table and washed the dishes. "Go home?" Naruto blinked. That made sense. "Tired of me already? Is that what you heard?" Sasuke said, "Though I suppose we have spent an inordinate amount of time together for one weekend." "Yeah, and now, I'm attached," Naruto said as he took his seat in front of Sasuke on the kitchen table. "I guess you really weren't kidding about one-night stands not being your thing." "I did try to warn you." "You did." "I still couldn't resist your charms. And here we thought you were the charming one." "Did we think that?" "I did." "So, we're back to flirting?" Naruto scratched behind his head, but he couldn't hide how much he was enjoying the interaction. His grin probably spoke for itself. "No?" he said eventually. "Right," Sasuke replied, smirking, "just making sure we're on the same page." "Well, communication is very important. That explains why you're giving me the 'let's define the relationship' look." "You read me so well," Naruto said, a little distracted. He knew Sasuke was kidding, but did that still mean he'd gotten that look enough times to recognize it? Naruto took a deep breath, leaned forward, and cupped his hands underneath his chin. "So Sasuke, what are we?" Sasuke leaned back into his chair and smirked. "Enemies? I thought we solved the whole dark side issue." "Did we? Last I remember I thought we were in love, and you thought we were childhood friends. Doesn't seem solved to me." "Fine, if I said we were in love, you'd come back?" "I'm pretty sure you'd wore me down eventually anyway." "What? Now you're shy?" Sasuke sighed. "This entire conversation has gone off rail." "No, it hasn't, and you know what, I've given it some thought, and I think you were right. We totally were in love." "I'm so glad to hear it," Sasuke said dryly. "Yes. I'm glad we resolved it too," Naruto said, and then admitted to himself that maybe Sasuke had made a good point and they had gone slightly off rail, because he had no idea what they had even been talking about. "Has Shikamaru left already?" Sasuke asked suddenly, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. "What? Is my company not enough for you?" Naruto said without thinking, but Sasuke gave him such a befuddled look in response that he found himself laughing. "With that kind of jealousy, I guess an open relationship is completely off the table?" Sasuke asked after a moment. Naruto snorted as if there was any doubt about that. "You think I'd share you with anyone?" He looked up to see Sasuke giving him an intense look, but before Naruto could read what it was, Sasuke had ready replaced it by a long-suffering expression. "You want us to be exclusive friends?" No, I wouldn't want you to completely cut ties with your other friends, even if they are imaginary." Sasuke rolled his eyes at that, but Naruto continued, "But I want to be your closest friend." "I see, and what about what I want?" Naruto smiled at him good-naturedly. "What do you want, Sasuke? Ask and you shall receive." "You don't think that's dangerous?" Sasuke asked, and his tone had lost a little bit of its playfulness in favor of something else altogether. Naruto felt his own heart rate pick up in response. "I guess we'll find out if you ask." Sasuke gave him a long look, and the tension in the air did nothing to calm Naruto's heart. It felt like he was holding his breath for something, but he wasn't sure for what. "I want to go home," Sasuke said suddenly, an easy smirk back on his face. Naruto blinked at him, feeling his stomach drop for no particular reason. "Right," he said, swallowing, and tried to recover. "I guess you were right, it was dangerous. But his tone came out odd, not teasing like he'd wanted, but something else entirely unexpected and much too revealing. Naruto got up suddenly, looking somewhere above Sasuke's shoulder. I'll drive you. Naruto. Sasuke called hesitantly. What? Naruto snapped, his eyes shooting to the other boy. Sasuke looked conflicted, he seemed like he wanted to say something else but changed his mind. It's very close, I could walk even. Yeah, well, you still have a concussion, and I don't fully trust you not to get yourself another one. He half expected Sasuke to put up more of an argument, but instead, after a moment he said all right. Then looking up at Naruto, he added in a surprisingly gentle tone, thank you. It's fine. Naruto mumbled, wondering at why exactly he felt a little angry at Sasuke right now. I'll go change in the bathroom. You can have the room, he said, and left the kitchen without waiting for his response. Sasuke was right in that it was only a 10-minute drive to his place. But there was a surprising amount of traffic for a Sunday morning, and Naruto had to stop himself from honking his frustration at people who didn't actually deserve it. Naruto. Sasuke called him. Are you upset with me? Naruto squeezed the wheel in surprise. Sasuke really was direct. He glanced at the other boy who was watching him very intently. He immediately looked back to the road. No. Well, yeah, maybe. Those are the three options, Sasuke said dryly. Naruto sighed. No, I know. Sorry. I'm not upset with you. I'm just upset. And it has nothing to do with me. Naruto opened and closed his mouth. It's nothing you've done. Interesting paraphrasing there. I am a university student. It's what we do. Really? I've just been handing in Wikipedia excerpts for most of my assignments. Maybe you really have been getting by on your looks. Naruto mused. It's highly probable. Naruto snorted. Yeah, right. Let me guess, you're top of the class, university medalist, all high distinctions? I see we're back to the part where you make up things about me. That wasn't even me making things up, it was an educated guess. Sasuke snorted, but didn't say anything else, which Naruto pretty much took as a confirmation. Here he was, this very good-looking guy, smart, talented, funny, and not interested in bragging about any of it, and here was Naruto, being upset about having been rejected? Sasuke could probably have anyone he wanted. And what exactly had Naruto expected anyway? What had he wanted Sasuke to ask him in the kitchen? He didn't even know. We're here, Sasuke said suddenly, and Naruto cursed as he made a sharp turn into his street. He found a perfect parking spot right in front of Sasuke's house, and then turned off the car. For a moment, they both just sat there. Ask me for something, Sasuke told him out of nowhere. Naruto turned to him, the confusion snapping him a little out of the unpleasant direction his thoughts had taken. What? Sasuke gave him a half smile. I still owe you a favor. So, ask me for something. You said you'll come to my birthday thing next weekend. And I also said that didn't count as a favor. Naruto sighed. He had a feeling Sasuke was doing this to cheer him up, which he appreciated, he really did, but it wasn't quite enough to change his mood right now. Still, Naruto didn't want to turn down his efforts. He looked out the window, hoping for some inspiration, when he saw Sasuke's house. What's the third floor of your house for? He asked suddenly, remembering when he'd noticed how all their rooms were on the second floor. Sasuke blinked, clearly surprised by the question. It's just the attic, so we use it as a studio space. Naruto was immediately intrigued. Like a music studio? Do the rest of them play too? It's mainly my stuff, to be honest. Naruto grinned. I know what I want, Sasuke. Sasuke gave him a cautious look. Yes? I want you to play me something, preferably in your studio. Sasuke gave him a resigned look. Really? You could ask for anything and that's what you want? Would you have done it without the favor? Probably not. Naruto grinned. Exactly. Let's get this over with. Sasuke grunted as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Naruto sat there for a second, smiling at nothing in particular, before he followed suit. Sasuke seemed to pause and take a deep breath at the doorstep, but before Naruto could ask about it, he was pushing the door open. Sasuke. A high-pitched woman's voice called almost immediately. You're back. Where have you been? I was so worried. Sasuke sighed, glanced at Naruto briefly and then stepped inside. I texted. Curiously, Naruto pushed the door wider open until he could see Sasuke standing in front of a red-haired girl with wire-rimmed glasses. You texted, not home tonight, what is that? For all we knew you could have been. The girl seemed to see Naruto for the first time and stopped her rant abruptly. Who is this? She asked, and Naruto couldn't quite tell if she sounded suspicious or excited, but there was just a lot of energy. This is Naruto, Sasuke said, gesturing for Naruto to come inside. And then closing the door behind him. This is the straight boy you're dating? The girl asked incredulously, and Naruto, who was leaning over to take off his shoes, almost lost his balance. Sasuke sighed, and then started heading towards the staircase, leaving both the girl and Naruto to stare after him. That. Naruto finally succeeded in taking off his shoes only to be faced with a very intense-looking girl blocking his way. Naruto tried a polite smile. It's Karen, isn't it? She immediately smiled back. So Sasuke's talked about me? Well, of course he has, I'm a very important person in his life, you know. What did he tell you? Naruto thought back to the 3 times Sasuke had mentioned her, one of them in his sleep, and then glanced at Sasuke's back, which was still in view. Naruto grinned and raising his voice, he said you're a great housemate and an even better friend. Sasuke paused immediately, then slowly turned back, glaring at Naruto from across the hall. Naruto simply smiled back. Karen, meanwhile, seemed to have frozen for a moment before she positively beamed at Naruto. Did he? I did not. Sasuke called back from where he'd paused at the foot of the stairs. Karen and Naruto exchanged smiles. You're not too bad, Karen told him. But are you really dating Sasuke? We're not dating, Sasuke called back again, though Naruto and Karen had already started walking towards him. Karen gave Naruto a sympathetic look and sighed. Sasuke doesn't really do dating. Trust me, I've tried. Naruto blinked, and then looked from the girl to Sasuke and back. Did she not know? I know he's gay, Karen pouted, but you know, a girl can dream. Besides, everyone's at least a little bi, right? Naruto, for whatever reason, glanced at Sasuke at that little comment, who was looking back at him with a curious look. No? I don't think so? Karen raised his eyebrows and looked between him and Sasuke. Right. She said, well, Suigetsu might be an annoying idiot, but I see what he meant. What do you mean? Naruto asked her. Sasuke sighed. Naruto, what did I tell you about not engaging with them? Come on, Sasuke. Don't be like that. You know how much we love you. Naruto couldn't help but smile at the clear discomfort on Sasuke's face. It did really seem like his housemates cared about him in their own way, and despite all of Naruto's jokes about him not having friends, it made him happy to see it, mostly. There was a little part of him that felt a little envious. How long had the 3 of them known each other for? It felt wrong to him somehow that he hadn't known Sasuke for longer. It really did feel like he and Sasuke should have been childhood friends. Maybe in another life? Naruto, let's go. Karen, don't bother us, please. Naruto threw the girl an apologetic look as he started following Sasuke upstairs. She didn't seem too upset about it though, as she called after Naruto, think about that answer a bit more, Naruto. Think about it. Naruto followed Sasuke up the 3 flights of stairs in silence, and once they reached the attic, Sasuke opened the door and gestured for him to enter first. Naruto walked to the center of the space, stood, and stared. Did you say this was all yours? The room wasn't big, though the large windows on both sides made it look airier than it was. There was a single love seat arranged in the middle of the room, and a desk which Naruto thought was set up for sound production lay on one side, complete with multiple speakers of different sizes and a professional-looking mic. But what grabbed Naruto's attention more was the fact that there was a bass, an acoustic guitar and an electric guitar lovingly hung up on one wall. A keyboard set up in another corner, and a.ing flute on the shelf. Please tell me you don't play all of these? Naruto asked, turning to Sasuke who was watching him take it in from his place next to the door. I don't play all of them. Really? No, I do, but you said to lie? Naruto groaned. And you play the drums? Not well, but I do play the piano decently enough. Naruto sighed. Why are you like this? Sasuke smirked. To torture you? Sounds about right. Naruto murmured. Sasuke graced him with a real smile. Naruto watched how the rays of light from the window landed on his face, framing it so perfectly that Naruto was hit with a sudden and unusual urge to take a photo. He almost reached for his phone, but then he thought about the series of beautiful photos on Sasuke's feed and stopped. At least wait until I actually play something before you give me that look, Sasuke said, and Naruto noticed that a particularly smug expression had come over his face. What happened to your usual humility? Hanging out with you might have given me an ego boost. Naruto shook his head. Yeah, right, like you don't have people falling all over you everywhere you go. You would know. What do you mean? Naruto asked, frowning. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Just that you must be popular with women. What makes you say that? Don't fish for compliments, Sasuke told him lightheartedly. And stop grinning like that, it's obnoxious. Naruto hummed. Just women? Excuse me? You don't think men would find me attractive? Naruto's tone was curious, teasing, in direct contrast with the way his body had immediately started heating up at the question. Why would that matter to you? Sasuke asked. Naruto shrugged. Well, you're gay, but clearly women also find you attractive. He gave a pointed look to the door, thinking about Karen. So? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Naruto paused, but found that he wasn't sure what point he'd been trying to make. After a moment, Sasuke just shook his head at him, and then closed the door behind him. Let's get this over with, he said suddenly. Naruto said, somewhat accusingly. You perform on stage? Yes? Well, then shouldn't you be okay with playing for others? Sasuke sighed. I'm fine with performing, it's something about playing for just one other person that I'm not a fan of. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Are you that afraid of intimacy? He expected Sasuke to make a joke, but the other man just gave him a long look. I was mostly thinking that it's very conceited, but I suppose you're correct. It's also intimate. Naruto swallowed, and then flinched inwardly, wondering if it had been noticeable. Sasuke smirked. You did say after spending a night with someone you always end up wanting intimacy, didn't you? I guess, I come as advertised, Naruto said, his voice a little hoarser than he'd hoped. Sasuke looked at him for a moment more, and then turned to face the instruments thoughtfully. Any requests? He asked after a moment. Naruto smiled. Dealer's choice. Sasuke shrugged and after a moment moved to sit behind the keyboard. I thought you'd choose the guitar, Naruto told him, for some reason feeling a little nervous suddenly. It's probably because you wanted me to serenade you. Yeah, like one of those cool guys in teen movies who suddenly whip out the guitar to play for the main girl. Sasuke turned to look at him over his shoulder. Did you just compare yourself to the girl Reed in a high school movie? Nothing wrong with that, Naruto said, smiling. Of course not, glad to see you're so comfortable in your masculinity. Well, you've seen my abs. Right. The one true sign of masculinity, Sasuke said dryly. The 6 true signs, Naruto said, grinning. And you definitely weren't complaining before. He snapped his mouth closed after, but of course, it was too late. Sasuke, to his surprise, just snorted before turning back to the keys. Naruto rushed over and sat on the ground by the keyboard, leaning against the wall. Sasuke gave him a look. There is a perfectly good seat right there. Yeah, but Naruto trailed off, but when Sasuke kept looking at him expectantly he said, I can only see your back from there. Sasuke gave him one of his indecipherable looks, and without further comment placed his fingers on the keys. Naruto didn't recognize the piece he was playing, but he was taken aback by how the music immediately seemed to transform the space. It was a soothing tune, and Sasuke played it with no sheet music in a way that made Naruto feel like his fingers knew it by habit. Naruto sighed and leaned his head back against the wall. Tempted to close his eyes, but also not wanting to miss out on experiencing the moment with his eyes. It was one of those moments that he wished he could capture exactly as it was, to revisit as many times as he wished. The light falling in from the window, Sasuke's relaxed expression, and the notes filling the room with a feeling of contentment. Sasuke glanced at him. "You like it?" he asked, his voice quieter than before. Naruto nodded, hesitant to speak. Sasuke seemed to realize he was sincere though, because he gave him an easy smile, which for unknown reasons gave Naruto a pang in his chest. He wanted to do something then. Something insane, like sitting behind Sasuke and putting his chin on his shoulder as he played. He wasn't going to, of course, but he still let the image play in his mind. It was like when you pushed your tongue into a missing tooth, irresistible pain. Naruto shook his head and tried to go back to the feeling of peace he'd had a moment before but couldn't quite get it back. Sasuke glanced at him, and then without warning changed the piece he was playing. Naruto listened for a moment, concentrating, and then looked up at him, excited. "Hey, I recognize this." "I thought you would." Naruto listened for a moment, and then looked up at Sasuke. "Sing?" Sasuke gave him a warning look. "No. Please?" "No." Naruto reached over and grabbed Sasuke's shin, squeezing it a little. Sasuke sighed. "Come on." Naruto said. "I love this song." Sasuke looked down at him. Naruto held his gaze. "Alright. Just for a bit though." Naruto grinned immediately. Sasuke played the beginning part of the song, humming a little with the intro, before he started signing. "Let me be your vacuum cleaner, breathing in your dust. Let be your Ford Cortina, I will never rust. If you like your coffee hot, let me be your coffee pot. You call the shots, babe, I just wanna be yours. Secrets I have held in my heart are harder to hide than I thought. Maybe I just wanna be yours, I wanna be yours." Naruto could hear Sasuke holding back a little, like he didn't want to get pulled into his own music. Still, his voice was deep, a little gravelly in a way that made the hairs rise on Naruto's arm, and expressive in a way he hadn't expected it to be. Naruto found himself drawn into the song in that way that usually required headphones and a dark room or driving a car at nighttime. He felt like he was floating somewhere in the music and wondered briefly if Sasuke felt it too. So, it was all the more jarring when Sasuke stopped singing before he'd even finished the song, only playing a few more notes to let the chorus end. "Well," Sasuke said casually, "that's that." Naruto gave him a disbelieving look, still feeling a little disoriented by the sudden silence. "Was that satisfactory?" Sasuke asked him dryly, though he looked amused. "Satisfactory?" Naruto repeated. "You're just so," he trailed off, shaking his head. Then, not giving it much thought, he inched his way from the wall towards Sasuke's bench, and let his head fall on the side of Sasuke's thigh. Sasuke seemed to go very still for a moment. He let out a breath that Naruto felt more than he heard. Then, somewhat hesitantly, he placed his hand on top of Naruto's head, letting his finger fall between the strands. "You liked it that much?" Sasuke asked, half amused, half curious. Naruto sighed. "It's a great song. Don't let it get to your head." Sasuke chuckled, running his fingers through Naruto's hair slowly. "I wouldn't dream of it." Naruto went quiet at the feel of Sasuke's hand in his hair. He thought if he was a cat, he'd be purring pretty loudly right about now. But as he was fortunately or unfortunately a member of the human species, he concentrated hard on not letting any sound escape him. After a few minutes, Naruto broke the silence. "Is this what usually happens after your performances? I can promise you this has literally never happened to me before." Naruto chuckled and thought that he felt Sasuke shudder a little at the movement. "Are you ticklish?" Naruto asked, amused. "No," Sasuke said immediately. Naruto grinned but decided not to push it. Still, to his utmost disappointment, Sasuke removed his hand from his hair, putting it neatly in his lap. Naruto, not seeing any way around it, slowly removed his head from his leg, and then the two of them just looked at each other. Well, Naruto said, if the music thing doesn't work out, you can try your hand at becoming a masseuse. And here I thought you were so impressed. I was. Naruto grinned. That was a good scout message. Sasuke sighed. I would be a masser. Masseuse is for women. Naruto stared at him for a second and then groaned, hitting the side of his leg with an open palm. What? Stop trying to impress me. Sasuke smirked. Why? Is it working? Kind of. Naruto said, except he couldn't quite summon their usual teasing tone. He stood up, knowing that it was abrupt, but unable to help it. He was hit by a sudden burst of restlessness. Well, I should go. Sasuke blinked. Sure. He stood up too. Thanks again, for yesterday. You can consider us officially even now. You think? Sasuke asked thoughtfully. I got a private performance and a head message, all you got was a lousy hospital pickup. I don't know. The aftercare was pretty good. That's true. I did make you my famous scrambled eggs. Indeed, and they were almost completely edible. Naruto moved to smack Sasuke again, maybe on the side of his head, but this time, lightning fast, he grabbed Naruto's wrist with his hand and held it in the space between them with a smirk. Naruto said, staring. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and then slowly let go of his hand. Right, Naruto said. You don't have to walk me out. What? Sasuke asked, confused. I know the way. Naruto said, knowing he sounded a little unhinged. Thanks for the song, yeah. I'll text you, or call, or yeah. Okay. Rest your head? Reaching the door in a few long, hurried strides, he turned back for a moment to see Sasuke giving him a befuddled look. Well, bye Sasuke. Happy weekend. He called back, then almost ran down the stairs. Almost, because he still had some dignity left. Karen was sprawled across the couch watching something on the TV. She gave Naruto a puzzled look as he rushed into the hall. Leaving already? She called after him. Yeah, Naruto almost opened his mouth to ask Karen to make sure Sasuke rested, but then thought about his insistence on keeping the accident to himself and stayed quiet. He'd just have to make sure he'd text and bug him about it himself. It was nice to meet you. He told Karen as he put on his shoes, and then added, yeah, I'll think about what you said. As he scrambled out of the room, the last sight he saw was Karen's big grin at his words. Kiba was in the middle of recounting in great details how amazing his weekend camping trip had been when he paused to take a bite of his dinner, and Naruto, making use of those brief moments of silence, jumped in. So, sexuality is weird, right? Shikamaru groaned into his food. Even Kiba, who was usually just as likely to jump from one topic to another in a single breath, looked at Naruto like he'd grown another head. I mean, sure dude. Kiba said after a moment. Sometimes a girl can do the most random thing, like literally just be reshelving bells, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, she is so hot. Naruto sighed seriously. Man, just let me set you up with Ino. We all know you're into her. I literally don't know what you mean. You know I work with her, I don't get why you won't let me at least put in a good word for you. Naruto hesitated, though she agreed to swap her shift with me today, so maybe I shouldn't be punishing her like that. Hey. Kiba leaned over to try and smack Naruto, who simply continued to dodge until the other boy got distracted. About 10 seconds later, how come you needed to swap your shift today anyway? Don't you always work Sunday mornings? It's a long story. I'll tell you about it later. But going back to what we were talking about, Naruto cleared his throat. What do you think about that, Shikamaru? I just want to finish my dinner. Shikamaru grumbled. But I want to hear your thoughts. His thoughts on what? Kiba asked, clearly confused. Ignoring Kiba, Naruto faced Shikamaru. You find different people attractive. That's interesting. He literally only ever has time for Temari. He doesn't even leave the house unless she drags him out. What are you even talking about? Kiba asked Naruto. No, I mean like Naruto sighed you're bi. Shikamaru sighed. And it's interesting because how exactly did you know you were bi? Shikamaru sighed again, looking down at his dinner with a look of regret. Because we all agree that sexuality is weird, right? We established that. So how would one even go about knowing they're straight or not fully straight, or like bi, for example? You know? I literally don't know what you just said. Kiba told Naruto point blank. Naruto, Shikamaru said, and Naruto perked up, gesturing for him to continue. Just tell Sasuke. Naruto immediately felt his ears heat up. There was a moment of silence around the table. Theoretically, what exactly should I tell Sasuke? Who's Sasuke? What is even going on here? Kiba looked between the two of them. I was gone for a single weekend. He's Naruto's boyfriend. Shikamaru informed him. Ha ha ha, funny. Kiba said Naruto is one of the straightest men I know. Well, Naruto said. What? Kiba turned to him. We agreed that sexuality is weird, right? I meant weird like you've always been into brunettes, but you suddenly can't stop thinking about this one blonde girl weird. Kiba. Naruto sighed. Ino's single. Kiba smiled, before immediately trying to cover it up. Don't try to distract me. Shika, help me. Naruto turned to the other boy. I don't know what's happening, but are you coming out to us right now? Kiba asked him, looking alarmingly like his next sentence would be accompanied by a bone-crushing hug and a full speech. No. Naruto said. I don't know. Don't you though? Shikamaru muttered. No, I mean, let's say theoretically, you've only ever been attracted to women, and then you find this one dude who is like, really cool. Does that make you bi? I find a lot of men very cool. Kiba told Naruto like he was talking to a child. Doesn't make me any less straight. Naruto groaned. I mean like, you want to talk to him literally all the time, keep finding excuses to touch him, or like really want to flirt with him, and find everything he says or does super interesting so you just want to. Naruto trailed off at the way the other two boys were looking at him. Yeah, maybe tell Sasuke that. Shikamaru said and then paused, though perhaps less intensely if you don't want to completely scare him off. Seriously, who the is Sasuke? He's a friend. I think. Naruto said, hesitating over the word. The memory of Sasuke smirking at him that morning as he called them enemies flashed in his mind suddenly, and he swore he felt goosebumps rise on his room. Seriously? Like, seriously? Putting aside that he's a dude, how can you sound half in love with a friend I've never even heard about? Naruto tried to snort but ended up choking. Shikamaru gave him a few disinterested pats on the back, which he was pretty sure had he seriously been choking would have done nothing to help. I'm not in love with him. Naruto grumbled once he'd gotten his breath back. That would be crazy. We met on Tuesday. He paused. That would be crazy, right? Yes. Kiba told him, are you seriously asking? Shikamaru just sighed for the third time. Not too much reading, not a lot of screens, just light exercise. I won't take care of you if you ruin your brain. You will be homeless. Naruto lay in bed and watched the screen as he sent the messages that night. The response was almost immediate. The way you talk, I'm starting to think you only want me for my brain. Naruto snorted, though the message made him suddenly think about the brief moment in the hospital when he'd walked into Sasuke putting on his shirt. He'd been too distracted by the giant bruise at the time, but now he could recall a glimpse of the well-defined muscles underneath. Naruto shook his head. Thank God for the asynchronicity of texting. At least here, he couldn't just blurt out something like "you also have a great body" before thinking it through. Except, he was now taking a long time to reply, wasn't he? I'm going to harvest it and sell it to be studied. I don't think I need to be worried about becoming homeless in that case. Naruto chuckled. I wouldn't actually let you sleep on the streets. I know. You wouldn't even let me sleep in my own house. I can't tell him. Naruto said the next morning, causing Shikamaru to jump so badly he almost spilled his tea all over himself. Jesus Naruto, were you waiting for me? Naruto paused maybe? Shikamaru set the cup down on the kitchen counter and rubbed both sides of his temple. I need a cigarette. I thought you quit. Shikamaru shook his head. It's a lost cause. It's never a lost cause. Shikamaru sighed. Fine. Why can't you tell him? Naruto groaned. It's a lost cause. Shikamaru gave him a look. I'm going to have to leave for uni in 10 minutes if I want to be only 15 minutes late to my first class. Alright. Naruto said frantically. Okay, quick version. Sasuke's not into me like that for one. Also, he's mentioned multiple times that he doesn't want a relationship. And he's way out of my league. Also, I really do think I'm straight, like I tried watching so much gay porn last night and still. Naruto. Right, that's not important, maybe. Well. Shikamaru interrupted. Why do you say he's not into you? Naruto thought about it. Well, a few times I felt like I was giving him the perfect opening to make a move or whatever, but every time he pulled back. Shikamaru looked unimpressed. Naruto, he thinks you're straight. He probably thinks you'll freak out if he makes a move. I don't know about that. He made a comment about hooking up with straight men once, I think. He was sort of mumbling. Even if that's the case, what makes you think he was the one who initiated it? Naruto supposed he had a point there, but still. Look, I really don't think so. He wouldn't even say whether he thought men would find me attractive. Shikamaru snorted. You asked him that? Is that bad? Well. Shikamaru chuckled at something. What does that mean? Shika? Was that bad? Look, Shikamaru changed the subject. I don't know the guy, but he didn't seem like the type to stick around if he didn't enjoy someone's company. No, I know, but he's so hard to read sometimes. Shikamaru sighed. I don't know what to tell you, Naruto. Him not wanting a relationship seems like a bigger issue, but sometimes people change their minds about those things. You won't know until you ask. I can't ask him. Naruto repeated. I really like him, Shika. I want us to be friends. If you just want to be friends, then what's the issue? I don't know. Naruto said, then seemed to deflate. I guess there isn't an issue actually? Shikamaru sighed. There is clearly an issue. No, you have a point. What am I even talking about? Naruto shook his head. I know it sounds weird, but he's important to me already. It's not worth risking that to have some half-baked talk about something I don't even understand. Shikamaru gave him a musing look. I've never seen you like this. What do you mean? You usually just go after what you want without overthinking things. In fact, don't you usually underthink? This is different. Naruto said. Well, maybe it's not different actually. It's just that you helped me realize what I want is for us to be friends. Shikamaru shook his head. I literally think you're already dating. Thanks, Shika, this was helpful. Naruto said, smiling. Your first date turned into your first weekend together, Shikamaru added. You're going to be late for class. Shikamaru gave him a long-suffering look. I don't want to care about your love life. There is no love life. Don't make me care about your love life. There is nothing to care about other than a blossoming friendship. Shikamaru groaned, set his mug in the sink without washing it and walked out of the kitchen. Are you on campus today? It took Sasuke about 15 minutes to reply. Yes, already in class. Okay. I don't have class on Mondays. So, I'm not there. Thank you for that information. You're welcome. Naruto groaned and then threw his phone on his bedside table. There really was no issue, was there? Sasuke briefly checked his phone and then immediately put it back in his pocket. He only had so much time to get home, change and have lunch between his Monday morning class and retail shift in the afternoon. Which meant, he didn't have time to indulge in any insanity. Like, for example, wondering if a straight man would choose to text him something inane. Sasuke could already hear someone moving around in the kitchen. Sasuke sighed and went to join him. Well, look who's finally left their boyfriend's side. Suigetsu turned to him with a grin as he took his food out of the microwave. You sound jealous. Sasuke, he took his own cold noodles out of the fridge. Please. Suigetsu chuckled. We agreed to be friends. Didn't we? Friends? Suigetsu outright laughed this time. You're so cold, Sasuke. For some reason, Sasuke immediately thought about Naruto calling him a cold, but somehow making it sound like a compliment. He made almost everything sound like a compliment. Seriously though, what's going on there? Suigetsu asked him as they settled down to eat facing each other. There's nothing going on. Sasuke told him. I know better than to chase straight men. Suigetsu shot him a knowing look. I've never seen you even think about chasing anyone. Don't twist my words. Sasuke sighed. Karen said you took him to your studio? Do you two not have anything else to talk about besides me? Suigetsu groaned. You know, we literally don't. Every year I think we're going to get rid of her and find someone new. Even Yugo could move in, and it would be better, but we never end up doing it. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. He could point out that for two people who constantly claimed to be annoyed by each other, the two of them spent an inordinate amount of time together, but he'd decided long ago to stay out of that particular relationship. Honestly, he didn't want to know. So? Suigetsu said. Karen wasn't lying? Why does it matter? He asked to see it. Come on, Sasuke. Suigetsu laughed. I don't know what you're getting at. Suigetsu reached over and poked him in the shoulder. You're telling me you don't find him attractive? Naruto had an unwelcome vision of Naruto sauntering about in nothing but a towel. The world is filled with attractive men. Sasuke replied. Exactly, and yet you choose to bring that one home twice in one weekend? Besides, where did you sleep Saturday night? How is this any of your business? Sasuke said casually as he took a bite of his food. Suigetsu just continued to grin at him. Naruto is just a friend. He helped me out with something over the weekend, that's all. Suigetsu hummed thoughtfully. For what it's worth, this friend who you happen to find attractive also seemed pretty possessive over you when I met him. Sasuke snorted. Really? You got that from the 2 sentences you exchanged with him? I have a nose for these things. You should make a move. Sasuke shook his head. You're telling me he hasn't given you any reason to think he might be interested? Sasuke thought about Naruto giving him that easygoing smile combined with his intense gaze. What do you want, Sasuke? Ask and you shall receive. You realize such a long pause is answer enough, right? Suigetsu said. So what's stopping you? Sasuke sighed. I'm not sure he is fully aware of what he does, but even if he is, I'm not interested in being a part of his college experimentations. Suigetsu raised both eyebrows and shot him a truly surprised look. What? Sasuke snapped, feeling a little uncomfortable despite himself. You actually like him? Suigetsu said, sounding half giddy, half disbelieving. What are you, 12? I just didn't think I'd ever see this day. Suigetsu told him in the tone of a parent going to their child's graduation, which of course immediately annoyed Sasuke, though he tried to cover it up by taking another bite of food. Uchiha Sasuke is actually crushing on someone. After you completely shattered that one dude's heart in first year, I really thought that you were. Just stop. Sasuke told him easily, knowing that any hint of a stronger emotion would only set the boy off like a shark scenting blood. It wasn't that Sasuke couldn't handle him if he really got going, but he just preferred not to have to do that. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. I know how sensitive it can be the first time you really like someone. Yes, you would know. Sasuke told him with a smirk. Suigetsu snorted. Please, it was not you. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You're sure? Remember that one time you got drunk freshman year and told me? Suigetsu groaned. Seriously? You didn't bring that up for 3 years and now you choose to remind me? Then he grinned. You're really desperate to distract me right now, aren't you? He must have gone swimming that morning. Suigetsu was always sharper when he came back from the pool, unfortunately. Sasuke sighed. He knew it had been a cheap shot, But he also knew that Suigetsu was entirely over his first-year crush on him, so he didn't feel particularly bad about bringing it up. He just felt bad that it hadn't worked as intended. "So, you're really planning on just letting it go?" Suigetsu asked. "There is nothing else to do," Sasuke told him matter-of-factly. "I don't know," Karen said. "You realize you bring her up a lot, don't you?" Suigetsu shot him a glare. Fine, let's change the subject." He seemed to clear his throat and shift a little in his sit, which immediately alarmed Sasuke. Whatever could make Suigetsu uncomfortable wasn't something he wanted any part of. "I need to tell you something, but you're going to flip out." Sasuke just waited in silence. "Fine. Okay. So, I saw your brother the other day." Even though maybe he should have expected it, Sasuke felt his entire body go cold. "What do you mean you saw him?" Suigetsu gave him a cautious look. "I mean, I was leaving the house when he seemed like he was about to knock on our door, and I let him know you weren't home." "He came here?" Sasuke asked incredulously. "So, you knew he was back in the city?" "Anyway, don't take this the wrong way, but he seemed different." "What does that mean?" Suigetsu hesitated. "He seemed more like how he was when he used to come over back in our first semester. Not like, after." Sasuke gritted his teeth. "I couldn't care less what he's like." Suigetsu gave him a look and for a moment seemed like he was about to say something but then changed his mind. "All right." Sasuke took a deep breath. He hated how this could still affect him so much. Despite himself, a memory of Itachi coming to visit him his first semester came to him. Once, coming home from class, he'd caught him joking with his housemates as he waited for Sasuke. He'd told Suigetsu if he let any harm come to Sasuke, he'd personally take care of him. Sasuke had been a little annoyed, but when he'd walked inside and saw Suigetsu looking genuinely terrified, it had turned into amusement. He shook his head, trying to dispel the memory. It didn't matter. None of it mattered now. He was doubly glad for his decision not to have told his housemates about the accident. He didn't really think Suigetsu would have mentioned it to Itachi, but why risk it? He knew all his friends had liked Itachi. Everyone liked Itachi. They ate in silence for a while longer. Then Suigetsu asked, "So you're not going to see him at all?" Sasuke shot him a glare. "I'm not judging you. The things he did, that was add up, no doubt about it. I just want to know what you're thinking in case he shows up again." "Should I avoid all contact?" Sasuke said. "That's rude." "And since when do you care about being rude?" Fine, Suigetsu sighed. "It's just that your brother can be ing terrifying." Sasuke raised an unimpressed eyebrow at him. "I hope you realize that following your orders could get me killed." Suigetsu muttered. "He won't kill you," Sasuke said. "He prefers torture." "So how excited are you to see me again tomorrow?" Sasuke saw the message as he got out of the shower that night, and if he smiled, well, no one would have to know about it. "So excited I don't know how I'll be able to fall asleep." "It's okay. I'll buy you coffee." Sasuke didn't respond for a few moments as he dried off and put on clothes. It took less than 10 minutes, and yet his phone kept pinging the whole time. "A caramel macchiato with extra syrup. I think you'll really like it." "Oh? Are you breaking up with me because I joked about coffee?" "Fine. I'll get you an Americano with fancy imported beans watered with unicorn tears." "Okay?" "Sasuke? I don't want to break up." Sasuke stared at the screen as the messages kept coming. He imagined Naruto lying down in his bed as he kept on typing. He was probably incredibly amused by his own messages and wearing a grin from ear to ear. Sasuke shook his head, because why did he wish he could see the sight? For a flash he wondered how Naruto would react if he FaceTimed him, but he rejected the idea before it could even fully take shape. "Wrong number." "Nice try. I know where you live." "Who is this?" "Very funny asshole." Sasuke smiled at the phone, hearing the exasperation through the text. Naruto had accused him a few times of trying to get a rise out of him. But could anyone blame him when it was this incredibly amusing to do so? It wasn't as fun as when he could see Naruto's expressions, but it was still better than nothing. Blocked. You did not. Arg. Is your head okay? Sasuke blinked at the screen. How Naruto had gotten from one topic to another was beyond him. Almost ready to be harvested. That's what I want to hear, smiley face. X. Sasuke looked at the message. He wasn't a big texter and normally he'd let the interaction end there, but he found himself tempted to send a follow-up, maybe ask what Naruto had gotten up to that day. He thought back to his conversation with Suigestu, then shook his head and laid the phone down on his bedside table. Better not to let himself get too attached. After a moment, he picked up the phone again. Good night, Naruto. Sasuke stared at the 3 dots as Naruto typed something, deleted it, and typed again. Good night, Sasuke. Even though the tutorial was at 9 and Naruto had a gut feeling the professor would be late again, he planned to arrive at 8:45. It was good to be punctual. It was even better that it could give him extra time to talk with Sasuke before class started. Of course, plans had a way of going sideways, particularly if one spent a good 10 to 15 minutes questioning whether saying "I'll buy you coffee tomorrow" meant he should grab Sasuke the coffee before class, or whether it was implied that they'd go buy it together afterwards. So instead of being early, Naruto made it to the classroom 7 minutes late and with no coffee in hand. Still, even before he walked in, the sound of chatter let him know that Kakashi was not there yet. His eyes went straight to Sasuke as soon as he walked in, and just as quickly, they settled on the empty seat to his right. Naruto grinned and was about to stride there when he heard his name. Naruto. Sakura called from the same table as last week. Naruto had a moment to register that Sasuke looked up at his name, but he was already turning to Sakura before their eyes could meet. She gave him a friendly smile. So you didn't drop the course, huh? Don't tell me you're disappointed? Naruto smiled back at her. Then for whatever reason immediately thought about Sasuke telling him that he was flirting with everyone all the time and had to stop himself from glancing to see if he was looking. That wasn't flirty, was it? But wait, why didn't he want it to be flirting? As he was thinking, Sakura was already moving her bag to the side so Naruto could sit in his seat from last week. Oh. Right, it made sense. Most people always sat in the same place in tutorials. Naruto sat down, and then immediately glanced back at Sasuke. He looked like he was in a conversation with the boy to his left, and the one sitting in front of him. But as if sensing he was being stared at, he looked up and their eyes finally met. Naruto immediately smiled, knowing it probably looked a little apologetic. Sasuke simply raised an eyebrow at him before going back to his conversation. Naruto looked at the other 2 students. One had long blonde hair up to his shoulders, and the other had short pinkish red hair. Naruto wondered what they were talking about. Are you worried about what happened last week? Sakura asked suddenly and Naruto turned back to her. Last week? With Sasuke? You two got quite heated. Ah, she must have followed the direction of his gaze. You shouldn't worry about it. I doubt he cares. Naruto smiled at her attempt to put him at ease. Yeah, he seemed not to. Sakura gave him a questioning look. I apologized after class. Naruto explained. God, it was insane that had been his first real conversation with Sasuke. You did? You're a nice guy, aren't you, Naruto? Naruto scratched behind his head. You wouldn't think that if you knew me when I was in school. Oh yeah? Sakura asked good-naturedly. Don't tell me you were a school bully? Naruto snorted. No, not at all. I was more of a nuisance. You would have found me annoying probably. Sakura looked amused. I can't lie. I do have a temper. Weirdly, despite her current calm, Naruto could see that about her. He remembered Sasuke saying she could stand her ground. Do you know Sasuke? He asked suddenly. Sakura blinked. Everyone knows Sasuke. How come? He's known for being somewhat of a prodigy in the department. Of course he was. Oh, it's just that when you said he wouldn't care, I thought you knew him personally. Sakura hesitated for a moment. I do, to an extent. We've shared a few classes and done some projects together here and there. Naruto looked at her curiously, sensing that there was more to it but not sure whether it would be okay to ask. Sakura sighed. I may have pursued him for a while in our first year, before I realized I really wasn't his type. But yeah, it's a bit embarrassing. Nothing embarrassing with going after something you want. Naruto said honestly. Besides, who can blame you? Sakura laughed. Right? Anyways, I like to think we're friends-ish now. So, it all ended up okay in the end. Yeah, Naruto said, sometimes friendship is better than anything else anyway. Sakura gave him a look. I agree with the sentiment, but why does it sound like you're trying to convince yourself? Do I? Naruto gave her a weak laugh. That's weird. Must be the early hour. Sakura seemed like she was going to ask something else, when finally, Kakashi walked in 12 minutes late, and Naruto let out a breath of relief. What about you, Naruto? I know you must have some ideas. Naruto, who may or may not have spaced out a little, looked back at Kakashi. Yeah, I guess I don't think the specific emotion matters. Elaborate? All emotions have the same potential to lead to good art? It's all about how it's done. Kakashi seemed to smile behind the mask. I'm already sure at least one person is going to disagree with you. He turned, and somehow Naruto already knew who he was turning to. Our resident emo. Tell us, do you agree with Naruto? Naruto swore he could hear Sasuke sigh despite him being on the other side of the class. No, Sasuke said, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Negative emotions are always going to be more impactful. It's why more tragedies than comedies last across time. And why would that be? Kakashi asked. Sasuke shrugged. Maybe we're evolutionary wired to be more impacted by emotions like sadness and anxiety because they signal dangerous things? What is with you cynics and the obsession with evolution? Naruto asked, not being able to help himself. Sasuke finally turned towards him. Maybe we're just more comfortable with the realities of the world, including our origins? Naruto, for whatever reason, felt like he wanted to smile. Sasuke gave him a look like he could tell and was daring him to stop himself if he could. So, Naruto tried to hold in the expression. He wasn't going to lose to the. With his perfect poker face. So you admit you're a cynic? Naruto asked. Is that relevant? It shows you're biased. Doesn't it? In the same way that your idealism is a bias. You can't tell me you seriously think a piece of art that can inspire people or make them happy is necessarily less impactful than something heartbreaking? I can. Sasuke said, if they're of equal quality, the sad one's always going to have a bigger impact. Naruto huffed. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Tell me, Naruto, what's your favorite piece of art? Something inspiring? Naruto opened his mouth and then closed it. Feeling a blush spread across his face. A brief look of genuine curiosity flashed across Sasuke's face before he settled back into his emotionless tutorial expression. He seemed to pause too. Oh good, I wondered if the rest of us would get a chance to cut in once you two got going. Kakashi said, which only added to Naruto's general state of embarrassment. Kakashi seemed to look from him to Sasuke and back for a long moment, but then, to Naruto's relief, chose not to comment further as the discussion moved on. Naruto was busy gathering his stuff and listening to Sakura telling him an amusing story about some other professor in the department, when he looked up and realized Sasuke had disappeared. What the? Surely, he wouldn't just leave? Sakura looked taken aback as Naruto rushed to say bye and hurried out of the class. He looked from side to side, trying to determine where Sasuke could have gone. Looking for someone? Naruto turned to see Sasuke leaning against the wall right by the tutorial door. Asshole! Naruto exclaimed, and then moved forward as if for a hug. Then he realized what he was doing and stopped himself. Wait, why did he stop? Friends hugged. But were the two of them the kind of friends who hugged? Sasuke watched the entire process with a mix of amusement and curiosity. What are you doing? Nothing. Naruto replied too fast. I thought you left. You promised me coffee. Sasuke said dead serious. Naruto gave him a look. Sasuke looked back without blinking, and Naruto grinned. Did I? Sasuke turned and started walking the same path as last week, and once more Naruto hurried to follow. So Naruto said, how much did you miss me? In the past 24 hours? Yes. Unbearably so. Sasuke said dryly. At some point I wasn't sure I'd make it. Naruto nodded. I thought as much. Sasuke gave him a sideways glance and raised an eyebrow. And you? Me? Naruto asked. Yeah, it was tough. Had to sleep on your side of the bed and sniff the pillow. Wouldn't it just smell like your own shampoo? Sasuke asked, not even batting an eye at the response. Naruto sighed. Yeah, maybe you should come over again and… Yes? Naruto saw no option but to commit to the bit now. Leave some authentic scent behind? Sasuke snorted. Then gave Naruto a look. You say something like that, but then get shy when I ask what's your favorite work of art? Naruto blinked, and desperately hoped he wouldn't start going red again. I was just surprised. I don't think I even have a favorite in mind. Sasuke gave him a dubious look. You don't believe me? You definitely thought of something when I asked the question. Sasuke said with absolute certainty. It's a crazy question anyway. Naruto protested. What? So it could be a painting or photo or movie or story or… Sasuke turned toward him just as Naruto completed the thought. Music. Their eyes met, and for no reason whatsoever, Naruto felt a weird sense of rising tension. How's Karen? Naruto asked, his voice suddenly much louder than before. Sasuke blinked. Fine? She seemed nice. That was still a little too loud, wasn't it? Are you going to ask me for her number? Sasuke asked in an even tone. What? Why? Would you give it to me if I did? Naruto didn't know why he asked that when the idea hadn't even crossed his mind before. Aren't you fickle? Sasuke observed dryly. Naruto almost tripped. What? I thought you were going to ask out Sakura? Oh. That. Naruto wasn't sure if he was relieved or disappointed. Right, she seems great, but I think we have more of a friendly vibe. Sasuke shrugged. Friendship can be a good foundation for a relationship. What's it to you? Naruto asked, a little short. Sasuke gave him a surprised look. Nothing? Then he paused. Isn't this a normal thing for friends to talk about? Naruto knew that it was. If anything, Sasuke was being nice by showing an interest in his dating life. He supposed. Well, whatever. Look at you admitting we're friends. Naruto said, changing the topic. Didn't even have to threaten you. Sasuke snorted. As if you could be threatening. Excuse me? Naruto asked, all prior thoughts forgotten. He even stopped walking. Sasuke gave a longing look to the coffee cart, which had just come into view, then he sighed and stopped too. Say I can be threatening. You can be threatening, Sasuke said in a monotone, then paused, maybe to small life forms. Naruto huffed. Then glaring, took a step closer to Sasuke. Sasuke only raised an eyebrow. Naruto took another step closer, placing him unquestionably in Sasuke's personal space. The didn't look even remotely affected. They both stood there, staring at each other. Naruto glared. Sasuke looked back indifferently. Naruto felt his breathing pick up. Then Sasuke smirked. You should know Naruto. He said in a significantly lower voice than before. I don't find physical proximity particularly intimidating. May I suggest you try another technique? Naruto stared at him for another moment, then huffed, taking a step back. He wasn't flustered. He absolutely was not. Yeah, what was I thinking? The biggest threat would be just asking you to share all your deepest desires and fears. My desires? Sasuke said, raising an eyebrow, and his tone made the hairs rise all along Naruto's arms. For a second, he looked like he was going to say something else, but then paused. When he spoke again, his tone was back to its usual dryness. How will I survive the interrogation? Naruto huffed again, relieved to feel some of the tension dissipate. I should just threaten to throw out your coffee, asshole, or even better, pour it over your head. You can threaten to do whatever you want to me, Naruto. Sasuke said, sounding distracted, as he started walking towards the cart again. Naruto stared behind him for a moment, wondering if he realized how his sentence had sounded before he hurried to catch up again. Sasuke had already ordered for both of them, and Naruto had to rush to be able to pay before he did so. He glared at Sasuke. Are you trying to keep me in your debt? I thought you didn't believe in that. Maybe you've been a bad influence. Naruto muttered, as they took their coffees to the same table as last week. Even if I was in your debt, I don't think you'd ask me for anything. Sasuke gave him a look. What? You're in an interesting mood today. Naruto looked at Sasuke, and then looked away immediately, taking a sip of his coffee. He was planning on letting it go, but when he opened his mouth, he said, "It's the truth." Sasuke didn't say anything. You don't think so? Alright then, what would you ask me for? You paid, so we'll never find out. Naruto rolled his eyes. You can't even come up with something. Naruto. Sasuke set his own cup down on the table and turned his entire body to face him. Maybe I can't think of anything to ask because you're already very generous in offering your company. Naruto stared. His jaw may or may not have hung a little open. Sasuke looked back at him sincerely for a moment longer, then his lips moved into the familiar smirk. You smooth. What was that? Smooth? Sasuke repeated dubiously as he picked up his cup again. Naruto shook his head, both amused and impressed, and in a significantly better mood. He almost opened his mouth to question how with moves like that Sasuke wasn't in a relationship already, but he stopped himself when he remembered the answer already. Because he didn't want to. Right. Did you actually want Karen's number? Sasuke suddenly asked. What? No. I was literally just asking after her. Sasuke shrugged. Between her and Sakura, I was thinking maybe you had a thing for red hair. Naruto grinned. Why? Planning on dyeing yours? For an odd moment, he tried to imagine Sasuke with pink or red hair. He thought he would make it work if he ever wanted to. Of course not. Sasuke replied seriously. Your ex was a brunette after all. Naruto laughed. Yeah, so no need to change anything, Sasuke. You're perfect. Sasuke took a sip of his coffee, briefly hiding his face from Naruto's view. Well, he said after a moment, his poker face on. I do have a penis. Naruto choked. Sasuke watched, looking vaguely self-satisfied and not even leaning over to pat his back. Once Naruto could breathe again and was busy glaring at him. Sasuke just gave him an innocent look. Your personality might be the bigger problem, if you ask me. Naruto grumbled eventually. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. How open-minded of you. You clearly have commitment issues for one, barely share anything about yourself, don't like asking for help, and I bet you don't cuddle. Sasuke's lips twitched. And you're not a world-famous painter. Naruto blinked and then wasn't sure if he wanted to laugh or not. Right. So, it's a good thing we're not dating then. Sasuke said easily. He seemed amused, clearly finding the discussion ridiculous. Sounds like it. Naruto said. Then finished his coffee in a gulp. They were silent for a moment, then Naruto added, besides I'm sure my painting skills would be the least of your complaints. Your lack of painting skills. Sasuke corrected. Naruto gave him a look. I just gave you the perfect opening to return the favor and list all the reasons why you wouldn't date me. Why he did that, Naruto didn't know. Other than you not being into men, you mean? Of course. Of course, Sasuke repeated dryly. Well, I would love to, Naruto, but I have to leave for work. Oh, Naruto looked at his phone. Had it really already been an hour? Thank you for the coffee. Sasuke gave him a small smile. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten about this weekend. Naruto pouted. What? So, I won't get to see you before the party? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You're thinking I'm clingy, aren't you? Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke didn't say anything as he picked up his own and then Naruto's cup and threw them into the bin with 2 perfect throws. Of course. Had to show off even here. You totally are. You're thinking me being too needy is the #1 reason on your list. Say it. Sasuke picked up his bag, shook his head and started to walk away. Say it, Sasuke. Naruto yelled after him. I already know you're thinking it. What are you doing? Kiba said, already leaning over Naruto's shoulder to see for himself. Naruto was not proud of this, but he startled so hard that he lost his hold on his phone. Kiba managed to crouch and caught it before it dropped on the floor. Where did you come from? Naruto asked, his heart still racing. I live here. Kiba said, then they both looked down at the phone in Kiba's hand. There was a pause. Naruto looked up sheepishly to meet Kiba's half-amused, half-incredulous look. Seriously, man? Kiba snorted, standing up again. I'm assuming this is the famous Sasuke? He raised the phone closer to his face where Sasuke's Instagram page was already open. Hey! Naruto protested half-heartedly, standing up from where he'd been sprawled on the couch and tried to swipe the phone back, but Kiba held on tight to it as he examined the photo. Naruto had been looking at one of the rare photos that Sasuke had posted of himself, except he looked to be a few years younger. His hair was much shorter and styled with more spikes. He was sitting behind a desk, in front of his laptop, but it seemed like the photo was taken right as someone had opened the door to the room he was in, his childhood bedroom. Because he half-turned towards the camera, one hand midway to his huge pair of headphones as if to take them off. It was a cool photo, but it was Sasuke's expression that had captured Naruto's attention. His eyebrows were furrowed like he had expected to be annoyed at the interruption, but at the same time his eyes were lit up, a small smile already making its way on his face. Naruto really wished he could know who had taken the photo. This is from 6 years ago. Kiba pointed out. Man, at least tell me he's one of those people who posts like once a year? Naruto scratched the back of his head. Not exactly. Kiba shook his head, went back from the photo to Sasuke's feed and started scrolling up, and up, and up. He snorted. Bro, I thought maybe Shikamaru was exaggerating, but now I wonder if he was actually playing it down. Have you been on his feed for a few hours or what? It hasn't been hours. Naruto protested, and he takes cool artsy photos. I was just looking at the art. Is that what you call him? Naruto snorted. That was actually kind of clever, Kiba. Then he made a grab for his phone. And this time Kiba let him take it back. Of course, it was. Because I'm actually very intelligent, too intelligent for your comprehension. Naruto carefully locked his phone and slid it into his pocket. For example, I'm clever enough to see that you should clearly ask this dude out. Naruto swallowed, and then slowly sat back down on the sofa. It's not that simple. Isn't it? Kiba asked and then added scooch and pushed Naruto aside to make room for himself, picking up the remote. When Naruto stayed quiet, Kiba shot him a surprised look. You're not acting like yourself, it's creepy. Creepy's a strong word, Naruto murmured. I don't get what the problem is. Kiba said, dropping the hand with the remote on his leg without turning the TV on, which is how Naruto knew he meant business. From what I've heard, you clearly get along with him. He is a good-looking dude, and from the way you were looking at your phone, you clearly more than agree with the statement. Naruto looked away from Kiba. Do you really care so much about being straight? Kiba asked curiously. No. Naruto said. No, that's not it. Kiba gave him a confused look. What is it then? Naruto shrugged, then let out a sigh, then shrugged again. When he still didn't speak, Kiba gave him an alarmed look. Seriously, are you an imposter? What is going on with you? Maybe if you'd met him, you'd understand. Naruto murmured under his breath, but Kiba had ridiculously good hearing. What do you mean? Naruto shifted a little in his seat. Look, he is just, it's like you said, he is clearly good looking, but he is also just very cool. Super talented, smart. I just don't think. Naruto trailed off, wondering how he could phrase the next part without coming off as pathetic. Honestly, even if it wasn't just my lack of relevant experience, I still think he'd be out of my league, that's all. Kiba stared at him like he'd grown another head. Are you really so insecure? He asked bluntly. Whatever. We don't need to talk about this, Naruto muttered and made an attempt to grab the remote out of Kiba's hand. Kiba immediately shoved it behind him. Oh, I think we do need to talk about this because you're pissing me off now. Why do you care? Naruto groaned. Because you're my friend, asshole, and it pisses me off that you think this dude is so far above you. Naruto looked away. I didn't say that. It's what I heard. Kiba said, so I'm going to tell you something, Naruto, and then we won't talk about it again, alright? Alright? Naruto said dubiously, do I have a choice? No, Kiba said decisively and then turned his entire body to face Naruto's on the coach. Listen dude, you're like a ing ball of sunshine. You make everyone's day better just by seeing you. You're one of the kindest, most empathetic people I've ever met, and I haven't seen you be in love with anyone before, but just seeing how you are to ing strangers, I can imagine how you'd treat someone you love, and let me tell you, they'd be lucky to have you. Naruto felt his jaw slacken as he stared at Kiba, who was looking back at him with a completely serious expression on his face. Kiba? Naruto said, not sure what else he wanted to say in response. To his embarrassment, he felt his throat tighten as if he was about to cry. Kiba tapped him on the shoulder and snorted, besides, you're a pretty good-looking dude yourself, not on my level, of course, but definitely more than a match for that pretty boy you're so obsessed with. Naruto choked out a laugh, trying to get his emotions under control. Sasuke's not a pretty boy. Kiba raised an eyebrow. You don't think he is pretty? Naruto murmured, I mean, he's pretty masculine. Kiba snorted, whatever floats your boat, my man. Then he turned away and reached for the remote. Kiba? Naruto said, thank you. That was. He paused, then tried again. That was. Kiba made a vomiting sound. Please stop. I said what I meant, let's not make it weird. Naruto grinned at the first signs of real discomfort begun to creep onto Kiba's posture. He paused and then pounced on the other boy, wrestling him down and forcibly putting his arms around him in a tight hug. You're a great ing friend. I know, Kiba shouted as he struggled to break Naruto's hold, but can you please save this for Sasuke? Let's meet up tomorrow. Naruto texted Sasuke that night. Almost immediately, the 3 dots appeared showing that he was typing. Naruto grinned and typed quicker. I know you have work. The dots disappeared. I thought maybe after you finish. I can come meet you there and see where you work. The dots appeared again. Naruto sped up. I know, I'm a great stalker. I should be commended at the annual stalker conference. Stalkference? Anyways. He'd never typed so fast in his life. Do you need me for this conversation? Sasuke finally managed to type back. Naruto grinned. It's not my fault you're so slow. I have ADHD. No. ING. Way. Naruto snorted. Never could have guessed. There were no signs. Alright, I get it, asshole. So tomorrow? I'll send you the address. Naruto smiled at his phone for a full minute before he sent. I know this isn't the best method of convincing you that I'm not clingy, by the way. You realize that is an issue you've conceptualized entirely on your own? I don't what those words mean. Are you calling me? Are you fishing for compliments? Naruto paused. Was he? He was going about this whole thing in the most roundabout way, wasn't he? I'm in need of affection in high doses. Naruto sent eventually, feeling oddly vulnerable, even though he knew his message could be, and very likely would be, received entirely as a joke. Instead, there was a slight pause on Sasuke's side, during which Naruto's heart rate tippled. I will keep that in mind. Naruto stared at the message, suddenly hating that Sasuke wasn't there right then, because what was the tone of his message? Was he joking? As Naruto was deliberating how to respond, Sasuke sent over the directions to the bookstore/record store where he worked. There is a cafe right across the street, you can wait there if you like. Naruto paused again, even though there really wasn't anything more to say, even if it felt like there was so much to say. Thanks man. He sent, and then, for whatever reason immediately grimaced at the sentence. Sasuke didn't waste a second. You're welcome, man. Naruto snorted, somehow able to hear the dry tone even over text. He deliberated for a moment, wondering if he should just say goodnight. Anyways, what are you doing right now? Working on my frat house application, dude. You think I'll get in? Naruto shook his head, figured Sasuke wouldn't let it go easily. I'm sure you can do anything you set your mind to, Sasuke. A pause. That means a lot to me. Bro. Please stop. Are we not bros? No. Naruto sent immediately and before thinking through other potential responses to find something a little more in line with Sasuke's joking tone, and a little less psychopathically direct and serious. Sasuke, unsurprisingly, did not respond. Naruto panicked. You need to get accepted into the fraternity first. Of course. How presumptuous of me. Naruto let out a relieved breath. That was some great quick thinking on his part. He would have given himself a pat on the back if he wasn't lying down. They texted back and forth for a bit longer, and eventually Naruto put the phone aside and lied down, staring at the ceiling for a few minutes. He would see Sasuke tomorrow, as for the rest of it, well, he'd figure it out, he was sure. If Naruto arrived about an hour too early for Sasuke to have finished work, it was fine, because he could justify it to himself by saying it had always been his plan to grab coffee. And the fact that the coffee shop looked directly into the shop where Sasuke worked, and so Naruto could sit there and watch him, well, it's not like Naruto could have predicted that, so who could begrudge him his happiness? The coffee shop was small, only fitting 3 small tables, but currently 2 were unoccupied, and Naruto sat down with a contented sigh, waiting for his caramel macchiato, and spying on his friend. The shop where Sasuke worked was really made up of 2 interconnected spaces. The bigger one was covered with bookshelves and the other was decorated with music records hanging on the walls, and it had a bunch of the table shelf things they always seem to have in record shops. This was where Sasuke was currently organizing some of the records. Occasionally he would pull one out and look at it for a while before moving it to another table. Why this was a fascinating process to Naruto, he wasn't sure. Naruto couldn't make out Sasuke's expression from this distance, but Sasuke was dressed semi-casually, in a dark blue knitted top and jeans. Watching him, Naruto wondered how it was that some people seemed to have a way of making the clothes they wore look so much better than they did on other people. Maybe Naruto was a little too caught up in that observation because he almost jumped out of his seat when a hand placed a cup of coffee on his table. Thank you, Naruto muttered, looking up at the dark-haired man, his heart still beating twice as fast. Perhaps I should apologize instead of saying you're welcome? The man said, amused. Naruto blinked up at him. He was definitely not the same person who'd taken Naruto's order before. Odd, since Naruto hadn't seen anyone else working in the cafe when he came in. This man looked to be a few years older than Naruto, though perhaps that impression was also exaggerated because he was wearing a long expensive-looking coat, a kind that Naruto never saw people wear in uni. Come to think of it, it also didn't seem like something someone would wear to their casual coffee shop job. The man raised an eyebrow at Naruto's prolonged silence, which snapped him out of his reverie on "No, please don't apologize. It was my fault, I was totally spacing out. I would say you seemed quite focused actually." The man said, "Just not on anything in here." He glanced pointedly out of the cafe's large window where Naruto had been looking just a moment ago. "Right," Naruto said, out of absence of anything else to say. "Do you mind if I join you?" the man asked suddenly. Naruto blinked up at him. Yeah, sure." Naruto was a friendly guy, but this was definitely unusual, wasn't it? Did this guy even work here? If he didn't, why had he had Naruto's coffee? "Thank you," the man said, taking the seat across Naruto. Feeling a little awkward, Naruto glanced out of the window again, quickly spotting Sasuke, who now seemed to be talking to a customer now, before looking back at the guy. Except the guy was now also looking at Sasuke. He kept on looking for a moment more and then turned back to Naruto. I see now what had captured your attention before. Naruto considered not responding, since the man was a stranger and all, but that wasn't in his nature. Yeah, he is a friend of mine. So. The man raised an eyebrow and kept staring at Naruto. A friend? He repeated without any inflection. Naruto returned his stare, not one to be intimidated easily, even though he had a feeling this man was used to intimidating people at will. He had dark straight hair and a loose ponytail, and these dark intense eyes. Actually though, his eyes reminded him a little of Sasuke's. Naruto frowned. A very good-looking friend. No? The man said suddenly. Naruto looked at him again. Yes, there was definitely a resemblance. It's funny you say that, because I was just thinking you look a little alike. The man returned Naruto's look with a flat expression for a moment, and then slowly, a corner of his lips lifted in a smile. You're surprisingly observant. What do you mean surprising? Naruto protested immediately, completely forgetting his previous scowl in the face of his indignation. The man full-on smiled now, suddenly looking a few years younger and much less crazy. You're also very easy to rile up. I imagine Sasuke finds that very amusing. So you do know him? Naruto accused. Know him? You could say that. The man said, he is my foolish little brother. Brother? Naruto sputtered and then watched as the man turned to look at Sasuke again, and yes. The family resemblance was even more clear now that Naruto knew he wasn't just being delusional. He shook his head. Man, why didn't you tell me? I thought you were just some crazy dude. The man turned to face him. Some crazy dude? He said, his smile evaporating. Okay, yeah, this dude definitely intimidated others for a living. I thought. He watched Naruto struggle for a few more seconds. Before smiling again, looking even more amused than before. I just go by Itachi. It's good to meet you, Itachi. I'm Naruto? He said, and then immediately wanted to flinch because why had he said it like he thought his name might be recognized? Why would Sasuke have mentioned him? Anyways, sorry about calling you crazy. Sasuke's such a, he never mentioned he had a brother. Don't take it personally, Itachi said after a moment of watching Naruto's expression. We have a complicated relationship. Is that so? Naruto scratched the back of his head. I wouldn't know about that. Only child? Itachi asked. Yeah, though I always wanted a brother, to be honest. Naruto glanced out to see Sasuke for no particular reason, but he seemed to have gone to the back of the shop for the moment. He would probably start closing up soon, if he hadn't already. So Sasuke's like the brother you never had? Itachi asked, and Naruto turned back to see him watching him with his eyebrows raised. No. Naruto swallowed, trying to amp down the energy a little. We've really only met recently, so. Not sure what else to do with his hands, Naruto took a sip of his forgotten coffee. I see. Itachi paused, starting intently at Naruto as he drank. What are your intentions when it comes to my brother then? Naruto had to swallow his drink or risk sputtering it all over Sasuke's older brother. Thank God it had cooled down already. Intentions? It seemed like the formality that crept up into Sasuke's speech was a family trait, huh? He asked, looking at Itachi and hoping to see that the man was joking, but he seemed to have suddenly turned dead serious. Still, Naruto tried to laugh it off. What, we're not dating or anything, if that's what you're asking. I'm very protective of Sasuke, Itachi told him, still completely serious. Yeah, no, I have no doubt. But there is really nothing. I don't look kindly on anyone who'd hurt him. Naruto snorted. Itachi's eyes narrowed. Is this a joke to you? Naruto shook his head. Look, I don't know what you're talking about exactly, but Sasuke can definitely look after himself. Something in Itachi's expression changed at that. He can. He agreed, though he didn't sound too happy. How is that a bad thing? Naruto asked. Itachi gave Naruto a considering look. It went on for long enough that Naruto thought he wouldn't give him a response. I wouldn't have said it was a bad thing if you asked me that question a few years ago. And now? Now, I've had to learn that trying to do everything by yourself comes at a high cost. Itachi said, I don't want that for Sasuke. That's not what I meant. Naruto exclaimed. Itachi raised an eyebrow at him. Just because I know he can take care of himself doesn't mean I wouldn't want to help him. Naruto said, then muttered if he'd let me. You care about him. Itachi observed. Why? What do you mean why? Naruto asked, getting a little too heated by the discussion. What are you doing here? For the second time that day, Naruto almost jumped out of his chair. He looked up to see Sasuke standing over their table. Except he wasn't looking at Naruto. His stare was set on Itachi, who, unlike Naruto, didn't seem taken aback in the slightest. I said I didn't want to see you. Sasuke added when Itachi hadn't said anything for several moments. He hadn't raised his voice, but Naruto could hear the barely restrained anger in the way his voice seemed to shake just a little. Naruto realized suddenly, it must have been Itachi Sasuke had been talking to on the phone the other night. It was the only other time Naruto had heard him sound that way. I was having a chat with your friend here. Itachi said. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, their eyes meeting for the briefest moment before he looked back at Itachi. Leave. We need to talk about the inheritance. Naruto had a distinct feeling he shouldn't be there. Sasuke's hands fisted at his sides. No. You're not meant to be working 2 jobs on top of university. Sasuke laughed. It's been 2 years now, Itachi. Itachi seemed to pause for the first time. Though he didn't show it, Naruto had the distinct impression that he was gathering himself somehow. Hey, maybe I should go? Naruto put in hesitantly. My apologies, Naruto, but yes, that might be for the best. Itachi said. Sasuke and I need to have a talk. Sorry Itachi, man, I was actually checking with Sasuke? It was awkward, and Itachi seemed like a cool enough dude, but it's not like Naruto was going to forget who he was here for. It was just basic decency if you asked him, but Sasuke seemed to go completely still at his comment. Naruto wished he could ask him how he was doing, or offer some gesture of support, but he didn't think Sasuke would appreciate either in front of Itachi. Instead, when Sasuke finally turned to face him, he just tried to communicate it with his eyes. Sasuke stared at him for a moment. You don't need to go. Sasuke said. Naruto nodded. Alright then. Awkward family discussion it was. To his surprise, Sasuke suddenly pulled out a seat and sat down on the third side of the already cramped table. What do you want, Itachi? I want you to accept your portion of the inheritance and use it so you can focus on your degree. No, Sasuke said. Naruto had planned to just fade into the background, but he had to admit he really wished he had some context so that he could understand Sasuke's response. Be reasonable. Itachi snapped. Sasuke's eyes flashed. I don't know what's happened suddenly to bring this on, but since you wanted their money so much after the accident, you should keep it all. Consider it my gift to you. There were considerations that you weren't aware of. Sasuke leaned forward, putting his hands on the table. Naruto noticed the slightest tremble in his fingers. He felt his stomach flip over at the side. He wished he could reach over and squeeze his hand. What considerations? Itachi rubbed his temples, and all of a sudden, he looked so tired that Naruto felt a little bad for him. When he didn't say anything for several moments, Sasuke leaned back again. Right. I didn't think so. Perhaps I didn't handle things in the best way at the time. I'm not interested. Sasuke snapped. Just leave. That's all I want from you now. Fine, Itachi snapped back, then seemed to forcibly calm himself. Say you'll accept the money and I'll go. Naruto watched Sasuke's expression flicker between cold resolve and anger, but there was something else there. Pain. On impulse, Naruto put his hand on Sasuke's knee underneath the table. He'd never been good at feeling useless in the face of another's pain. Sasuke didn't look towards him. He didn't react either way. silence dragged on around the table. Right as Naruto was about to remove his hand, Sasuke grabbed onto it with his own. "I will not," he said like a vow. "Stop being so stubborn," Itachi told him. "You're acting like a child." Sasuke squeezed Naruto's hand hard enough to bruise but didn't say anything. "Do you think seeing you act like this would have made them happy?" Naruto, despite his best intentions to stay quiet, couldn't take it anymore. "Don't you think that's a little out of line?" "I don't need you to defend me," Sasuke told him flatly without turning to meet his gaze. Then, in a delayed reaction, he also let go of Naruto's hand, and wrapping his fingers around his other hand, placed them on the table. "I know," Naruto snapped. Then he squeezed his knee for a second and withdrew his hand too. Itachi looked between them for a moment. "Naruto, what do you think Sasuke should do?" "Leave him out of it." Sasuke snapped at him immediately. "You told him to stay." "That's none of your business. You're my little brother." That seemed to anger Sasuke more than anything else that was said so far. Naruto wondered if he would finally lose it and start shouting in the middle of the cafe, "Propriety be.ed. I'm parked right around the corner," Naruto burst out. Sasuke glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. There was a pause. "All right," Sasuke said, standing up in one motion. "It's not like you to run away, Sasuke," Itachi said, though Naruto thought he sounded a little more desperate than taunting. "Let's go," Sasuke told Naruto, and Naruto, realizing he'd frozen in place, scrambled to stand while Sasuke moved towards the door. Naruto paused for a second, and gave Itachi a small awkward nod in farewell, before hurrying to catch up to Sasuke, leaving the other man sitting there and watching them leave through the window. After a few minutes of speed walking silently by Sasuke's side, Naruto finally said, "Sasuke, my car's actually the other way." Sasuke stopped abruptly. "Right." He said, "You can go." Naruto blinked. "What?" "You can leave." Sasuke looked a little pale, but otherwise, not particularly sad or angry. Naruto had the distinct feeling that he was barely there. "I should have let you lead before." Naruto supposed he could have felt hurt, but all he had space for right then was concern. "Why?" he asked quietly. Sasuke gaze focused just a little. "What? Why should you have let me leave?" He wondered if Sasuke would snap at him, or push him away in some way. Instead, he seemed to withdraw into himself again, his eyes going distant again. Naruto felt a clawing feeling in his stomach. He suddenly felt a wave of anger at himself for nodding goodbye to Itachi. "Let me drive you back to your house." Sasuke shook his head. "I'm not going home." "All right," Naruto said, "we can walk." "Why do you want to be here right now?" Sasuke asked him, his tone a little sharp. "It's not like I'm pleasant company." Naruto just shook his head. They stood there in silence for a few moments. Then Sasuke started walked again and Naruto kept pace. They walked in silence for a while. Naruto wasn't sure if Sasuke had a destination in mind or if he was just wandering, and he didn't particularly care. "I'm not accepting the money," Sasuke said without preamble. "All right. That's it?" Sasuke asked, threw him a sideways glance. Naruto shrugged. For some reason, that response seemed to annoy Sasuke. "You expect me to believe you don't have any opinions on what you heard? You, the person who has opinions on everything? Are you looking for a fight?" Naruto asked, genuinely curious. Sasuke snapped, "I just hadn't taken you for a coward." "A coward? If you have something to say, say it." Naruto took a deep breath. "Frankly, Sasuke, I don't know a thing about what's gone on with you and your family. So I'm not going to pretend like I understand why you'd say no to money that rightfully belongs to you, but I trust that you have your reasons, so no, I don't have anything to say." Sasuke opened his mouth and then sapped it shut. After a moment he said, "That's right. You wouldn't understand." Naruto let out a puff of air. "Yeah, I just said that." "I know." Sasuke gritted his teeth, then looked to the side. "Sorry." A bit of tension seemed to leave the air between them. Sasuke's meandering had taken them close to the harbor, and they both paused and glanced at the water. The sun had set as they walked, and now the reflection of the city lights lit up the dark waters. Itachi was the first person who knew I was gay, Sasuke said suddenly. He had a lot of queer friends and didn't act like I interluded on their circle when I was around. Naruto nodded, though Sasuke was staring out at the water. He was the one who always pushed me to come out to my parents, and when I did, he reassured me that our father would come around eventually. Naruto looked at Sasuke's expression, which had gone dangerously empty. You were close, he said, because it was obvious. No one hates a stranger. Only where there was genuine love could there be this much pain. Sasuke didn't say anything in response, which was answer enough. After my parents died, our family lawyer contacted me. Here for the first time Sasuke seemed to steel himself in some way. He said Itachi had made a legal claim that my parents' wishes had been to disinherit me, and that I hadn't been in contact with my family for a year before the accident. What? Naruto couldn't help but interject. Yes, Sasuke said simply. He said I could fight it, and I'd probably win, depending on what documents Itachi had. But we'd have to go through the legal process. And you didn't? Naruto guessed. He felt ill. He thought back to the man who had sat in front of him in the coffee shop just 2 hours ago. Could he really have done something like this? I tried to contact Itachi, but he refused to speak to me, Sasuke said with no particular inflection. His voice had taken the tone of a newscaster, as if he was reporting disasters that had no personal ties to himself. Jesus, Sasuke, Naruto said. Why would he do that? Maybe because it was the truth, Sasuke said simply. No, Naruto snapped. No, you don't believe that. It doesn't matter what I believe, Sasuke said in a final tone, and then turned to him eventually. Does that answer all your questions? Naruto sighed. Don't do that. Don't pretend you didn't want to know, Sasuke returned, though there was no bite in his tone. Naruto was silent for a moment. I'm glad you told me. Yeah, well. Sasuke turned to face the water again. After a few moments, Naruto moved just a little closer to his side, until their shoulders touched. Sasuke didn't move away. Naruto pulled up in front of Sasuke's house, and then they both just sat there. Thank you for the ride, Sasuke said, then seemed like he was about to open the door. Wait a second, Naruto said before he could think on it. Sasuke turned to him with a questioning glance. Just wait. For a moment, he wondered if Sasuke would just leave, but the other boy let go of his hold on the handle. Then, letting out a quiet sigh, he closed his eyes and leaned his head back on the seat. Naruto took the chance to take a good look at him. The golden light of the sunset coming from the window left an impression of his lashes on his skin in intricate shadows, his breath moving the strands of his hair a little every time. A part of Naruto noticed, as he did usually, that Sasuke's face was objectively perfect. The other newer part of him looked at this boy and thought about how much he'd gone through in the past 2 years, and yet here he was, so brilliant and sure of who he was and in command of his life, and he felt something like awe. As if sensing he was being watched, Sasuke blinked his eyes open, his gaze immediately landing on Naruto's. Were you just staring at me? Sasuke asked. Jesus, Naruto said, smiling a little. Can you be a little more gracious? I'm surprised you know that word, Sasuke said, smiling back a little too, though Naruto thought he still looked a little drawn. Can you use it in a sentence? Didn't I just do that? Sasuke just raised an eyebrow. Alright, Naruto huffed, then put on his best educational documentary voice. It is important to teach beautiful children to grow up into gracious adults, so they let a little staring from mere mortals go once in a while. Sasuke paused. That was more than a sentence. Well, excuse me. How do you know I was a beautiful child? Sasuke asked, his smile widening just a little. Please, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. Sasuke seemed like he was about to say something else when Naruto smirked. Who said anything about you? Sasuke let out an amused breath. My mistake. Forgiven. You're so gracious. Naruto grinned. Indeed, and evidently a great teacher. Absolutely, Sasuke said seriously, especially all the flirting with the student. Hey! Naruto protested, but then realized he didn't have anything to say in his own defense. Am I allowed to go now, Mr. Uzumaki? Naruto opened his mouth, then closed it again. He swallowed, feeling his ears go red and unable to stop them through sheer force of will. Because, why did he like that a little too much? Sasuke gave him an incredibly amused look, like he knew exactly what he was thinking. Him. Still, he made no move to leave, which Naruto appreciated. After a few moments, Naruto, having regained the ability to speak, looked outside. It's getting really chilly. Seriously? Sasuke asked, still sounding somewhat amused. You want to talk about the weather? Naruto sighed, then turned to face the front, putting his hands on the steering wheel, and staring at the little sign in the middle. I just have this feeling like once you get out, you're gonna disappear and I'll never see you again. Sasuke didn't say anything in response right away, and Naruto, unable to take it, snuck a glance at him. He had a thoughtful look on his face. He met Naruto's gaze easily. But Naruto couldn't read his expression at all. Would that be such a bad thing? Sasuke asked after a while, with a small smile. Don't even joke about that. Naruto told him seriously, unwilling to lean into Sasuke's teasing tone. Sasuke turned to face him more fully and seemed like he was about to say something else when he distractedly reached over and pushed a bit of Naruto's hair behind his ears. Naruto couldn't help it. In his surprise, he let out an audible breath. Sorry, Sasuke said, leaning back again, force of habit. Don't apology. Wait, what do you mean? Naruto asked. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him. No, seriously. Sasuke sighed normally. If a man is lingering like this in front of my house, it's my sign to make the first move. Naruto couldn't quite pick out how he felt about that statement, but he knew it wasn't positive overall. Still, he tried to play along. So I'm just one in your long line of admirers. I don't know if admirer is what I would call you, or anyone else for that matter. What would you call me? Well. Sasuke smirked. You seem to enjoy Mr. Uzumaki. Naruto gaped at him for a moment. You're such a... Sasuke just looked at him and smiled. Naruto's heart decided to give a jolt in response, and then, like the universe had it in for him, his smartwatch started vibrating against his wrist. Sasuke's eyes followed his down to it. Irregular heart rate detected. Sasuke read the message in a monotone, take a moment to breathe. Then he looked up at Naruto in an unspoken question. Naruto, however, realized he genuinely had nothing to say. It was quite possibly the single most embarrassing moment of his entire life. Unlike what he would have expected, though, Sasuke didn't tease him or smirk in silence. Instead, his expression took on a more thoughtful look. Do I make you nervous? He asked Naruto seriously. Naruto didn't know how to respond. The watch's vibrations against his wrist certainly didn't help him concentrate, sometimes. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, Sasuke said. Naruto frowned, because somewhere between nervous and uncomfortable, the wires had gotten crossed. You don't, he said. Sasuke kept on watching him, and Naruto would have paid to know what he was thinking in that moment. All right. Naruto raised his eyebrows and wondered if he should call him out on still sounding skeptical. Sasuke was a puzzle sometimes. He was confident, Naruto could tell, and not in the fake way some guys put on, but then there were moments like this when he seemed oddly self-deprecating. Because seriously, if someone's heart beat too fast when you smiled at them, why jump to discomfort? There was a much clearer explanation. Which, well, didn't bode well for Naruto. But at least he was coming to terms with it. Sasuke, he called before he could think better of it. Sasuke turned to him questioning. He looked tired. Naruto wasn't even sure how he could tell, but he did, something about his eyes. Naruto thought about everything that had happened today with Itachi, and what Sasuke had shared with him, and came to his senses. Today was hardly the right time to have that conversation. When his silence dragged on, Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him. Nothing. Naruto said belatedly, I'm glad I ended up in that tutorial, that's all. You're such an idiot. Sasuke's gaze softened. You realize, I'm not actually going to disappear, right? You know where I live. He pointed his head to his house through the car window. Naruto grinned. Yeah, and where you work, and where you study. I could totally track you down. Right, Sasuke said drily. That's not an alarming sentiment whatsoever. Of course not. Naruto told him. It's beautiful. I'm going now, Sasuke said in response, reaching for his seatbelt. Alright. Naruto sighed. I just hope you're not too bummed your move didn't work. Sasuke threw him a look. Naruto grinned. What? Unclasping his seatbelt, Sasuke looked like he was about to lean towards him again, and Naruto felt his heart rate pick up in the anticipation. Hurriedly, he shoved his hand in his pocket. Sasuke's gaze followed the move, staring for a moment at where he'd hidden his watch. Then back up to his face. Naruto wondered if he'd gone red. He felt hot. Sasuke didn't say anything, a corner of his lips moving up just a little. Naruto fought the urge to squirm. 2 heartbeats later, and he couldn't take it anymore. He was going to explode from the tension. He cleared his throat. Sasuke's expression turned into a full smirk for a second before he blinked, wiping it off. Bye, Naruto, Sasuke said, his voice low and diabolically casual. Naruto could barely croak a goodbye of his own as Sasuke stepped out of the car, and he followed him with his eyes as he walked to the house. Only when he'd disappeared inside did Naruto take his hand out of his pocket, looked at the increasingly intense warnings on the watch face and said quietly to himself. For S sake, Naruto, get your ass out of the bathroom. Kiba yelled. I'm pissing myself out here. Naruto groaned, looking at the mess he'd made in the mirror for a final time. There was nothing to be done now. He turned the lock and waited for Kiba to slam the door open. Kiba stared at him. I was trying something new. Kiba said, his voice shaking from restraint. Yeah, looks good, man. Just get it over with, Naruto said with sigh. Kiba immediately let out a howl. Jesus, Naruto, did you fall headfirst into the hair gel? Naruto groaned, desperately running his hand through his hair, and immediately grimacing at the sticky residue. What's with the ruckus? Shikamaru said, then stopped dead in the hallway as he spotted Naruto. Did you put your finger in the outlet? He said after a moment. We should have child-proofed the apartment. What do I do? Naruto moaned. Shaving it off might be your best bet right now, Kiba said, and Naruto smacked him on the neck as hard as he could. Take another shower. Shikamaru looked at his watch. You'll have time to fix it before Sasuke comes. I have other guests, Naruto protested weakly. It's not just about him. Yeah, well, haven't seen you pour a whole bottle of product on your head for any of the other guests before, Shikamaru said, disappearing into his room. Naruto let out a growl and slammed the door on a still chuckling Kiba. Naruto, I still need to pee. Use the kitchen sink, see if I care, Naruto yelled out, already taking his clothes off to hop in the shower. Having settled for doing his hair like usual this time, Naruto looked at himself in his bedroom mirror. His wardrobe did not exactly support dressing up in any capacity, but he'd tried his best. He was wearing a long-sleeved blue knit that with a nice pair of designer jeans that Jiraiya had gotten him with a wink and a few comments about not underestimating the power of his ass in attracting the fairer Shrexy. Given everything, that felt quite ironic right now. You're wearing your first date outfit? Kiba appeared in front of the bedroom door with a grin. I don't have a first date outfit, Naruto mumbled. Shika, Kiba yelled. What does Naruto wear when he is trying to seduce some unsuspecting victim? Leave me alone, Shikamaru called out from his own room. It's important, Kiba yelled back. The blue sweater, Shikamaru yelled. I hate you, Naruto told Kiba. Kiba grinned wider. You love me. Since when are you so shy anyway? So, what if you're trying to seduce Sasuke? Jesus Christ, Naruto moaned. I'm honestly proud of you. Naruto sighed, then taking one last look in the mirror, he ran a hand through his hair. Thanks. Huh. Kiba said, much too enthusiastically, you admit it. Naruto groaned. Kiba took it as invitation to step inside and take a seat on Naruto's bed. It's the perfect time for seduction too. Despite himself, Naruto found himself asking, you think so? Kiba gave him a wolfish grin. Oh, 100%, the autumn chill in the air. Free-flowing alcohol. The last opportunity to really let loose before mid-semester rolls in. Was Naruto crazy, or was Kiba actually making sense? He hadn't been thinking about seducing Sasuke. Well, not really. Had he been a little overeager about the idea of having a few drinks with him tonight? Perhaps. And had he put a little too much thought into what to wear and how to style his hair? Well, you didn't turn 20 every day. It can't be that hard to seduce a dude anyway, right? Kiba said thoughtfully, distracting Naruto. Depends on the dude apparently, Naruto thought, but decided not to say that aloud. Since when are you so interested in my dating life? He asked instead. Since you started having one. I've dated before. Naruto protested. Oh right. Kiba rolled his eyes. This is totally the same as you setting an alarm for like 5 minutes pre-date so you wouldn't forget to leave. Kiba raised his hand in the air before Naruto could say anything, and yes, I know about the ADHD, and I also know that right now we have at least an hour before people start showing up and you're already dressed and ready to go, and by people, I mean Sasuke. Old friends that knew you too well. So what if Naruto was a little too excited about tonight? It was his birthday, and also, he hadn't seen Sasuke since Wednesday, which was like 2 full days. Maybe it didn't sound like a lot, but it had gone by very, very slowly. You'll never believe who I ran into today. Kiba said, apparently feeling like he'd made his point well enough already and ready to move on to a new topic. Niji. Naruto nodded distractedly, still half thinking about how little he and Sasuke had texted in the past 2 days. I told him he could come tonight. But then I thought I should have asked you first. Naruto resisted the urge to look in the mirror one last time because he knew Kiba would not let him live it down. Instead he tried to focus on the conversation at hand. No man, that's totally cool. It'll be good to see him. He'd hung out with Niji a lot more while he was in high school and dating his cousin, but even though they both went to the same university now, he hadn't seen the man much since the breakup. I thought you'd say that. Kiba chuckled. I mean, I still think he looks eerily like your ex, but you're hardly hung up on her right now. Naruto huffed, but well, it's not like Kiba didn't have a point there. Can I come? Suigetsu said from the dining room, his voice loud enough to carry upstairs. No, Sasuke said from his own room, putting on his favorite black bomber jacket and making sure to hold Naruto's gift so it was hidden underneath the folds of the jacket before walking downstairs. Suigetsu and Karen, sitting on the opposite sides of the coach, watched him with twin expressions of too much interest. Almost immediately, Suigetsu whistled. Ing. Sasuke. Give the poor man a chance. I don't know what you mean. Sasuke said coolly. Suigetsu snorted. Sure you don't. Karen leaned over and smacked him on the chest. Do you have to be so annoying? What did I do? Suigetsu snapped back. You're making Sasuke self-conscious. Sasuke sighed. He didn't think he looked so different from usual, except maybe his pants and shirt fit him slightly better than what he wore out and about. The two of them were only being particularly annoying because Sasuke had made the mistake of mentioning whose birthday he was going to. Forget about him, Karen told Sasuke, turning her back on Suigetsu pointedly. I can come and have your back, she offered solemnly, though the effect was slightly spoiled by the predatory grin on her face. How about you both stay home instead? Sasuke said, given I'm the only one invited. Karen pouted. Oh come on, you know Naruto would be fine with me coming along. He did seem like the more the merrier type. Suigetsu added with an impish grin, and Sasuke knew him well enough to catch where he was heading with that line of thought. Sasuke sent him a warning look, but Suigetsu simply grinned wider. A little overprotective, aren't you, Sasuke? I haven't even made the threesome joke yet. There is nothing to protect, Sasuke responded flatly. Naruto's bright blue eyes flashed in his mind for an unwelcome moment before he forced the image aside. Other than your heart. Suigetsu quipped. And his heart. Karen added, he seemed like the sensitive type, and Sasuke looks ridiculously delectable. Suigetsu nodded seriously and turned to Sasuke again, so should we expect you back tonight or? Having had enough? Sasuke took a glance at the clock and started heading toward the door. He hadn't wanted to show up early, but considering he was walking there, it was a good enough time to leave, especially if it stopped him from murdering his flatmates. That wasn't an answer. Suigetsu yelled at his back. Give Naruto a kiss for me. Karen added just as loudly. Sasuke slammed the door behind him. Sasuke knew how these sort of house parties went. You barely saw the people or person you were there to see. Most people got a little too drunk, and those who weren't pretended to be. Strangers told you weirdly personal things in the kitchen and you immediately forgot their names. Someone always suggested playing a drinking game, and things continued to get weirder, until you eventually left, wondering on the way home if this was what university life was about. It was only the knowledge that this was what awaited him, and no other reason, that led Sasuke to walk past Naruto's house 3 times instead of going inside. He walked around the block each time. It was interesting to see the addition of new parked cars every time he walked by the house and hear the increasingly loud noises coming from the inside. Like observing the anatomy of a party from the outside, or whatever. Okay, so maybe Sasuke was a tiny bit nervous. It was ridiculous, really. It was just Naruto. Idiotic and overtly friendly Naruto, who had somehow become a fixture in his life so fast that Sasuke had trouble believing he hadn't always been there. What was it about Naruto? He was objectively, annoyingly attractive, and surprisingly perceptive, and for whatever reason seemed to genuinely care about Sasuke. So, they'd become friends. Sasuke just wasn't used to being friends with straight men who were so affectionate and so physical. That was all. If he perceived there to be something more between them at times, he had to admit it might be just because he wanted there to be. Sasuke took a breath, and with that thought acting like a cold shower, decided it was finally time to go inside. By then, 2 hours had gone past the official start time and the party seemed to be in full swing, the sound of music and conversation spilling out to the street. Sasuke knocked, not particularly hopeful that he'd be heard, but the door swung open almost immediately to reveal a boy about his own age with a full head of spiky brown hair standing there. Sasuke. The boy said immediately, grinning ear to ear like they were old friends, and then to Sasuke's horror, he pulled him in for the bro-side hug. Thank God you're finally here. Sasuke thought this was one of the stranger interactions he'd had in life. Naruto, the boy yelled back towards the hall, simultaneously pulling Sasuke inside with a grip on his elbow and closing the door behind him. Your boyfriend's here. It felt like Sasuke only had time to blink before he was being assaulted by a very bright head of blonde hair. Naruto, seeming to have teleported to the hallway, sidestepped the other boy, and sort of thrust himself at Sasuke in a half-tackle, half-hug. However, he barely had time to put his arms around the other boy in response before Naruto was already letting him go. He didn't go far though. Taking a small step back, he grabbed Sasuke by both shoulders and gave him a little shake. You're so late, and you didn't answer any of my texts. Oops. Sasuke thought, somewhat hazily. They were still very close and Naruto's eyes were extremely blue. It was frankly unnecessary. The other boy didn't seem drunk, but there was a slight flush on his cheeks and a lack of restraint to his movements that let Sasuke knew he probably had a good buzz going. The flush looked unfairly good on his complexion. Sasuke also took in the fact that he was wearing a sweater that matched his eyes exactly. As Sasuke watched him, Naruto just stood in his personal space and stared back intently. If he leaned forward just a tiny bit, they'd be kissing. That was just a neutral observation that Sasuke's brain helpfully supplied. Jesus, Naruto, let the man breathe, the brown-haired boy said suddenly, cutting into the tension. Sasuke wasn't entirely sure if he was thankful or disappointed. Naruto let out a chuckle, stepped back and let go of one of Sasuke's shoulders, still holding on to the other. Are you jealous? Naruto grinned at the other boy. Kiba thinks you're pretty. He told Sasuke he told me so himself. Multiple times. Ah, so this was the third roommate. Naruto. Kiba said, momentarily looking outraged, then seemed to abruptly change tactics and shrugged. So what? I'm not blind. He's obviously a good-looking dude. Thank you. Sasuke said. I could say the same to you. It was true enough, Kiba looked like the boy next door with a hint of bad boy, if you were into that. Kiba grinned, clearly pleased, and clasped him on the back of the shoulder Naruto wasn't holding. Seriously? Naruto asked Sasuke, outraged. It's my birthday. Sasuke raised his eyebrows at him, then smirked just a little. Happy birthday. Thank you. Naruto muttered. Huh. Kiba said loudly, leaning to look Naruto in the face. Are you really upset because your boyfriend thinks I'm hot? He didn't say hot. Naruto told him, get over yourself. Sasuke had to admit he was amused. This was likely the closest he'd come to his teenage dream of having two straight men fight over him. Though as he glanced at Naruto's ridiculous pout, the thought turned a little bittersweet. Straight. Right. I'd just let him pout, Sasuke. Kiba told him, putting an arm around his shoulder and pulling him towards the dining room and away from Naruto. Sasuke thought somewhat despondently that here was proof that this particular group of straight men were just friendly and unnecessarily physical. Now that I've seen how he is firsthand, I guess it's not too different from having a girlfriend. Kiba told Sasuke like an epiphany. Naruto, having been forced to let go of his hold on Sasuke's shoulder, yelled from behind them, what do you know about having girlfriends? Kiba turned his head and yelled back, unfortunately close to Sasuke's ears, thank you for letting Sasuke know I'm single. Naruto sputtered behind them, and Sasuke let out a sigh. Well, this was shaping up to be an interesting night already. Naruto was a little, not annoyed, just keyed up. Yeah, that was better. He nodded along to whatever Ino was saying, not feeling bad about being distracted because he knew Kiba was hanging on to every word. Instead, Naruto's eyes were drawn once more to where Sasuke seemed to be deeply engaged in a conversation with Shikamaru and Temari on the other side of the living room. As if on cue, Temari let out a burst of laughter at whatever Sasuke had said, and look at that, now Shika was chuckling too. Naruto wanted to know what Sasuke was saying. He was ing hilarious, and it was Naruto's birthday. And he isn't listening to a single word we're saying. Naruto caught the tail end of the sentence only because Ino accompanied it by smacking his back. What? Naruto said sheepishly. Sorry, got a little distracted. Oh, I know that. Ino said, I'm just a little confused, because were you just checking out Temari? Kiba snorted. No. Naruto said, Jesus Ino. Are you trying to get me killed? Ino raised an eyebrow, Shika's not that scary. Not him. Naruto said her. Temari was awesome, but man was she intense. She'd snap Naruto's neck if he ever tried to pull something like that. Ino smiled, I really should get to know her better. Naruto made a non-committal noise, looking back at the trio, who were still laughing together. But if you're not watching her. Ino trailed off, frowning. Naruto snapped his eyes back to her. Ino blinked. Kiba cleared his throat. There was a moment of silence. Who is the ridiculously hot guy talking with them? Ino asked a little too casually. It was Naruto's turn to clear his throat. He could feel the tips of his ears going hot for no god-dead reason. He is a friend of mine. Sasuke. Ino raised his eyebrows, I see. When no one said anything for several moments, she looked from Naruto to Kiba, who both refused to meet her eyes, and added, well, I think you should go and offer to take your friend's jacket like a good host. I should. Naruto said and wanted so badly to hug Ino for a second. Yeah. I'll go do that right now. Great suggestion, Ino. Great point. Kiba clapped him behind the shoulder like he was going to war instead of crossing their own living room. Naruto appreciated the support. It almost made up for him having monopolized Sasuke's time in the beginning before he was stolen by Shikamaru and Temari. Naruto hadn't expected Sasuke to get along with his friends this well. He'd even said Kiba was good-looking. He'd never told Naruto he was good-looking, for God's sake. Naruto had only taken 3 steps forward when, for no discernible reason, Sasuke looked up from his conversation suddenly, his gaze snapping straight to Naruto's from across the room. Naruto smiled, trying not to show that he'd just felt a jolt go through him. Sasuke didn't smile back but decided to keep watching him with an unreadable expression on his face. Of course, Naruto couldn't look away now, so they just kept unbroken eye contact until Naruto reached their group, his heart beating like he'd just ran laps around the house instead of walking 10 steps. Sasuke and Temari were standing in front of Shikamaru, who was perched on the arm of the coach. As Naruto reached them, both Temari and Shika turned to see what had grabbed Sasuke's attention. "Hey, I came to make sure you two weren't bullying Sasuke too badly over here," Naruto said easily. "Seemed like you were laughing at him, and he is a sensitive little flower." Shikamaru shook his head at him slightly, and Naruto could just hear him sighing on the inside. "Thank you," Sasuke said, dry as the dessert, and it was insane how Naruto's mood started lifting immediately. "I was hoping for a big strong man to come rescue me." Temari snorted and turned to Naruto. "We were having a lovely conversation." Temari said, "Don't make us sound like we're jerks, little brat." "Little?" Naruto huffed. "What's little about me?" Sasuke's eyes twitched. "Don't you dare," Naruto told him. "I wasn't planning on saying anything," Sasuke said, though his growing smile said something else. "I'll have you know, there is nothing little about my—" Temari smacked him on the chest, hard. Still staring at Sasuke's amused smile, Naruto couldn't be bothered to mind. Shikamaru cleared his throat and stood up. "Temari, let's go grab another drink." "Alright." Temari threw him a confused look. "Excuse us," Shikamaru said as they both headed towards the kitchen. Naruto ran a hand through his hair as he watched them leave. "Thank you, Shikamaru, but man, maybe a little more subtlety next time?" Slowly, he returned his eyes towards Sasuke, only to see the other man still watching him with the same amused look still on his face. "So, what was so funny?" Naruto asked. Sasuke's look turned questioning. "Before?" You could hear Temari laugh from across the room. "It's not a particularly big room." Naruto tapped him on the front of his shoulder. "It's my birthday. You should be making me laugh. And giving me compliments." "It's your birthday?" Smirking, Sasuke widened his eyes. "No way." "No, really. You're joking." "Dead serious." "Well then," Sasuke smiled at him. "Happy birthday." "Thanks," Naruto said, smiling back. Then he cleared his throat and added weakly, I came to take your jacket?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" Naruto rolled his eyes. Sasuke started to slowly unzip his jacket. Even though there were so many people still hanging around the living room, they were in a shadowed corner, and the music made him feel like they were almost alone. Shaking his head, Naruto held out his hand expectantly. Sasuke took something flat from the inside fold of his jacket and put it in Naruto's outstretched hand. Naruto blinked, looking down to see a large flat square in his hand. "What's this?" "A funny coincidence." "What?" Naruto looked up at Sasuke again. "Well, you mentioned it's your birthday, and I happen to be carrying a present." Naruto stared at him, then felt a grin spread over his face. "You got me a gift? Were you not listening to what I just said?" Sasuke said dryly, but Naruto noticed that it was quite possibly the first time he'd seen Sasuke look a tiny bit shy. "You didn't have to." Naruto told him. "Pretty much everyone just brought alcohol." Sasuke shrugged. Naruto turned the wrapped gift in his hand. The wrapping was a simple dark blue paper, but the shape was distinctive enough that Naruto was almost sure he already knew what it was. "Are you going to open it?" Sasuke asked. "Don't rush me," Naruto said, his heart beating faster. "I love gifts." Then throwing a grin at Sasuke, he tore the wrapping paper and stared at the vinyl record in his hand. He recognized the cover art immediately and looked up at Sasuke, then back at it again, feeling an unexplainable mortifying lump in his throat. He swallowed and smiled instead, then looked up again to grin at Sasuke. Sasuke sighed, just say it. Naruto grinned wider, did you get this so I can relieve the memory of the day you played it for me over and over again? Sasuke sighed, I got it for you because you mentioned it was one of your favorite songs. It is. Naruto's grin turned back into a smile, thank you. Setting the record carefully on the armchair, Naruto leaned forward and put his arms around Sasuke's shoulder, hugging him tight. Like usual, Sasuke initially froze at the contact, but this time Naruto held on for long enough that eventually he snuck his arms around Naruto's back, holding him in return. With his chin resting on Sasuke's shoulder, Naruto got a whiff of his scent, something cool and deep that reminded Naruto of rain, or maybe thunder. Sasuke seemed to shift a little and Naruto suddenly came to himself. Had he held on for too long? Laughing, he squeezed Sasuke one last time and let go, immediately running a hand through his hair. They both just stood there for a second, watching one another, and Naruto's gaze dropped down to Sasuke's jacket, which was now lying open. Immediately, his eyes halted, met with a wider expanse of skin that he'd expected. Sasuke was wearing a dark gray knitted shirt with an unusually wide neckline that was open all the way across the tops of his shoulders, the seam coming together with a few metal clasps at some points and exposing parts his collarbone at others. Naruto said. Then looked up to see Sasuke watching him with an eyebrow raised. Naruto added intelligibly, I like your shirt. Then he blinked, it looks like the bruise is gone. Sasuke shrugged, taking off the jacket completely. Man, he looked cool. How did he look so casually cool? What was this power? Sasuke seemed about to say something when his eyes suddenly caught on to something behind Naruto. Sasuke blinked, a weird ripple seeming to go over his expression before it flattened out again. Naruto, having had momentarily forgotten where they were, turned to see a familiar man with long dark brown hair and incredibly light eyes approaching them. He was so disoriented that he just stared at the newcomer for a moment before he could get his thought together enough to call out Neji. Thanks for coming. Neji, who seemed to have been staring at Sasuke, who wouldn't, snapped his eyes back to Naruto with a faint smile, of course, happy birthday Naruto. Thanks man. Naruto said, clasping Neji lightly on the back, let me introduce you. Sasuke. Neji said, it's been a while. Sasuke nodded in agreement, not saying anything back. Naruto blinked, you two know each other? You could say that. Neji said. Neji didn't sound cold exactly, but just very controlled. Naruto looked at Sasuke, but he couldn't read the expression on his face at all either. Sasuke returned his gaze, we had a few classes together my first year. Naruto frowned, classes? But Neji's pre-med? Sasuke nodded, which didn't clarify anything. Then the three of them stood together in a very odd sort of silence. You're the last person I expected to see here. Neji told Sasuke eventually. Yes, Sasuke said. Still as verbose as ever. Neji gave him a weird sort of half-smile, how have you been? For no reason that he could identify, Naruto felt a pit begin to open inside his stomach. Alright. Sasuke said neutrally, and you? Same, Neji said, their gazes lingering together for a second before Neji turned to Naruto, so how do you two know each other? We're good friends actually. Naruto said, smiling hesitantly. Neji looked at Naruto like he'd expected further clarification. When it didn't come, he said, really? I couldn't think of two more different people. Yeah, well. Opposites attract, Naruto almost said, but caught himself in time. Sasuke's pretty cool, though you seem to know that already? Why did this feel so awkward? Naruto was starting to develop a hunch, but he didn't feel like looking at that hunch too closely yet. Yes. Neji said, Sasuke's always been cool. Thanks, Sasuke said after a moment, his voice quieter than before. So, are you still living with Suigetsu and Karen? Neji asked him. So he knew them too? Yeah. And have you had any news of Ida? Let's not get into that. Sasuke interrupted. Neji glanced at Naruto, who felt rooted to the spot. Sorry. Neji muttered. It's fine. Sasuke answered immediately. Another awkward silence. Well. I just wanted to stop by, it's already so late, I'm just going to go say "o" to Kiba and the others. Naruto nodded, thanking Neji again for coming as the boy walked away from them with a final look at Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke stood in suddenly tense silence. Naruto wanted to ask. But he also didn't. But he also really did, but he also thought he already knew, but he also wished he'd be wrong. Hey, Naruto said suddenly, do you want to go outside for a bit? I feel like getting some fresh air. Sasuke nodded, and Naruto handed back his jacket silently. As they stepped outside, Naruto was distractedly relieved to find not enough noise was leaking out of the house to warrant a complaint from neighbors. The quiet was a welcome reprieve, and without talking about it, they both started walking away from the house. The autumn chill was well and truly in the air, but it was a surprisingly clear night, giving Naruto a rare glimpse of the stars. They walked side by side for a while, their shoulders occasionally bumping into each other. Naruto finally cleared his throat and decided to start easy. So, how come you were taking pre-med classes? He asked as casually as he could manage. Sasuke looked at him clearly not buying the act and sighed, I was pre-med. Naruto watched him expectantly, but he didn't offer anything else. Dr. Sasuke? Naruto tried experimentally, hoping to lighten the mood. Dr. Uchiha, Sasuke corrected, then seemed to flinch a little. I didn't want that, I was just trying to make my parents happy. I see. Naruto said, it would have been a shame, you being a musical prodigy and all that. Sasuke snorted. What? Naruto said, I'm tuned into the art faculty now. You can't hide your talents from me. Itachi's always been the prodigy. Sasuke said, his breath creating a faint outline in the air. In what? Naruto asked curiously. He felt a little squeeze in his heart at the fact that Sasuke had brought him up on his own. Everything. Sasuke said simply. He studied law though, worked at my father's company. Naruto raised his eyebrows, does he play any instruments too? Not really. Sasuke said. Naruto gave him a look. The point is, if he did, he'd be better at it than me. Sasuke said like it was an indisputable fact. I find that hard to believe. Naruto said. Sasuke threw him a sideways glance. Yeah, well, I'm starting to think you might be a little biased. Naruto felt a flush coming on but pretended otherwise and put on an easy grin instead. Right, I am. Sasuke shook his head, but Naruto knew him well enough by now to tell that he was amused. Could Naruto let it go? It was such a nice night out. So he said instead. Neji seemed like he knew Itachi too. Sasuke glanced at him then looked straight ahead. They walked a little further, reaching the end of the street. Sasuke stopped and turned to face him. What is it you want to ask me? Naruto took a breath. You and Neji. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him, waiting. Naruto sighed. I'm just curious. About. Naruto looked to the side for a moment. He thought it should have been so much easier to ask. He'd ask a friend about that kind of tense encounter immediately, curious to know all the gory details. You. Naruto replied eventually, looking back at Sasuke. I told you that from the first time we talked. I'm always curious about you. Will you tell me? Sasuke looked at him for a moment, then looked away. I think you already know. You were together. Naruto guessed. Sasuke didn't deny it. Naruto had kind of wanted him to deny it. He pictured Neji. His personality was a little similar to Sasuke, wasn't it? Reserved and quiet and smart, and very different from Naruto. I thought you weren't interested in relationships. Naruto tried to make his voice teasing, casual. It wasn't strictly a relationship, Sasuke said after a moment. Right. But he seemed to know you better than a hookup would. Naruto let it hang in the air like a question. Sasuke shifted his weight from side to side, he looked at Naruto's face, then away, then back at Naruto. Right, well, we were friends. Oh. Naruto felt suddenly completely sobered. You were friends, he said, his voice suddenly sounding odd to his own ears. Sasuke nodded tightly, whatever he saw on Naruto's face seemed to make him look away. And then you hooked up, Naruto said. Then what happened? He didn't really want to know. Sasuke took a breath, nothing for a while, then he told me that he wanted more. He was in love with you, Naruto thought numbly. And I didn't, Sasuke said with a note of finality. The silence hung about them. Naruto slowly turned to face the field. I see, Naruto said after several moments. Poor Neji. Naruto. What? Naruto snapped back, surprising both of them. You said you wanted to know. Yeah, well, Naruto said, thanks for telling me. He could see Sasuke from the corners of his eyes as pushed his hands deep inside his pockets. Why are you upset at me right now? Sasuke asked. Naruto said, I feel bad for Neji. Sasuke threw him a flat look. I didn't realize you were so close. It's the principle of the thing, Naruto returned. Should I have lied and strung him along? Ouch. No, Naruto said, obviously not. So, what is it? Sasuke asked him. I just feel like there is a lot for me to take in right now, alright? Sasuke threw his hands in the air. Why is there anything in this situation for you to take in? He suddenly sounded so uncharacteristically frustrated that it snapped Naruto a little out of his thoughts. He turned to face the other man. Either from the cold or irritation, a hint of red had crept onto Sasuke's usually pale cheeks. Naruto stared at him. Sasuke narrowed his eyes in response. Naruto felt his heart give one strong beat inside his chest. Thump. I just don't want to end up like him, he muttered. It was, he thought, one of the bravest things he'd done in his 20 years of life. Sasuke stared at him, looking somewhat bewildered. Why would you possibly? Sasuke said, then trailed off. We're not. He trailed off again. Naruto wasn't sure he had any bravery left in him, so he stayed quiet and watched as Sasuke seemed to think things through. Naruto, he told him after a moment, his voice significantly calmer than before, but Naruto could still hear the tension underneath. Before we have this conversation, I'm going to ask you this one more time. Naruto swallowed. Do you happen to be gay? Sasuke asked after a moment. No. Sasuke gave him a look. I think. Naruto took a breath. I might be bi, or pansexual, technically. He'd done his research. Sasuke stared at him. You think? He seemed not to know where to go with the question. I think, Naruto confirmed. He knew, actually. Then he added, maybe you can help me figure it out. Who knew sexuality would be so much easier to discuss than feelings? Sasuke kept on staring at him, his dark eyes intense and completely focused on Naruto. Naruto felt goosebumps rise on his arm. What do you want? Sasuke asked him, his voice quiet and careful. This isn't a good idea, Naruto thought. Don't do it halfway. Be honest. Then he decided to go another way. I want to kiss you. Oh God. Sasuke's mouth opened, letting out a distinct huff of air. Well. No turning back now. Instead, Naruto pushed his feet into the ground and stared at Sasuke as defiantly as he could. Are you drunk? Sasuke asked seriously. You know I'm not. Sasuke watched him. Naruto looked back as steadily as he could. He thought briefly, if they really were enemies like they'd talked about, maybe this is what it would feel like to face Sasuke across a battlefield. He didn't know how long they went on like that, but he had a feeling Sasuke was waiting for him to back out, to laugh or break the tension. Good luck to him. Now that Naruto had made it this far, Sasuke would have to wait a very long time for that to happen. Naruto sent him a smirk instead, drawing on confidence that he didn't really feel. The little muscles in his legs were all shaking on the inside. Then slowly, very slowly, Sasuke took a step forward. Suddenly he was only an arm's distance away. Naruto's heart rate tripled in response. Sasuke kept his unwavering gaze on his face. Then, just for a moment, his eyes dropped down to look at Naruto's lips before raising again. Naruto thought he might go into cardiac arrest. "Are you sure about this?" Sasuke asked, his voice significantly lower than before. "I think." Naruto licked his lips, matching Sasuke's tone. "It will help me figure things out." Sasuke sent him a little smirk, like a rapid-fire sexuality test. "Right," Naruto said, staring at Sasuke's lips exactly. "Well, when you say it like that." Sasuke tilted his head. "It becomes my civic responsibility." Sasuke took another step closer, leaving very little space between their bodies. From this distance Naruto could see that his eyes, which so often looked black, were actually an intense dark gray. When Sasuke let out a breath, Naruto felt it feather across his skin. Sasuke paused right then, making Naruto want to jump out of his skin. It was not altogether an unpleasant feeling. Sasuke's smirk widened. Naruto took in a breath like he was about to dive underwater. Unexpectedly, Sasuke extended his left arm, placing the palm on Naruto's chest right over his heart. Naruto looked down at the long delicate fingers covering his chest. Sasuke flattened his palm, pressing just a little. Naruto's heart started beating so loudly in response, he heard the blood rush in his ears. From the top of his vision, he saw Sasuke, clearly feeling the vibrations, smile in response. Naruto lifted his head back up to see the smile. The moment their eyes met, Sasuke closed the distance in one movement, bringing their lips together. Naruto's heart beat one more time, and then stopped completely. He felt a jolt go through his entire body, his skin rising in goosebumps from head to toe. Sasuke brought his other hand up to place on the back of Naruto's neck, right behind his ear, and Naruto came alive, grabbing hold of the lapels of Sasuke's jacket with both hands and pulling him even closer. Sasuke made a small sound of amusement or surprise, and Naruto it right out of his mouth. He wanted his breath, his air, his sound, and he wanted to give him his own. All of it. Somewhere among the intensity of the feeling, Naruto took a moment to notice Sasuke was a great kisser. He wanted to keep on kissing him for the foreseeable future. As if sensing the thought, Sasuke pulled away just a little. Naruto almost followed, but stopped himself just in time, settling for the fact that with his death grip on Sasuke's lapels, the other man couldn't go far. Sasuke kept on holding on to Naruto's neck, the fingers moving a little in a small caress that Naruto felt all the way down to his toes. "Breathe," Sasuke told him quietly. "Right." Naruto took in a gasp of air. He didn't even have it in him to be embarrassed. He glanced down at Sasuke's lips, then looked up at his eyes again, which were watching him intently. Naruto liked having Sasuke's focus on him. Sasuke let out a breath. It made a white cloud in the tiny space between their lips, and Naruto, not thinking clearly, opened his mouth to breathe it in before it could dissipate. Sasuke's eyes darkened, his pupils widening to take over the gray of his irises. Naruto wanted to kiss him again. Immediately. Sasuke allowed his fingers to run over Naruto's neck again, pressing his other palm over his heart at the same time, before he suddenly dropped both hands and started to pull away. When he couldn't go far, he looked down at Naruto's hands on his collar. Naruto considered just pulling him back in again for a moment. Then he reluctantly opened his fingers one by one, freeing the other man. Sasuke took a small step back. Naruto watched him carefully. He couldn't have looked away had he wanted to. He would have given everything he owned for a glimpse inside of his mind in that moment. Sasuke watched him back, his expression unreadable, and his breathing still a little hard. Then, he sent him a small smile. "Well?" Sasuke asked, his voice low and quiet. Naruto kept on watching him intently. "Well, what? Are the results in?" Sasuke asked him after a moment, voice closer to normal. They were still very close together and Naruto hated the distance anyway. What? He finally managed to ask Sasuke. Sasuke gave him a careful look as if checking whether he was putting on an act, then his smile widened. You need to be careful, or you'll inflate my ego beyond repair. Naruto blinked, pulling himself back to the present moment, even though a part of him wanted to stay in the dreamy state and bask in the haze of the kiss. What? Are you just finding out you're a great kisser? Naruto asked him. Sasuke smirked at him. It's always nice to hear. Naruto frowned at him. Don't be such a why. Come over here and let me kiss you again instead. So I take this to mean it wasn't an altogether unpleasant experience. Sasuke told him. But does that mean? Yeah. Naruto took a breath. I think I'm ready for my card. Your card? My queer card. Naruto said, so I can get into all the clubs. I'll take you. Sasuke said quietly, then blinked as if he hadn't expected the words. Naruto's heart, having had a brief period of rest, started valiantly trying to jump out of his chest again. Sasuke shifted his weight, moving a little further back, which Naruto thought was quite a counterintuitive direction. So congratulations. Sasuke said after a moment. You're into men. I'm into you. Naruto thought. Yep. He said cheerfully. Figured it out right in time to enter my 20s with a bang. Sasuke smiled at him, moving a little further back. You seem to be taking this well. Naruto wanted to kiss him so badly. I've had some time to think about it. Naruto said. Have you? Sasuke said dryly, though Naruto could tell he was teasing. Well, thank you for remembering to share that little fact with me. I thought you knew already, Naruto said casually. How? Sasuke threw him a skeptical look like he knew Naruto was going to say something idiotic already. Well, I'm pretty sure I caught it from you after all. Naruto said grinning. The queer bug. Sasuke stared at him for a second. Your card's revoked. Effective immediately. Hey. Naruto protested, chuckling, then added I guess that's fine. I don't need it anyway since you're going to take me with you. Sasuke blinked, then looked away, clearing his throat. Right, he said after a moment, not to ruin your big moment, but did you want to talk about what you said before, about not wanting to end up like him? Naruto felt all the blood rush to his feet. Right. Now was his chance. How hard was it to say, hey, let's try something more? I want more. He stared at Sasuke, who was watching him patiently. He wondered briefly how long it had been since Sasuke and Neji had seen each other. Neji had wanted more. I just meant, Naruto said, I don't want you to feel like I want too much, with the kiss and all, I don't want us to stop being friends. Sasuke frowned. It seemed like he was about to say something but stopped himself and looked away. I see, he said eventually. Well, this is a completely different scenario to back then. Yeah, Naruto said. Was it though? Tell him it's not that different. Just say it. Maybe he'd surprise you. But maybe he wouldn't. Completely different. Naruto repeated, so, we're fine, right? Yeah. We're fine. Sasuke said after a moment's pause, in which Naruto felt like keeling over. Kissing friends is a time-honored queer tradition. Sasuke told him with a small smile. Maybe we should do it again then. For tradition's sake. Naruto opened his mouth, and then closed it again. Sasuke followed the movement closely for a moment, then looked up at Naruto. We should probably head back. He said. Feeling like he was having an out-of-body experience, Naruto could do nothing but nod his agreement. The house had emptied out considerably by the time they returned, probably encouraged by Shikamaru's policy that no party should continue past midnight. Distantly, Naruto felt a little guilty about not having been there to say goodbye to people as they left, but he was too preoccupied to think about it much. Should I leave? Sasuke said when Naruto opened the door to the sound of nothing but a little bit of quiet conversation and mellow music coming from the inside. Don't be stupid. Naruto told him, grabbing his wrist for good measure. Sasuke raised his eyebrows and looked down at Naruto's grip. I wasn't going to bolt. Naruto shrugged but continued to hold on to him as they made their way inside. Whatever, sue him. He'd never pretended not to be clingy. In his mind he defended himself against an imaginary Sasuke, even though he was aware that the real version came with him without resisting. In the living room, they found Shikamaru, Temari, and Ino flung about the couch, having moved it back from the corner to its proper place in the middle of the room. Kiba was lying down on the rug by its foot. "Hey!" Kiba said excitedly as soon as he saw Naruto, "We were wondering where you disappeared off to." Naruto met the two sharp gazes of Shikamaru and Ino and nervously scratched behind his head. "Yeah, we just went for a walk. Guess we lost track of time." Shikamaru gave him a look. Kiba snorted, "I'd say." Then he leaned forward a little to catch sight of Sasuke, who was standing hesitantly a step behind Naruto. "We were especially worried about you, Sasuke," Kiba told him. "Thought maybe Naruto had you tied up somewhere." "Does he make a habit of tying up guests?" "I can't tell you that, can I?" Kiba said, grinning. "Wouldn't want you to get jealous." Naruto couldn't tell if he loved or hated Kiba. Sasuke for his part didn't seem to mind, gracing them with a cool smirk. Probably a wise choice. "I can't pretend I'm not a vengeful person." The others looked on amusedly as Kiba nodded his head seriously. "That's what I thought. He's also a black belt." Naruto chimed in, "I don't know in what, but it sounds dangerous." Kiba whistled appreciatively. "See? I knew it. You can definitely someone up. I could see that about you." Sasuke just raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't you have been worried about Naruto instead of worrying about me then?" "Should we have?" Kiba asked, suddenly sounding a little less joking. Before he could go into full-on protective bro mode, Naruto grinned. "It's too late for worry, Sasuke's already corrupted me." "If only." Sasuke muttered, just for his ears, and the two of them exchanged a look that went on for longer than necessary. Now why did he have to go and say that? Naruto wasn't so sure he could go back to the usual back and forth and casual flirting with Sasuke. He didn't think he could take it. He broke the gaze, perhaps a little too abruptly, and walked towards his friends. After a pause, Sasuke followed, and they both made themselves comfortable on the floor. Naruto leaning against the couch next to Kiba, and Sasuke on his other side, leaning back against a chair. Naruto noted absently that Sasuke could have sat on the chair but had chosen to sit on the ground with him instead. Was this what it was like to hold on to crumbs? In contrast to the upheaval inside of Naruto, everyone else seemed chilled out from a combination of tiredness and likely Shikamaru's never-ending supply of weed. "It was such a nice party, Naruto," Ino murmured from the couch, sounding content. "You think?" Naruto smiled. Temari and Kiba chimed in with empathetic agreements, while Naruto noted that the two introverts present remained quiet. As if reading his mind, Shikamaru asked, "What do you think, Sasuke? Did tonight change your assessment of house parties?" "Oh?" Naruto asked, immediately interested. "What is this about?" Temari answered him. "Sasuke was telling us before how he isn't the biggest fan." Naruto snorted. "Why am I not surprised?" "What was it you said?" Temari asked Sasuke. "You barely get to see the person you're there to see. And end up in a lot of meaningless conversations instead?" Temari snorted and told the rest of them, "We tried very hard not to take it personally." Naruto laughed. Of course Sasuke would go and directly say that to people he was talking to. There was a reason Naruto's first impression of him had hardly been favorable. Sasuke did not look repentant in the slightest as he quietly observed the conversation. However, after a moment he added, "Both parts of that statement proved false tonight." It took Naruto's mind a moment to catch up, and then he grinned at Sasuke like an idiot. Kiba elbowed him in the side and muttered, "Please close your mouth before you start drooling." Sasuke looked on with amusement and Naruto's heart reacted like it was trying to jump out of him and reach for Sasuke personally. "Settle down." Naruto told the useless pump, "For God's sake, if anyone's going to touch him, it's going to be me anyway." Great, now he was arguing with one of his own organs in his own mind. Clearly things were going great. He let out an audible sigh. Perhaps having heard, Ino asked him, "How was your night, birthday boy?" How was his night? Earth-shattering? Gleeful and heartbreaking? Yeah, great party. He said, clearing his throat. I was surprised so many people showed up. Please. Kiba said, digging an elbow into his side, you know everyone loves you. For some reason, Naruto felt a sudden wash of sadness come over him at the sentence, his throat suddenly tightening. He didn't want to bring the mood down, so he stared at his knees as he tried to get his expression under control. Even Niji showed up and he barely leaves the library. Kiba continued obliviously, I thought he seemed a little funny when I talked to him though. Naruto very carefully did not look at Sasuke. Don't ask. Funny how? He muttered to Kiba. Kiba shrugged, giving him a look at the sudden change in volume. Don't know. You know how reserved he is usually, but he seemed excessively so tonight. I wonder if he's alright. Naruto was silent for a few moments, then he leaned his head to the side until it rested on Kiba's shoulder. Kiba simply shifted his weight a little to give him more space and began chattering on with Temari about one thing or the other. Naruto raised his eyes to see Sasuke watching him with an unreadable expression on his face. Naruto tried to summon up a smile for him, and thought he managed it fine, but Sasuke's didn't smile back. They just kept on watching each other. Eventually Temari asked Sasuke something about his next show and Sasuke broke their gaze to answer her, leading to a more in-depth conversation about music. You okay, man? Kiba asked him quietly after a while, and Naruto slowly lifted his head. Yeah, just tired. You've had a long day. Sasuke said suddenly. Naruto hadn't even realized he could hear them or was paying attention. I should head out too. Sasuke added. You're welcome to crash here if you like. Naruto offered. Then immediately thought about them sharing a bed again. The idea seemed much more complicated this time. He couldn't believe Sasuke had slept in his bed before. He couldn't believe they'd kissed. I would consider it if I didn't have work early tomorrow. Sasuke told him standing up, and everyone groaned in sympathy. As Sasuke said his goodbyes to the others, Naruto stood up too. I'll walk you out. Yeah, make sure he doesn't get lost. Kiba added helpfully at their back as they walked to the door together. Naruto rolled his eyes, but he was past caring about the teasing. Once they reached the doorway, a part of Naruto worried that Sasuke would just say bye and head out, but to his relief, they both seemed to linger as Sasuke pulled his jacket more closely over himself. Distracted as he was, Naruto almost reached over to zip it up for him. Get it together, he told himself. And instead, he watched Sasuke's fingers as he zipped it up himself. The same fingers that been pressed over his chest only an hour ago, feeling for his heartbeat. Slowly, he pulled his head up to look Sasuke in the face. He was aware it was his place to say something, thanks for coming and the such. But once he did, it would signal goodbye and he couldn't bring himself to. Thank you for inviting me, Sasuke said eventually. Thank you for kissing me. Naruto replied before thinking, and then felt his own eyes widen. Sasuke snorted. Still no filter, huh? You'd be surprised. Naruto said, I only say a half of what passes through my mind. Should I be terrified or intrigued? Sasuke asked dryly, though his gaze was entirely too sharp. I suppose that's up to you, isn't it? Naruto said. Sasuke made a thoughtful noise but didn't say anything in response. Jokes aside, Naruto said, and Sasuke made a face of exaggerated shock which made Naruto smile, thank you for real, for the gift, and for coming and everything. Don't mention it. Sasuke said, shifting his weight. Naruto raised his eyebrows, should I take that literally? He looked at Sasuke's lips pointedly for a second to get the meaning across. Sasuke gave him a long look. That sounds like something I would say. He said after a moment, maybe you were right, and I have corrupted you. You have. Naruto told him seriously, you have ruined me. Now we need to get married or I will be cast out of polite society. I see. Sasuke replied just as seriously, if I knew the consequences were this severe, I would have made the experience more worth your time. Naruto felt a flush creeping up his neck at the insinuation. Sasuke simply smirked at him, as composed as ever. Right. Because this was just normal to him. A casual kiss between friends. A time-honored tradition. Sorry. Sasuke said suddenly, and Naruto looked up in surprise. What for? Sasuke shifted his weight a little. Was that crossing a line? You looked upset. Naruto smiled at him. No, just tired. Sasuke gave him a careful look but didn't say anything. It sucks you have to work on a Saturday. Naruto said for lack of anything else that felt safe to say. It's not too bad, Sasuke said, then glanced at the time on his phone before putting it back in his pocket. But I really do have to go now. He looked at Naruto, seeming uncharacteristically hesitant for a moment. Naruto almost thought he was going to give him a hug for a second, but taking him by surprise, Sasuke reached over and tucked a piece of his hair behind his ear. Then, he flicked him right in the middle of his newly exposed forehead. Ouch! Naruto said. Why'd you do that for? Sasuke shrugged. You can mention it to anyone you want. And before Naruto could think of something to say in response, he was walking out the door. The day after Naruto's birthday party, all three roommates slept in and ended up around the dining room table as they scavenged the kitchen for some food. However, unlike the other two, despite waking up near noon, Naruto did not feel rested. Every time he had closed his eyes the night before, he'd seen Sasuke's gray-black eyes staring at him, the smirk on his face, his hand on Naruto's chest, his lips on his. Then Naruto's eyes would snap open, his heart picking up as if it was happening right there. It had been torture, and it could have been a highly pleasurable kind of torture, if it wasn't for his brain kindly supplying it with Sasuke's words too. We were friends. So he'd just laid there thinking. Of course he couldn't have just been an ex. They had to have been friends. Niji, Karen, Suigetsu, and Sakura. Were any of Sasuke's friends not in love with him at some point? Then again, Naruto was hardly one to talk. He supposed if they had all moved on, he would too. He came to this conclusion again and again throughout the night. Except, as soon as he'd thought he'd accepted it and closes his eyes again, there they were, intense gray-black eyes focused on him, long fingers holding his neck, breath fanning across his face, lips covering his. And Naruto's eyes would snap open again. So, if Naruto felt like falling asleep every time he blinked, well, suffice it to say he hadn't had the most restful night. Did you sneak Sasuke back in after we slept or what? Kiba asked him while shoving some toast in his mouth. Naruto groaned. Seriously, you look like someone kept you up all night. Kiba added. Technically he wasn't even wrong. But Naruto was going to tell him that, so he settled for ignoring him instead. Do you have anything to add to the conversation? Kiba asked Shikamaru. It's National Coming Out Day. Shikamaru replied, looking like he was communicating the information to a jar of peanut butter. Maybe Naruto really did need to have that conversation about subtlety with Shikamaru. But well, he knew an opening when he was given one. Funny you should say that. It's happening. Kiba said, nudging an annoyed Shikamaru in the side with his elbow. I've come to the realization that I'm pansexual. Naruto said so. Couldn't have guessed, Shikamaru said, then clasped him on the back in acknowledgement once before going back to his food. Oh, Kiba said after a moment, looking from one to the other. Well, that's cool, though I don't know how I feel about leaving you alone in the kitchen from now on. Naruto blinked. We cook in those pans. Jesus Christ, Kiba. Naruto said, and Shikamaru made a face like he'd just bit into a particularly sour lemon. It was funny. Kiba protested after they had a brief educational talk with him, while he insisted that he'd known what Naruto meant all along. To whom? Shikamaru muttered, and Kiba sent him an insulted glance before training back to Naruto. Seriously though, congrats man, he said, a grin spreading over his eyes, but care to tell us how you discovered that little fact? Naruto cleared his throat. Sasuke had said he could tell, but telling them meant telling them the conclusion of the night too, and Naruto wasn't sure he was ready for that. Then again, given they lived together, they would eventually notice a distinct lack of him and Sasuke dating, so it's not like he could fight it forever. Are you being shy right now? Did you blow him or something? Kiba asked completely seriously. We just kissed. Naruto groaned. Though calling that kiss just anything felt inaccurate, like calling a tornado just wind. Oh well, that's good too. No need to be so sad about it. Kiba said, I'm sure you'll work your way up, or down in this case. Naruto took a breath. No, actually, there won't be any working in any direction. We're just going to be friends. Shikamaru, who had seemed to be disassociating from the conversation before, raised his head from his food to let out a drawn-out sigh. Kiba's response was less restrained. What kind of a decision is that? He asked flatly. You looked at him like you wanted to eat him last night. Right, Shika? Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, and also like he wanted to spoon-feed him soup. Naruto groaned again. Why all the food imagery? Why your face? Kiba said. Naruto decided to ignore that. It's just the best decision for us, alright? Was Sasuke involved in this decision? Shikamaru asked dryly. What are you, his lawyer? Naruto asked, though it lacked bite. Why are you guys so invested in this anyway? Maybe one of you should date him. Maybe I will if you're going to be such an idiot about it. Kiba said hotly, then faltered. Actually maybe not though, he was cool, but the dude's sort of intense. Sort of? Naruto snorted, opening his mouth to tell Kiba what an understatement that was when he was assaulted with the memory of what it had felt like to have all that intensity focused on him, and he completely forgot what he'd been about to say. Wow. Shikamaru observed dryly, and it was only then that Naruto realized he'd been staring into the air for several moments. We're invested in this, ass, because we've never seen you like anyone this much before. Kiba said, pointing at Naruto's face as if that was proof, and Shikamaru nodded his agreement. Naruto sighed, running a hand through his hair. It's not a matter of my liking. He said after a moment. Sasuke doesn't do commitment, he's been very clear about that, and I don't do casual, and even if I did, You wouldn't want casual with him. Shikamaru guessed. Yeah. Naruto said after a moment, so better for us to be friends. Kiba and Shikamaru fell silent. There was a part of Naruto that had hoped they could find a new angle he'd somehow overlooked to convince him differently. Instead, Kiba reached over to clasp him on the shoulder in solidarity. And Naruto felt the hope shrivel up and disappear. After breakfast, Naruto absent-mindedly picked up his phone and typed "how's work?" Then stared at the message. Friends texted. Did friends text as much as he wanted to? Maybe not. But it was so unfair. He genuinely wanted to know how Sasuke's work was going. Was he tired from last night? Was he looking forward to going home and passing out? Had he eaten? What the? Naruto deleted the message and shoved the phone in his pocket. A few hours later, Kiba opened his bedroom door. Naruto, who was lying the wrong way round on his bed with his head hanging out the side, looked up to see the inverted form of his roommate walking towards him. Dude. Knock. Naruto tried to summon a sense of outrage, while also not moving an inch. I did. Kiba snapped, you think you can hear me over that? Kiba pointed towards Naruto's bedside table. Shikamaru had an old record player, gifted to him from his dad, which they usually kept in the living room. When Naruto had asked to move it to his room that afternoon, Shikamaru had grunted in what Naruto took as agreement, and he'd put the Devide to good use. Suffice it to say, he was on the third uninterrupted rotation of the album now. No more. Kiba growled, you're making me hate this band, and I didn't think that was possible. Naruto sighed, but this is the best part. Naruto, Kiba warned. I'm sorry to interrupt, it's just I'm constantly on the cup of trying to kiss you, Naruto sang. God, please stop. Kiba said. But I don't know if you feel the same as I do. Naruto sang louder, staring at the ceiling, but we could be together if you wanted to. In his peripheral vision, he saw Kiba look at him with a combination of disgust and concern. Naruto took a breath. Do I want to know if this feeling flows both ways? This is it. Kiba snapped, baring his teeth. Then, ignoring Naruto's animated protests, he reached over to raise the needle from the record. There was only so much Naruto could do given he was unwilling to move from his place on the best. So he settled for giving Kiba a look of pure betrayal. "Sad to see you go. Was sorta hoping that you'd stay," he sang into the silence sadly, looking at the upside-down version of Kiba and then at the ceiling again. "This is it," Kiba repeated, reaching over to drag Naruto off the bed by his shoulder. "We're going out." "What?" Naruto said innocently, trying to keep himself immobile. "It's a great song." "That's all. You have 15 minutes to get ready or I'm dragging you out," Kiba snapped, letting go of Naruto and turning to leave the room. Naruto continued lying there for a moment in silence, then dragging himself off the bed, he stood up and took a photo of the record on the player. Selecting the photo, he typed underneath, "Thank you for the..." He deleted it. "Thank you for the gift." He typed again, "Though it doesn't quite match your private performance." He shook his head. "No." He deleted the words. What was a normal friendly thing to say? It couldn't be this hard to think of something. "Ever thought of calling, darlin'?" He typed. He stared at the words and snorted. At least imaging Sasuke's reaction to that one was funny. Not that he was crazy enough to send it. 5 minutes. Kiba yelled from across the hall. Naruto thought, shoving the phone back into his pocket and scrambling to get ready. Sasuke was thankful that today he'd mainly had to look through some schedules and ensure the venue's planned performances for next month were solid. It meant he was sitting in the office by himself and didn't have to deal with anyone else. He was tired, and a little keyed up, and the solution to the first problem had only exasperated the second, if the growing pile of coffee cups was any indication. Sasuke sighed, ignoring the sight. He shouldn't really be spending this much money on coffee anyway, but turning a blind eye to what he didn't want to see was one of his biggest strengths. His phone shook and he picked it up distractedly. "Ever thought of calling, darlin'?" Sasuke blinked. Then checked the name again. What? It was only when he opened the photo that somewhere deep in his tired brain, he finally registered the lyrics reference. Still, what the? Wasn't this a little too much, even for Naruto? Then again, he had looked him in the eye and asked to kiss him, so maybe the concept of too much had gotten a little bleary. Sasuke blinked away the memory. "Glad to see you're enjoying the gift," he sent back. What did Naruto want really? Apparently, they were still friends who flirted. Maybe he shouldn't be surprised, but Sasuke had thought the little fact that Naruto was suddenly open to dating men might change things a bit. Because if Sasuke was into men, and Naruto was into men, and they kept up all the teasing, what was the natural conclusion? Nothing good came out of sleeping with friends. Sasuke reminded himself. As if he hadn't been reminded of the fact enough last night. Besides, there was no doubt in his mind that Naruto didn't do anything casually. And Sasuke, well, he didn't know how to do things any other way. LOL. Naruto sent back after a moment, whatever that meant. Sasuke carefully stopped himself from letting the phone slip from his hand to smash on the ground, and went back to work. "Kill me." Naruto told Kiba, "Kill me now." Kiba snorted and pushed his own half-full pint towards Naruto. "It was an honest mistake. A real friend would put me out of my misery," Naruto told him pointedly, but picked up the offered glass anyway. They'd walked to one of the more popular bars around, mainly because it was right in the middle of the campus. It usually had a nice chill atmosphere, but given it was a Saturday night, the place was filled to the brim with bodies, so it was through chance and the man's distinctive shock of gray hair that Naruto's eyes suddenly landed on Kakashi sitting behind one of the tables on the other side of the bar. "What?" Kiba said, looking back to see what had grabbed Naruto's attention. "Nothing." Naruto said distractedly, "It's one of my professors." "So what?" "The faculty hang out here all the time." Naruto stretched his neck, trying to see between the bodies moving back and forth to the bar, because he could have sworn. "What the?" Naruto muttered. "What?" Kiba asked, confused. But Naruto was too distracted to answer, because unless he was going insane, the man sitting in front of Kakashi was no other than Itachi Uchiha. It's weird, right? Naruto asked Kiba for the third time. Of course, he couldn't tell him all the backstory with Itachi, so his reaction was altogether more subdued than Naruto wanted. Kiba shrugged. I guess it's a bit awkward. But he's just a professor, it's not like he's his therapist. Despite having asked the question, Naruto was barely listening. He had a strange feeling like he needed to do something. Like go over there and break up their conversation, but surely that would be insane. Should he text Sasuke and let him know? Hey, by the way, your traitor of an older brother is grabbing Saturday night drinks with our professor, thought you should know. Somehow Naruto didn't think that would go over well. He should probably just ignore the whole situation. Besides, he could always mention it to Sasuke in person when he saw him. Was there also a part of Naruto that kind of really wanted to go over there and tell Itachi off for what he'd done, and maybe punch him in the face while he was at it? Perhaps. But it's not like he was actually going to do it. Maybe we should leave, Naruto said eventually. What, just because they're here? Kiba gave him a questioning look. I don't know, maybe. Naruto raised his glass before realizing it had been empty for a while, and then set it back down, sighing. Then he tried to joke. I also think, if the point was to stop me thinking about Sasuke, we should probably cut our losses. Kiba was silent as he gave him a rare, thoughtful look. Is it really so bad? Naruto shifted his weight, unsure how to answer. That must have been some kiss, Kiba said after a few minutes of silence, then unexpectedly, what's it like kissing a dude anyway? Naruto snorted. Why? You're curious? Yeah. Kiba said. Why, you're offering? He made an obnoxious kissing face at Naruto, which despite himself, he had to laugh at. So? Kiba prompted after a moment. How is it? 10 out of 10, highly recommend. Naruto said, grinning, then paused, losing a bit of steam. It might have been just Sasuke though. Kiba gave him a pitying look. Alright man. How about I go take a leak and we get out of here? Naruto nodded. He couldn't even be bothered by the pity, it felt well deserved. As Kiba disappeared, Naruto checked his phone, not expecting a message, but disappointed not to see one anyway. LOL. Why had he said LOL? What else had there been to say though? Probably anything other than LOL. Naruto. What a lucky coincidence. Unfortunately, Naruto recognized that voice. He looked up to see the twins to Sasuke's eyes staring down at him. He tried to look behind the man's shoulder, but there was no sign of Kakashi's silver head that he could see, or any sign that the man had been there at all. Can I join you? Itachi asked with a small smile, echoing their first meeting. A part of Naruto wanted to just say no. We're just about to leave so. Naruto said. Without his outrage on Sasuke's behalf, he wouldn't have been able to be so rude, but right now, it didn't feel so hard. Itachi gave him a careful look and Naruto distractedly noticed the dark circles under the man's eye. He looked tired. I take it Sasuke's told you. Naruto shrugged. It's none of my business. But man, did he wish it was so he could speak his god-ed mind right now. You're angry. Itachi observed. You wouldn't be this angry if you didn't care about him. Itachi said, almost like he was talking to himself. He is a very easy person to care about. Naruto snapped, because seriously, this again? They'd met twice and that was twice this man had questioned him caring about Sasuke. Had he met Sasuke? A smile flickered over Itachi's face indeed. He looked at Naruto for a moment longer, then, smoothly he took Kiba's sit uninvited. Did you know he is considering dropping out? What? Despite himself, the surprise must have shown on Naruto's face, because Itachi nodded as if confirming something. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Are you really supposed to be getting information like that from professors? Not strictly. Itachi said with a small smirk that disappeared as soon as it arrived. Is that all you have to say about it? So what if he wants to drop out? Naruto said, trying to pretend at a calm he didn't feel. A degree isn't everything. I agree. Itachi said, but not if you're dropping out because you can't afford it anymore. That couldn't be right, could it? Sasuke never seemed stressed about money. Then again, how much did he really share without Naruto coaxing him? I don't know how much he told you, but his portion of the inheritance isn't small. It could set him up for years. Itachi said. He wouldn't have to drop out or give up playing, which by the way, he will do otherwise. Why are you telling me this? Naruto asked, because now was not the time to process the rest of what he'd said. Because he cares about your opinion. Itachi stated if you talk to him, he might listen. Naruto snorted. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Which part of the sentence do you take an objection to? We're friends, sure. Naruto said, but you're vastly overestimating my influence. Itachi gave him a measured look. I know my brother. Naruto glared, ready to snap at him for claiming such a thing when he'd abandoned Sasuke for 2 years, but the carefully guarded look in Itachi's eyes was so similar to Sasuke's that Naruto stopped suddenly, feeling an unexpected pang in his chest. Maybe not as well as you think anymore, he muttered eventually, with significantly less bite than planned. Maybe. Itachi allowed, but I know him enough, and he asked you to stay. Naruto blinked. What? Sasuke was always so private, even as a little kid, he tried to be so serious and solemn. Didn't even really want to play with anyone his own age. Itachi said, smiling for a moment at the memory before it was shuttered away, and I can't imagine the events of the last 2 years have made him suddenly decide to be more open and trusting, so imagine my surprise when I saw him with you, and he asked you to stay. Naruto looked away, feeling his throat dry suddenly. Not knowing what to do, he reached for the rest of Kiba's beer. Still, something about Itachi's tone nagged at him. The way he'd talked about Sasuke as a child. Naruto looked at the dark circles under the man's eyes again. If his put aside his mannerism and way of carrying himself, and really looked at him, he couldn't be that much older than them. Why did you do it? Naruto asked on a whim. So what if it wasn't his place to ask? Itachi didn't let anything show on his face. It doesn't matter. He said after a moment. I didn't take you for a coward. Naruto goaded. He thought the other man might get mad, but he only raised his eyebrows. Naruto sighed. If you really want someone who can talk Sasuke into accepting the money, well, you already know who that should be. Looking up, Naruto noticed Kiba making his way back to the table. Naruto shook his head at him and gestured that he would meet him by the door. Then, gathering his thoughts, he leaned back over the table to look at Itachi again. You know, Sasuke's probably going to get really mad at me for talking to you, but I'm going to tell him all about it anyway. He paused and made sure he had the man's attention, because don't you think he deserves the honesty? If Itachi was taken aback at all, he didn't show it. Instead, he gave Naruto a thoughtful look. You have a way with words. Naruto snorted, feeling better now that he'd said his piece. Well, I always thought if I had a superpower, it would be talking. Like talking people to death? Itachi asked seriously, and it sounded so much like something Sasuke would say that Naruto felt his chest squeeze with missing him. He tried to laugh it off. No. Like changing people through the power of words, you know. The talking technique. Itachi gave him an amused look. I believe they call that therapy. Naruto snorted, and then immediately tried to get himself under control. Because they weren't friends. They would never be friends unless one day Sasuke told Naruto he'd forgiven his brother, and even if that day were to come, Naruto wasn't sure he could fully forgive the other man for what he'd put Sasuke through. Itachi seemed to observe his struggle thoughtfully. I see what my brother likes about you. Despite himself, Naruto felt a little flutter in his chest. I wouldn't go that far. He muttered. Itachi gave him a long thoughtful look, and it went on for long enough that Naruto started to squirm in his seat. So, Naruto, Itachi said suddenly, you've been completely honest with Sasuke yourself then? Were all the Uchiha's mind readers? Did they have some sort of magical eye gene that let them see straight into Naruto's soul? Stealing his gaze away from Itachi's, Naruto's eyes settled on Kiba, who seemed like he was trying to ask him something from all the way by the door. Probably wondering if he was in need of rescue, which Naruto was indeed. Trying to hide his relief, Naruto jumped up. Sorry. My friend's calling for me. Itachi looked on as Naruto quickly put on his coat, and Naruto had a feeling the other man knew exactly how desperate he was to get away. He shifted his weight from, unsure how to end the conversation, or if he should just walk away. Itachi broke the silence instead. You seem like a nice person, Naruto. Though his face looked sincere, his eyes looked too much like Sasuke's, and Naruto knew how to recognize the look of amusement in those eyes. I sure hope you're not a hypocrite. Naruto cleared his throat, and feeling like there was literally nothing he could say, he ended up giving Itachi an awkward nod goodbye. Then gathering the remainders of his dignity, he walked towards Kiba with long, quick strides. Naruto and Ino shared a shift in the gym on Sunday morning, which, putting aside the ungodly hour, was typically one of Naruto's favorites. However, the way his brain was running today left barely any energy for the rest of him, and he found himself going through the motions like a zombie. Still, even in his state, he couldn't miss the increasingly thoughtful looks Ino kept throwing at him. So, when they finally got some quiet time together behind the front desk, he wasn't surprised that Ino jumped at the chance. You seem awfully distracted today, Ino declared. Do I? Naruto said weakly. He knew the girl too well to believe he could get away with it. Ino threw him a look that let him know what she thought of the attempt, then asked, Are you okay? Are you worried about me? Naruto grinned, wagging her eyebrows. Ino rolled her eyes. Don't play that game with me. Naruto laughed. Even putting Kiba aside, there had never been any romantic tension between him and Ino. Shikamaru had once commented that they looked like they were related, and Naruto had taken the sentiment to heart, often jokingly introducing her as her cousin. I'm just asking, Ino said, because I also noticed you seemed preoccupied the night of your birthday. Naruto sighed. Preoccupied was one way to put it. His mouth had certainly been preoccupied for a while that night, and he sure did wish it could be preoccupied in exactly the same manner again. But that was the kind of thinking he was meant to veer away from. Also, you've been checking your phone every 5 minutes today, Ino added, prompting Naruto to glance at his still dark screen and lose all plausible deniability. Why did he keep looking anyway? When had Sasuke ever been the one to text him first? Of course, thinking about Sasuke immediately threw him back into the maelstrom. Was Sasuke actually dropping out? Was he planning on telling Naruto, ever? How could he possibly think about giving up music? See, that's the look I'm talking about. Ino told him, I can't quite tell if you have a crush or an ulcer. How about a crush that's giving me an ulcer? Naruto muttered. I knew it, Ino said triumphantly. Naruto sighed. Don't get too attached. I'm hoping to revoke the crush status as soon as possible. Oh, but why? He seemed so. Then catching herself, Ino paused, seeming suddenly flustered. I mean, whoever this person is, I'm sure they're. Naruto snorted. It's alright, Ino. You don't have to pretend. Thank God, Ino said, because you were so obvious. You looked like you wanted to tackle him in the middle of the living room with all of us right there. I did not, Naruto protested. He didn't even know if Ino was talking about pre or post kiss. Not that it mattered. It's not like I blame you, Ino said. I didn't even know you liked guys. How did you manage to find the single most attractive man in uni? Naruto threw him a look and Ino simply put her hands on her hips. What? You disagree? Give him the city at least, Naruto muttered. Ino made sound between a snort and a giggle. You're so smitten. Mister, I'm revoking the crush status, my ass. Oh no, why do you look so sad again? I'm not sad, I'm just conflicted. Naruto sighed. I need to tell Sasuke something, but I'm not sure if I should say it over text. Why don't you just ask to meet up? Ino asked. Yeah, I'm kind of trying not to do that. Are you playing hard to get or something? Naruto sighed. I'm just trying to have boundaries or whatever. Give him space. Ino gave him a look like he'd just said something incomprehensible. What? You're always posting all that stuff about it on your stories. Naruto protested. Don't bring my stories into this. Ino warned, then softened, keep your distance if you think you need to Naruto, but for what it's worth, from where I was standing it didn't look like your friend wanted any space. Naruto was about to respond when he got distracted by his phone vibrating, but when he looked the screen was still black. Phantom vibrations. He could see Ino shaking her head at him from the corner of his eyes as he pretended to be suddenly very busy on the computer. Sundays were Sasuke's day to work on his assignments, do laundry, attempt to cook enough food to last the week, practice for any upcoming performances and hit the dojo, all while working on organizing the social media posts of the venue for the next week. So, he was far from idle, and he was certainly too busy to keep reaching for his phone to do absolutely nothing with it. Except, was he paranoid or had Naruto gone oddly quiet since Friday? Granted, it had only been a day and a half. But Naruto was usually the type to keep sending him little things throughout the day even when they didn't lead to full conversations, so with only that one weird message yesterday and the radio silence today, Sasuke felt his paranoia growing by the second. There was one obvious explanation, wasn't there? Naruto had gotten a little drunk, kissed a friend, and was now freaking out and being weird about it. Sasuke was just resisting embracing that explanation because unexpectedly, he found himself wanting to give the other boy more credit. Even if Naruto was freaking out, was he really the type to go silent over it? Sasuke really wanted to think not, but was that just wistful thinking? Since when had he been the type to want to see the best in people? It was Naruto though. He was just so. He sighed. How many was that? Suigetsu asked suddenly. 4. Karen replied. Sasuke did not jump. He calmly looked back from where he was standing by the stove to see his two roommates watching him carefully from the kitchen island. Did you even notice we were here? Suigetsu asked him. Of course. Sasuke replied smoothly. They gave him identical expressions of skepticism. I don't know if I believe, Suigetsu began to say when Karen hissed at him like a snake. Of course we believe you, Sasuke. Great. Sasuke said. He felt his hands itching to reach for his phone, and instead shoved them in his pants pockets. It's just, you seem a little distracted. Karen said. I'm not. Sasuke replied. The pan's smoking. Suigetsu pointed out, and cursing, Sasuke turned back to the stove to rescue his food. So, what's wrong? Suigetsu asked. Trouble in paradise? I don't know what you're talking about. Well, we couldn't help but notice you came back home on Friday night, Karen said. I was never meant to not come back home. So, nothing happened? Suigetsu asked. Sasuke paused. Naruto's clear blue eyes widening as Sasuke pressed their lips together. He blinked away the memory, but... He'd paused for too long. His two roommates were already exchanging a knowing look. Anything that got the two of them working together was bad news as far as Sasuke was concerned. So something happened. Karen said gleefully. Didn't she always claim to be into him? Why was she so interested in the thought of him with someone else? Oh, something definitely happened. Suigetsu said, grinning. I thought you said you weren't interested in being a part of his college experiments. It wasn't like that. Sasuke muttered. Hadn't it been though? He'd literally asked Sasuke to kiss him to figure out his sexuality. But no, it wasn't the same. When Sasuke thought of experiments, he thought of some drunken hookup with a guy who would claim he was straight and straight up ignore you the next day. Naruto, however, had come out immediately. So, it was different. Wasn't it? What did you do? Karen asked, grinning. As if Sasuke was going to answer that. The real question is why it's gotten your panties in a twist. Suigetsu added thoughtfully. Sasuke rolled his eyes. He was not going to reach for his phone, he wasn't even going to look at his phone. I think Naruto's not texting him back. Karen said out of thin ing air. There was no text for him to text back to. Sasuke snapped despite himself, driven by a mix of surprise and indignation. How had she known? That's the problem? Suigetsu snorted crazy suggestion, but how about you try being a big boy and texting your boyfriend first for once? Maybe then you can stop moping around. You're really bringing the whole place down. Karen immediately hit him on the back of the head. Sasuke doesn't mope. Thank you, Karen. Sasuke said. Anytime. Karen sent him a shining smile. Now, unrelatedly, I do think you should text your boyfriend. It's good manners. So you agree with me? Suigetsu told her. Karen ignored him. I don't have a boyfriend. Sasuke pointed out. Exactly, Suigetsu said, so pick up that phone and get yourself one. Could he though? Could he be someone's boyfriend? What did that entail exactly? Just as a thought experiment, let's say he wanted that, and let's say Naruto agreed to date him. Where in his life did he have the time or space to fit in a relationship? Naruto may have integrated himself into his life seamlessly so far, but with all his inexperience in this particular area, Sasuke still knew enough to recognize that dating someone required a lot more time and energy. Both resources that he was perpetually on short supply of. Did you just have an aneurysm? Suigetsu asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. All we did was suggest you send a text. And say what? Sasuke snapped, even though it was actually kind of a real question. Unfortunately, Suigetsu grinned at him like he knew that fact all too well, which was just further proof that Sasuke didn't have time for this. You can ask how he is. Karen suggested, and the fact that she sounded like a gentle schoolteacher suddenly was almost worse than Suigetsu's smugness. Or you can invite him over to study or... Suigetsu supplied helpfully, and Karen sent him a withering look. Sasuke turned off the stove without comment, then glanced at his phone, then at his roommates again. Finally, he picked up the phone but made the executive decision to shoo the other two out of the kitchen first. The last thing he needed was them hovering over him as he sent a text. The two grinned at him, clearly feeling accomplished, and stood to leave without too much protest. You're welcome. Suigetsu called back pointedly, and Sasuke made a non-committal sound in response, because fine, they had been sort of helpful, but they were so annoying about it that it almost evened out. Taking the seat that Suigetsu had vacated, Sasuke decided to try and for once not to think about it too much. It was a text, not a marriage proposal. Are you dead or abducted? Naruto's response came almost immediately. Definitely one of those. Sasuke smiled a little. That didn't seem like someone who was ignoring him. Since you just texted me unprompted. I must be either dead and in heaven or I've been abducted, drugged, and this is all nothing but a hallucination. Sasuke snorted. Why did he have to be such an idiot? You have a low opinion of heaven. Don't worry. I'm leaning towards the drug explanation. So, what are you up to? Tracking down your kidnappers. Really? Sasuke smirked. Yeah. I want to ask them what these drugs are. They sound amazing. You. For a moment, Sasuke considered asking whether that was a threat or an offer. But Naruto had seemed upset about his Victorian-era joke the other night, so he didn't think it was the best idea. Will you at least try to rescue me after you ask them? You seem content. I'm not content. I'm drugged. I'm tripping. You should enjoy it. Drugs are expensive. For some reason, there was a long pause after this, and Sasuke was wondering if Naruto had gotten distracted just as he finally responded. Can you afford drugs? Sasuke blinked. The workings of this man's brain were truly a mystery at times. Probably not the kind you're on. LOL. Another pause. Are you ever stressed about money? Sasuke stared at the phone. What the? Why? Do you need to borrow some? No. I mean thanks, but no. I'm good. Are you good? Sasuke blinked at the phone. Did you actually take something? Just my medication as prescribed. Somehow that's even more concerning. I know, right? It's all just me. Well, it's a good thing I like. Sasuke paused, then quickly deleted the message. What are you up to really? Naruto sent when he hadn't responded after a few moments. Chores, work, assignments, nothing terribly exciting, I'm afraid. Do you ever take a day off? Sasuke frowned at the screen and decided to ignore the question. What are you up to? Nothing much. Besides thinking about you, of course. Naruto responded so quickly that Sasuke could do nothing but sigh. Of course. Thinking anything in particular? He'd barely asked before he was assaulted by memories of Naruto's heart hammering behind his hand, his blue eyes looking into his, widening a little as Sasuke closed the distance. Had Naruto thought about it since? The better question was, why was Sasuke thinking about it? It was just a kiss. A favor to a friend. Though Sasuke wasn't entirely sure who'd been on the receiving end. Why was Naruto taking so long to respond anyway? Yeah. I need to tell you something actually. Sasuke frowned, somehow sensing that Naruto was being serious. What? He sent when Naruto hadn't sent anything else for a minute. Distractedly, Sasuke heard the doorbell ring. He didn't think any of them were expecting someone, so it had to be something inane. One of the others would take care of it. Naruto still hadn't responded. Sasuke? Suigetsu called out from the living room. There was something in his tone that immediately grabbed Sasuke's attention. He sounded uneasy, and Suigetsu didn't become uneasy easily. He mostly thrived on making others uncomfortable. So instead of ignoring him as he would usually, Sasuke set the phone down on the island and walked to the kitchen door to see what was going on. Suigetsu was standing in front of the house door, blocking the outside from Sasuke's view. Still, the moment Sasuke saw his expression, he had a feeling who was behind the door. Can I come in? Itachi's voice came from behind Suigetsu, as polite as ever, and Sasuke felt his stomach twist together in response. Suigetsu looked at him, seeming uncomfortable, but Sasuke knew that he would close the door in Itachi's face if Sasuke asked him to. Give me one chance, Sasuke. Itachi called as if he could see him please. Sasuke took a surprised breath. When had Itachi ever asked him for anything? When had he ever asked anyone for anything? He'd always been the perfect son, the perfect student, then the perfect lawyer, an unshakable pillar who didn't need anything or anyone. An ideal for Sasuke to aspire to his whole life and fail at over and over again. He'd needed Itachi just as much as Itachi hadn't needed anyone. He clenched his hands at his side, took another breath, and nodded at Suigetsu, who, throwing him a surprisingly concerned look, stepped aside to reveal his brother standing at the doorway. Come in. Sasuke said, walking out of the kitchen. Sasuke's phone stayed on the kitchen island, vibrating with the incoming call that went unanswered. 2 years ago. I'll come with you, Suigetsu said. No, Sasuke replied. I didn't ask. Sasuke tried to take a calming breath. I don't want you there. Do I look like I care what you want? Suigetsu said with a smile that showed too many of his teeth. Suit yourself. Sasuke said. It didn't matter. It was hard to gather up the energy to care. Karen, who'd been uncharacteristically silent so far, chimed in. I'll drive. It's like a ing day trip, Sasuke thought. He had the oddest urge to laugh. Sasuke's family home was only about an hour-and-a-half drive from the university. Sasuke, who would usually sit in the front, sat in the back, and closed his eyes, leaning his head back on the seat. Karen and Suigetsu bickered occasionally, but there was no bite to it. Mostly they were all silent. Karen called hesitantly halfway into the drive, what are you going to say to him? Sasuke didn't respond. What is there to say? Suigetsu said after a moment, and there was a hint of anger underneath his usual mocking tone. We should just jump him. You and I hold him down, Sasuke breaks a few bones. There was another pause. You sure you're not going to hide behind me? Karen asked, "You almost pissed your pants that time he gave you a stern talking to." "That was before." Suigetsu snapped, then trailed off. Before. Sasuke's life was cleaved into a clear before and after. The funny thing was he couldn't even bring himself to care about the money. Maybe that would come eventually. But right now, all he could think about was the radio silence from Itachi. What was he going to say to him? Sasuke had no idea. There was a part of him that thought he would see Itachi and things would somehow just make sense. Itachi would have an explanation. There would have been a mistake. Another part of him quietly suggested that maybe Sasuke could promise him he wouldn't contest the will. Then they could just not talk about it and go back to being how they'd always been. How pathetic was that? If they'd asked him a year ago what he'd thought would happen if his parents died having disinherited him, he'd say Itachi would burn that will before anyone had the chance to blink and swear in court that it never existed. Could he really be cutting Sasuke off? Could there be an explanation? Distantly, Sasuke thought Suigetsu's plan was also an option. Maybe breaking Itachi's nose would make him feel better. He just needed to do something. Anything. Anything other than getting calls from the lawyer, anything other than calling Itachi's phone only to get hung up on. "We're behind you no matter what you want to do," Karen said. Sasuke didn't respond. They'd only known each other for a year. How could he ever believe words like that when his own brother could do something like this? Now. "Suigetsu, Karen, it's good to see you," Itachi said as he closed the door behind him. There was an awkward silence. Neither of his roommates responded. Karen was looking at Sasuke, and Suigetsu seemed to be staring somewhere above Itachi's shoulder. It could have almost been funny. Except it really wasn't. Sasuke broke the silence. "What do you want? Can we speak in private?" Now he wants to talk, Suigetsu muttered. Despite everything, Sasuke still knew Itachi enough to recognize the look of amusement in his eyes in response to his roommate's hostility, but unlike what Sasuke expected, he didn't say anything in response. There was an odd air about him. It almost looked like he was nervous. Except, Itachi didn't get nervous. He'd picked up his laundry in the break between the morning and afternoon sessions of his bar exam. "Do you two mind?" Sasuke asked his roommates. He didn't really feel like inviting Itachi up to his room, so the living room it was. "Whatever you need, Sasuke." Karen jumped up to leave, and for once, Suigetsu followed her without protest. "We'll be upstairs," Suigetsu said as he passed by Sasuke and added in a lower volume, "It's never too late to enact the old plan. Remember? We can hold him down." It took Sasuke a moment to register the suggestion. How odd to think they'd been there 2 years ago, and they were here still. Sasuke would not have bet on the people he'd met in the first week of uni to be the ones to stick around after everything in his life had gone to. Did he deserve it? It wasn't something that he asked himself often. "Can I sit down?" Itachi asked, surprising Sasuke out of his thoughts. "Since when do you ask permission?" Itachi only stood there, waiting. Sasuke considered forcing him to have the whole conversation standing up, out of sheer spite, but in the end, he took a seat. Taking it as tacit permission, Itachi followed suit. "What do you want?" Sasuke asked. "I saw Kakashi the other day." Sasuke gritted his teeth. Of course, he had. He did whatever he wanted. "He said you're considering dropping out. If this is what you came here to talk about, you can leave," Sasuke managed to say from behind his teeth. "What are you going to do? Work for that music venue full-time? Is that really what you want? How is this any of your business?" Sasuke asked as coldly as he could. He was ready to get up if Itachi mentioned anything about being his brother. However, the other man simply went silent at the question. "I understand that you're angry," Itachi said after several moments. "Really?" Sasuke said, and he was proud of how steady his voice was. "I made a mistake." Sasuke froze for a second, because what a momentous occasion. Then he snorted, "A mistake? Which was it?" Having the family lawyer call and tell me I was disinherited or disappearing on me a few months after our parents' funeral? Itachi's expression didn't reveal anything of what he felt. If he was even a little guilty or regretful, Sasuke could find no sign of it on his face. There was a reason, Itachi said after a moment. How long had Sasuke wanted to hear those words? Now that the time had finally come, he wasn't sure he wanted to hear it. Could anything ever justify what he'd done? Tell me. 2 years ago. There was no one in the house. Sasuke had known it in his stomach as soon as they arrived. Itachi had the habit of leaving the hallway light on when he was home. He'd done it since they were children. So, Sasuke had known when they'd driven up the street and he'd seen the dark window. Still, he pretended like he didn't. So they'd rang the bell a few times to no avail. Then they just stood there. What now? Karen asked. Sasuke paused, then took out his keyring. There was a part of him that was afraid the locks would have been changed, but the key slid in as easily as ever and they trespassed into Sasuke's family home. The house had an undisturbed air to it, and Sasuke already knew what he would find before he walked to the kitchen and saw the unplugged, dark fridge. The other two followed in solemn silence and none of them even turned on the light. It had barely been 15 minutes before they were all already back in the car. Maybe he's gotten a new place? Karen suggested tentatively he wouldn't just leave the city, would he? It had taken a call to the family lawyer to confirm that he would. He had. Itachi was gone. Now. Sasuke Itachi paused. Hearing the uncharacteristic hesitation in his voice, Sasuke tensed up. You always had the habit of putting our father on a pedestal. Sasuke's anger rose immediately. This is how you want to start? I want you to know what I was thinking. Sasuke stayed silent. Can you tell me you weren't proud of everything he'd built? That you stopped caring about his legacy because of how he treated you at the end? How is this relevant? Sasuke snapped. He disinherited me from his legacy. If you want to explain something, explain why you decided to cut off all contact and leave the city without telling me. He didn't disinherit you. You were meant to get an equal amount of everything as me, including the company shares. Itachi said point blank. Sasuke stared at him. And the company was facing federal investigation. What the? Are you talking about? Sasuke snapped. It took me a while to figure it out after I started working for them, Itachi continued bluntly. They were embezzling money, laundering it through international branches. I don't even know the full extent of everything. But just the tip of the iceberg was already really bad. Sasuke stared at him. His father had built the company from the ground up. It was his life's work. That can't be true, Sasuke said. While it was an understatement to say they hadn't always seen eye to eye, Sasuke knew his father to be unwavering in his principles. Wasn't he? If the company went under investigation, it could have gone on for years. We would have proven that you weren't involved eventually, even if you inherited all the shares. But the only way to keep you out of it from beginning to end was to claim you had no contact with the family at all. No inheritance. No shares. Nothing to do with the company. Sasuke watched Itachi's face as he calmly reiterated all this as if it made perfect sense. So, I forged his will, Itachi said casually. Obito helped. Sasuke stared at him. Sasuke wanted to say it was impossible, but it was Itachi. His group of friends were half criminal lawyers and half some of the shadiest people Sasuke had ever met. Besides, it wasn't like Sasuke had even contested the will, so it had never undergone any sort of scrutiny. Sasuke felt his head spin as he sat there. His father had been, what, a fraud? A criminal? He could think about that later. Right now, there was something more immediate to think about. Let's say I believe what you're saying, Sasuke said from behind clenched teeth. Why didn't you tell me? Itachi went silent. He just sat there, looking at Sasuke. Well? Sasuke snapped after several moments had gone by. I thought I could handle it, Itachi said quietly. Sell the company for parts, keep you out of the mess, and if I couldn't do it, it would be just my name involved. I was the one who knew anyway. You didn't have to know, you could go on thinking. Who gave you that right? Sasuke's voice was significantly louder than before. He couldn't bring himself to care. I did. Itachi said I'm your older brother. I thought I was protecting you. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Why come back now? It's done. Itachi said the company's gone. The investigation settled. So what? Sasuke laughs. You thought you could just reappear and I'd welcome you back with open arms? No, Itachi said. And he was still so calm. Maybe. What? Sasuke snapped. I'm sorry. Itachi said. Sasuke paused. I'm sorry. If I hadn't tried to take on everything myself. Itachi took a breath. The only outward sign of his nerves, if you knew, you might have been involved in the investigation. That's true, but I also thought it would be too much for you, losing our parents, and then also having your image of him destroyed like that. Sasuke looked at him, and for the first moment in his life, he recognized that his older brother, the infallible Itachi, could be so blind. You thought losing our parents and then also losing you would be better? He saw the pain pass behind Itachi's eyes. It wasn't supposed to take so long. Sasuke shook his head. Why tell me now? Sasuke said after a few moments. Itachi sighed. I was waiting for a right time. Maybe a part of me still thought I could come up with a way to avoid it after all. Itachi smiled, as if acknowledging the ridiculousness of it. But then your friend gave me a touching speech on the value of honesty. He is surprisingly persuasive. Sasuke stilled. What the? Are you talking about? Naruto called for the third time and still no answer. But they'd just been texting? Was Sasuke so scared of phone calls? That couldn't be right. Sasuke wasn't scared of anything. Well, other than commitment. Ha ha ha, Naruto thought to himself. Isn't it great that I can joke about it now? It's not like that made me feel like throwing up. Not at all. It was an hour later when he finally got a text from Sasuke. Can't talk now. Naruto stared at it, as if the words might reveal something else if he looked hard enough. No problem. He sent back, and then told himself, as strictly as he could, to be cool. Stop it, Naruto. Chill out. Don't. Is everything okay? His fingers seemed to have a mind of their own. Whatever, sue him. Besides, there was a bad feeling in his stomach, and he always trusted his stomach. Other than when it wanted to put pizza in a blender at 4 a.m. and drink it just because. In the absence of a message from Sasuke, he watched the minutes pass by on his phone. 5 minutes, 10, 15. It was 37 minutes late when his phone buzzed. Fine. Fine? Fine? What the? Sasuke. What the? Naruto threw his phone across the room, lightly, on the carpet. He wasn't made of money. What the? Had just happened? One moment Naruto had high on the feeling of having Sasuke be the one to text him first, and they had been joking about drugs as usual, and the next minute this? Sasuke had never acted like this before. Naruto's anger half melted into concern. Was Sasuke actually fine? Well, there was no way for Naruto to know, was there? It's not like he could get up and drive to Sasuke's house. That would be crazy. He had some self-respect, please, and also boundaries and all of that. He bounced off the bed and picking his phone on the way, decided to go and find one of his roommates to stick to. That would not only distract him, maybe, but it would also have the benefit of keeping him away from his car keys. Just in case. Sasuke didn't send him anything else for the rest of Sunday. On Monday, Naruto ghost walked to his morning shift in the gym and used every bit of his self-restraint not to walk to the other side of campus during his break, where he happened to know Sasuke's Monday class was located. He really wished Ino was there to share the shift with him. Then again, was he ready to put all of this whole pathetic mess out there for the world to see? Yes, he was. If only it would distract him from vacillating between the constant anger and worry. Sasuke was fine. He reassured himself. He was just an asshole, apparently. But what if he wasn't fine? What if something was wrong? The only thing that kept Naruto going was the knowledge that the next day was Tuesday. He'd already decided, if Sasuke wasn't there in their tutorial tomorrow, Naruto would be driving to his house, self-respect and boundaries be .ed. The next morning, Naruto was the first person in the class. Arriving a full 15 minutes before the first class of the day and watching students tickle in various stages of sleepiness was an experience he might have enjoyed under other circumstances. But with every person who came in who wasn't Sasuke, his body went tenser and tenser, until he was squeezing his phone in his hand hard enough to warp the plastic case. Sakura came in and, seeming to sense his mood, sat down next to him as usual. But didn't make conversation. Bless her. 2 more students came in. That was it. Naruto looked over the class. Everyone was there but Sasuke. It was 9:05. Naruto debated leaving before Kakashi came. He could be on Sasuke's door in 10 minutes. It was stupid, of course. He should just wait it and go after the class. But just as he was reaching for his backpack, unsure if he was going to pick it up to leave or just hold it in his lap if for emotional support, Kakashi and Sasuke walked in together. Naruto let out a breath loud enough that he saw Sakura gave him a look in his peripheral vision, but Naruto was much too concerned with trying to read Kakashi's lips to mind. Kakashi and Sasuke had definitely been in the middle of talking before they'd walked in. Naruto could only see Sasuke's back, but he seemed to be quietly continuing the conversation, not caring about the change in setting. Kakashi, however, just shook his head and pointed his chin to Sasuke's usual seat until Sasuke turned towards it. Finally, his gaze met Naruto's. Sasuke didn't look away from Naruto, but he also didn't smile. There was nothing that Naruto could read on his face. He looked pale. Well, paler than usual, dark circles standing out under his eyes, but other than that, he looked to be his usual self, spiky hair, sharp jawline and cutting eyes. How could you blame a man for sitting over there, all torn up and bleeding? Naruto took his 10th deep breath and tried to concentrate on the class. Sasuke was clearly in no danger sitting right there, and it's not like he would run away after the tutorial. Naruto would chase him down even if he did. So regardless, they'd be talking soon. There was no need for Naruto to be so on edge. Listen, he admonished himself, this isn't a rom-com, you're going to have a paper to write, and a midsum to take. Your life doesn't revolve around a friend, no matter how good-looking. No matter that you kissed. Friends kiss all the time, apparently. What was the question they were discussing? He looked over at Sakura's notebook, where she'd neatly written the heading on top, "What is art for?" Sending her a quiet thank you in his mind, Naruto attempted to follow the conversation. The red-haired boy who often sat around Sasuke was talking, an attempt to fill the void. Otherwise, it's just a lonely existence out there, and that would be hard to face. You don't agree? Kakashi asked the blonde boy next to him who was radiating enough disapproval to shrivel a whole kindergarten's worth of self-esteem. No, true art is meant to be explosive, to change minds, shift perspectives, nothing so gentle as filling a void of loneliness. Naruto frowned, trying to follow their logic. He wasn't one for thinking in such abstract terms. When he thought about art, he simply thought of anything that moved him. Uninvited, he recalled the studio in the attic, music notes floating through the air, and the light framing a beautiful face. Lost in the memory, Naruto absently heard Kakashi asking someone else the same question. Sasuke's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Nothing. Nothing? Kakashi repeated, raising an eyebrow. Art isn't for anything. Sasuke said, detached as he ever was, it has no practical use. What do you mean? It took Naruto a moment to register he'd been the one to ask. He ignored Kakashi's deliberately loud sigh. I mean, Sasuke said, and if he was surprised by Naruto's interruption, he showed no sign of it, that you could make an argument that art is completely pointless, and we're just wasting our time." "How could you say that?" Naruto could recognize, in a distant sort of way, that he was taking this too seriously again, but he still couldn't help himself. "Easily," Sasuke said. "You're telling me you don't feel anything?" Naruto said. "For any work of art? You expect me to believe that?" "No," Sasuke said, as unruffled as ever, "but is feeling something of any practical use?" Naruto spluttered. Practically feeling steam come out of his ears, he forced his voice to stay calm. "Why do you do it then? If it's all so meaningless to you?" Sasuke seemed about to say something, but Naruto didn't give him the chance. "How could you not care, Sasuke? What were they even arguing about?" The way Naruto's heart was thumping in his chest didn't speak well for this being a simple tutorial discussion. As if hearing something of this in his voice, Sasuke seemed to pause. Then, he slowly turned to face Naruto, locking eyes with him with the same unreadable expression he'd worn before. "I didn't say I didn't care," he said after a moment. "Didn't you?" Naruto asked, still fuming, but refusing to drop his gaze. "It sure seemed that way to me." "I just think we must be realistic," Sasuke said. "Of course, you do," Naruto said. "What a.ing surprise." "Naruto, Sasuke," Kakashi said, much calmer than one what might assume given the way the discussion had gone. "How about you keep this lover spat for after the class?" Naruto felt his face heat up immediately. He murmured an apology and looked down before he could even glimpse Sasuke's reaction. "Great job keeping your cool, Naruto, great job." "Hey, are you okay?" Sakura asked after the class was finished. "Yeah, why?" Naruto said as he shoved his laptop and empty notebook into his backpack. "Well," Sakura gave a pointed look to his abused belongings. Naruto sighed, but before he could come up with something to say, another voice cut in. "Sorry to interrupt. Sakura, do you mind if I grab Naruto?" Naruto blinked and turned back to check, as if he couldn't recognize Sasuke's voice in his sleep. Sakura glanced between the two of them for a moment, and that's all it took for realization to come into her eyes. Naruto practically saw it happen in real time and could do nothing but look at his hands and sigh. Was he so obvious? Might as well walk around with a giant Uchiha Sasuke fan club sign on his back for everyone to see. "Actually, I do mind," Sakura said, making Naruto's head snap back up to see her giving Sasuke a challenging look, though the smile on her face undercut the message a little. "What if I don't want you to grab him? He is great company, you know." Naruto fought valiantly to stop himself from looking over at Sasuke to see his reaction to that, and of course, he failed. As a compromise with himself, he settled for a secret sideways glance. "And for what?" Sasuke looked as neutral as ever, gazing straight at Sakura. Then unexpectedly, his eyes flitted over to Naruto's, catching him looking back. Well, there went the secret. Naruto hurriedly looked down at his bag at the same moment Sasuke looked back to Sakura. "Please," he told the girl dryly. Sakura's face split into a grin. "Of course Sasuke, anything you want." Naruto blinked and threw her a wounded look. "That's all it took? Really? Can you blame me?" Sakura stage whispered to him. "No, you can't. You already told me once that no one could blame me for." Naruto cleared his throat and cut in. "Never mind that. I'll see you next week." "You better." Sakura grinned at him, then added to Sasuke, "People are bound to notice if he goes missing." "Yes," Sasuke said in a surprisingly quiet voice, "his presence is unmissable, I've come to realize." Naruto, the fool that he was, almost smiled, before remembering that he was mad at Sasuke. "Very loud, very disturbing," Sasuke added in his normal voice. "Asshole," Naruto protested. "Oh, so you're talking to me now?" Sasuke said, raising an eyebrow at him. "I wasn't not talking to you," Naruto mumbled. "I'm not a child." Sakura shook her head, and Naruto had a distinct feeling she was washing her hands off them. "He's all yours, Sasuke," she said, already picking up her bag and waving at both of them goodbye. "Hope you have a good alibi," she called to Sasuke behind her back. I'm always prepared, Sasuke said, though she was already gone. Boy Scout much? Naruto muttered to him, as the two of them stood there facing one another. Naruto's emotions, which had stayed high since their little discussion, crested over and settled down for no reason at all, not taking into account his desire to hold on to the anger at all. Where did you think I realized I was gay? Sasuke said suddenly. What? Naruto blinked. You're not serious. Are you? You're not. Are you? Coffee? Sasuke asked, and for some reason, Naruto's heart decided to give a lurch in response. I missed you. I kept thinking about kissing you the entire weekend. You prick. You've ruined my life. Yeah, Naruto said softly. Yeah, let's get coffee. They were, uncharacteristically, unusually, mind-bogglingly, silent. Naruto was very aware of it as they walked side by side to the coffee cart. Yet somehow, he couldn't think of what to say. No, the real issue was, he didn't trust what might come out of his mouth should he open it. So instead, he tried to review the facts. Fact number 1, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were friends. This was true, even if Sasuke texted him fine after 37 minutes and then essentially told him to be realistic under the guise of a class discussion. Fact number 2, they'd kissed. Yup, that was also a fact. Undeniable. No questions asked. It happened. He was there. Fact number 3, Sasuke didn't want anything more than friendship, and if for some reason, and the reason being that Naruto was a fool, they become friends who hook up, Naruto was going to fall irrecoverably in love with him, and then Sasuke would cut him out of his life because, see above, he didn't want anything more than friendship. And then Naruto would not see him again unless he ran into him into a party thrown by some random person in a few years where Sasuke would have his arms around some other hotter, smarter, more artistic, better dressed and probably taller man than Naruto, and Naruto wouldn't even know who this man was, or if Sasuke was dating him, or anything about Sasuke's life at all. You look like you're going to be ill, Sasuke observed. I'm scared to ask what you're thinking. Shut up. Naruto snapped, you've ruined my life. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, can you elaborate? No, Naruto said, petulant, then asked immediately, what happened to you this weekend? Sasuke went quiet, and Naruto wondered if maybe he would not get any response at all. Itachi. Oh. Just like that, Naruto knew, he just knew, that Sasuke had found about the little conversation he'd had with Itachi before he'd had a chance to tell him. Naruto couldn't help but remember Sasuke's reaction that one time when he had so much as glanced at his phone. He'd considered that a breach of his privacy. Well, this time, Naruto had done a whole lot more than that. No wonder Sasuke had ghosted him the whole weekend. That was probably the least of it. Things were not looking good for Naruto's romantic or, frankly, survival prospects. He stopped walking. It's all your fault, Naruto burst out, causing a few of the students walking by to give them weird looks. Excuse me? Sasuke asked, stopping as well, and turning to face him. Naruto was too busy low-key panicking to pay any mind to him. It was only low-key though, because he was cool like that. If you'd only picked up your phone when I called, I would have told you that I talked to him myself, and you wouldn't have heard it from him, but you didn't pick up, so I don't think it's fair of you to hold it against me, you know? Actually, scratch that, I don't think, I know. It's not fair, Sasuke, it's not. Sasuke stared at him. Naruto forced his mouth closed, but he couldn't regret anything he'd said. Maybe the word vomit had been a little extreme, but at least he didn't speak a single lie. Not that Mr. Cynical with trust issues Uchiha was going to believe him. No, apparently, he was just going to continue staring at him like he was a lunatic. Do you have anything to say? Naruto asked. Sasuke looked away. Was that it? Was he just going to walk away and not even bother responding? Naruto had a flashback of chasing after Sasuke after their first tutorial. Would he give chase now too if Sasuke walked away? Probably. Chasing after Sasuke seemed to come to him like some long-buried instinct. Okay, Sasuke said, snapping him out of his thoughts. Okay? Naruto repeated, confused. Okay, Sasuke said. Naruto blinked. What? You heard me, Sasuke said. Then resumed walking. You're not mad at me? Naruto asked, rushing to catch up. Sasuke looked away. I knew it, Naruto said. You are mad at me. Sasuke flinched at the volume. Don't you think you sound a little too excited about that? I'm not excited, Naruto said, sounding decidedly excited even to his own ears. Then he faltered. So you are then mad? Sasuke sighed. Look, Naruto. Wow, Naruto said, trying to cover his rising panic. Nothing good ever starts with that. Sasuke didn't answer as they reached the coffee cart and joined the line together. After a moment, Naruto added, if you're breaking up with me, you don't need to buy me coffee first. In fact, I'd prefer you wouldn't. The girl who was in front of them in line looked back and sent Naruto a sympathetic glance. Please. I insist, Sasuke said, as dry as Mars, so dry that no intelligent life could survive in his vicinity. Naruto was distracted. The girl. Her gaze landed on Sasuke as he spoke, and Naruto saw her give him a subtle once-over before shaking her head to herself. Naruto could practically hear her thoughts. Why are the hot ones always the assholes? Silence. Thanks, Sasuke said. I don't think you'd called me hot before. What? No, that wasn't. Naruto tried to explain. I didn't say that. Well, I did say it technically, but I was just saying what I thought she was thinking, he whispered, pointing his head at the girl. Sasuke simply looked at him. Never mind, Naruto sighed. He watched as Sasuke ordered for both of them, getting Naruto's order perfectly correct, of course, and tried to use the brief respite to get his thoughts in order. Not that he'd managed to do that in his entire life, but sure, the 1 minute and 30 seconds now would do the trick. Breaking up with me where we had our first date, Naruto reminisced as they moved aside to wait for their coffee. Is that brutal or thoughtful? Naruto. Sasuke sighed. You were mad at me too, remember? Naruto blinked. Right. Because Sasuke had been kind of an asshole to him. How had Naruto forgotten that and hyperfixated on whether Sasuke was mad at him instead? He took a breath. Well, we kissed once and then you ghosted me for a weekend, which is, objectively, kind of an asshole move, right? Naruto asked the sky, and then continued before it, or God forbid, Sasuke, had a chance to respond, but it was a friendly kiss and all that, so it's not like you owed me anything. Naruto said no, but the problem was, okay, so first, I thought that you were freaking out and cutting me out of your life, but then I thought you'd ended up in the hospital again, which was so much worse. Because if you were planning on ghosting me, then why text me first only to disappear like that, you? No? So, something terrible must have happened. Except you said you were fine. So maybe you were fine? But you totally would text fine from a hospital, so I don't know. I couldn't rule it out conclusively. Naruto took a breath. But now I know Itachi told you I talked to him, and you were mad at me for invading your privacy. So I'm glad you're not in the hospital, and I guess now if you want to stop being friends or whatever, it's not because we kissed, but because I talked to your brother, which honestly, might be worse? No, okay, it's not worse, but it's not that much better, but at least I'll know why, which is something. I guess. Sasuke blinked. Opened his mouth, then closed it again. Meanwhile, Naruto let out a breath, feeling significantly better than before. He felt so light that he could go run through a field somewhere. He'd said what he needed to say. At this point, he didn't even care about Sasuke's reaction. Not at all. Except he was watching Sasuke like a hawk, for some reason. And he needed that diligence because otherwise he would have missed the ghost of a smile that appeared on Sasuke's face for the briefest moment. You're just, Sasuke said, looking for that moment, almost fond, before the smile was chased out by some other more complicated emotion. What is it? Naruto asked, because otherwise he might continue riding on the high of his speech and Sasuke's smile and do something crazy. Like confess his undying love, for example. Just an example. Nothing to see here, folks. Sasuke shook his head. An idiot. You're an idiot, Sasuke said, except he sounded sad instead of teasing. You should never waste that much time thinking about something I've done. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, when the barista, sounding exasperated, called their order in a way that made it clear it was not the first time. They both moved on instinct, Sasuke picking up both cups while Naruto apologized to the guy, and they moved together to their usual standing tables around the quad. Sasuke sat the coffees carefully down, and they stood across the table, facing one another. For a moment they both gazed down at the cups, and the sound of rushing students all around them reminded Naruto that they weren't in their own little private world. Funny how that worked. Usually Naruto could only achieve this level of laser focus through medication. After a few moments of silence, Sasuke sighed. I'm not like you, Naruto. I don't say exactly what I feel. I get angry over unreasonable things, or I get caught up with my own problems and don't respond to texts. It would be wiser for you not to get, it's better if you don't care so much about what I do. Naruto heard the unspoken part of the sentence loud and clear. It would be better if you don't care so much about me. It was a little too late for that. Wasn't it? Naruto was tired of trying to be cool, no matter how brief and unsuccessful the attempts had been. Being cool didn't suit him. Might as well continue with the brutal honesty now that he was already on board the train. He took a steadying breath. If that's what it means to be wise, I'd rather be a fool instead. The sentence hung between them for a moment, 2, 3. Then Naruto laughed, trying to lighten his words. That would come easier to me anyway. Sasuke stared. Naruto took some pride in the fact that he seemed unable to say anything at all in response. He laughed again, scratching behind his head. Besides, you just said you were being unreasonable, and I need to hold that over your head forever. So, it's not like I can keep my distance. And that was the only way to not care about Sasuke, wasn't it? The implication laid unspoken between them. He knew Sasuke was too smart not to read between the lines. When Sasuke still didn't say anything, Naruto, for a lack of anything else to do, took a few gulps of his rapidly cooling mocha. As he set the cup down, he glimpsed the time on his phone, previous thoughts fleeing his head. Sasuke. Do you know what time it is? You need to run. That finally seemed to snap Sasuke out of his reverie, except instead of jumping into action as Naruto expected, he took a sip of his own coffee. I have today off. Naruto frowned. Since when do you have off days? Are they firing you? No, Sasuke said, taking another sip. No way, that cup had to be empty by now, and Sasuke was acting suspicious. Naruto sent him a questioning look. I decided to take today off, that's all. Sasuke said, then looked casually towards the lawn, as if suddenly fascinated by the minutiae of student life happening all around them. In case the conversation needed more time. It took Naruto's brain a moment to catch up. Sasuke had taken a day off to talk to him. You didn't need to do that, Naruto said, fighting the rogue smile trying to make an appearance on his face. Don't you need the money? He immediately recalled this was exactly the kind of private information that he only knew courtesy of the conversation with Itachi, and tried to backpedal. I mean. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Don't even bother. He sighed. Besides, that might not be as much of a concern anymore. Naruto smiled. He wanted to ask, of course, but he didn't need to. He already knew what mattered. The conversation had gone well, or at least well enough that Sasuke would not have to work himself to exhaustion anymore. That was enough for him. The rest, Sasuke could tell him in his own time, if he wanted to. Sasuke looked over at him, gazing briefly at his smile, and then back up so their eyes met. Something seemed to pass between them. And Naruto thought that Sasuke knew exactly what he was thinking, and Naruto knew suddenly that they were going to be okay. So, this isn't a breakup, Naruto said, when he couldn't take it anymore. Sasuke sighed, finally breaking eye contact. Why are you like this? Because you love it, Naruto said, and moving a little around the small table, elbowed him in the side. He didn't bother moving all the way back, and they stood beside each other, both looking out at the lawn for a bit. I was mad. Sasuke said when Itachi first told me. I was furious, even though he told me how it all came to be, and it sounded like he accosted you. I'm sorry about him. He had no right. Naruto shrugged it off. I don't care. I know, Sasuke said. Do you ever care about something that impacts only yourself? Sasuke's gaze was a little too direct, and out of a lack of anything else to do, Naruto laughed. What are you talking about? I'm no saint. I should hope not. Sasuke muttered. Right. Naruto said without thinking. Can't go around having all those indecent thoughts about a saint. Indeed, Sasuke said, his voice suddenly quieter than before. Naruto could feel himself going hot from his ears all the way down to his chest. He must have gone red, because Sasuke's gaze seemed to follow the path of the heat from his face to his neckline. Stop. Naruto said, taken aback by the seriousness with which the word came out. Sasuke's eyes snapped to his. I can't, Naruto said, paused, tried again. I don't think, I'm not cool, Sasuke. Sasuke raised an eye. Your music taste isn't that bad. Not that asshole. Naruto huffed. And I have great taste. I like how you sound, don't I? Sasuke smirked. Can't confuse liking the musician with liking the music. Naruto snorted. He supposed he did have all the makings of a groupie, but no need to hand Sasuke jokes he hadn't thought of yet. Instead, he tried to be serious, for once. It had become abundantly clear to him that he had to. Sasuke might think he was selfless as a saint, but he did have some self-protective instincts. He was as surprised to discover them as anyone. I mean, I'm not a cool person like you are. I'm not nonchalant. I care. You even said it yourself. I know that, Naruto. Sasuke said, matching his seriousness as effortlessly as he did his jokes. Naruto felt a pang in his chest at that. He'd always said that's what he wanted, someone who could laugh with him and be serious with him in equal measures. He supposed he should have specified that he also wanted someone who wanted him back. The universe had a dark sense of humor after all. I know I started this whole. Naruto pointed a hand between them, flirting a little thing. A little? Sasuke asked, as dry as ever, with that dot-ed distracting smirk. Naruto chose to ignore it. He had to get it out while he had the courage. But I'm too affected by things. I wish I wasn't sometimes, That I could be unaffected and aloof like you can be, but I am, and the truth is, Sasuke. Naruto let out a breath. You're too easy to fall for. Sasuke's eyes went a little wide at that, but he didn't say anything else, seeming to sense Naruto had more to say. So, I'm not going to not care about you, like you said, and I don't want to keep my distance, but I think, maybe we should stop he pointed between them again, for my sake. I shouldn't have started it to begin with, I just didn't expect. You. You.ing. How could I have expected you to be here? Naruto finished. The truth was Sasuke had no idea what he wanted to tell Naruto when he saw him. After he'd ushered Itachi out of the house on Sunday, he had been seething with rage. His anger at Itachi melding with whatever he felt about Naruto's role in the discussion, until he had trouble telling them apart. He'd almost called Naruto then, ready to snarl at him all the responses that came so easily to him. You had no right. I'm not something for you to fix up. Mind your own business, for once. Except his phone was still in the kitchen, and right as he'd gone to pick it up, he happened to glimpse a bottle of apple juice sitting on the corner counter. I happen to like your brain. His brain, uninvited, conjured an image of Naruto, in a different kitchen, his blue eyes looking at him expectantly over a spread of groceries. Naruto handing him a painkiller and a glass of apple juice. It's not a big deal. Sasuke picked up the phone, but he couldn't quite bring himself to press dial. Well, this was new. People called Sasuke talented all the time, in music and in photography, in school and in the dojo, but Sasuke knew his real talent was in cutting people out of his life once they got a little too close for comfort. That had always come easy to him. Except, now, instead of calling Naruto and pushing him away once and for all, he found himself texting him. "Can't talk now." He was ready to shove the phone back in his pocket, but the response was immediate. Of course, it was. "Is everything okay?" Sasuke stared at the words. Something unclenching in his throat. "He cares about you, Sasuke," Itachi had said. "If you can trust anything I say, trust that." "Fine." Sasuke sent back eventually, any desire to call and shout at the other man having already disappeared, leaving him cold, wrung out, and a little afraid. By Monday, Sasuke had managed to organize his disparate thoughts on Naruto in two neat categories. One category was, broadly, the cut off all contact category, and it covered a wide range of thoughts. It included the remnants of his anger over Naruto talking with Itachi, and his anger at his own anger because he thought he was being unreasonable, which then turned into him thinking that they weren't even dating, and this was already so much trouble. He was most at peace on his own. Better cut it off. Other thoughts under this category included helpful reminders like the fact that Sasuke had no experience in relationships, and very little experience caring about anyone but himself. Meanwhile, Naruto cared for everyone but himself. They would be a disaster, and Sasuke had to cut it off now, if not for the sake of his own pride, then at least for the sake of Naruto's well-being. Better end it when they at least didn't hate each other. A traitorous part of Sasuke helpfully added that he would not be able to take being hated by Naruto. Which was just stupid. He'd gone through much worse things in life. The second category of thoughts was harder to label, as they were not so much thoughts as simply a collection random images of Naruto popping into his mind throughout the day. Naruto unnecessarily helping him off the hospital bed when he was injured. Naruto sleeping peacefully through a blasting alarm. Naruto shouting happy weekend before he ran down the stairs of his studio. There were no accompanying words in this category. Sasuke's brain came up with no arguments for trying something more with Naruto, all of his arguments were for why he shouldn't give them a chance. And still, by the time he was calling in sick for work on Tuesday, he still had not decided what he wanted to tell Naruto the next day. It seemed like the images of him alone were enough to hold up the silent part of the debate, cut him off versus Naruto getting pissed off over losing to him in video games. Naruto's eyes widening as he tucked the hair behind his ear. Naruto's heart rate speeding up under his palm before he leaned in for a kiss. Tuesday rolled around and Sasuke still did not know what he planned to do, just like Kakashi claimed he had not known of Itachi's deceptions, but that was an issue for another day. As soon as his eyes landed on Naruto's, who was already staring at him with wide, searching eyes, his brain went into overdrive. It's a terrible idea. You'll fail, and he'll hate you. There will be nothing but pain and inconvenience if you choose this. The other part of his brain was silent. There was no need for it to conjure images. Naruto was right there, as persuasive as any argument that existed. Sasuke oscillated, even as they walked together and fell into the familiar rhythm of conversation. Naruto expected his anger. He even kept mentioning a breakup, joking, but also not. How well he knew Sasuke terrified him. I should end it, Sasuke thought, even as he watched the blush travel across Naruto's face. Stop, Naruto said. You're too easy to fall for, he said. And then Naruto ended it. Sasuke realized then that of course, they could just be friends. It didn't have to be cut off all ties, or fall desperately in love. Funny how Sasuke had never really considered it. Then again, was it funny? Or was Naruto just fooling himself? To Sasuke, it felt like somehow, they had gone past a breaking point. He tried to imagine what just being friends with Naruto would look like and he came up blank. Which was funny, because when he thought about, maybe, trying to date Naruto, it looked a lot like them being friends. He could see it so clearly. They would still argue in the tutorial, and outside of it, but Naruto would not be able to stop himself from smiling at a particularly dry comment from Sasuke, and Sasuke would not be able to stop himself from feeling fond over Naruto's determination to see the bright side, so the argument would fizzle out into snark and unwilling laughter. They would get competitive over video games and when playing pool and darts, in the gym and the dojo, and whoever lost would pout and be petty but also probably a little more in love than before. Naruto would cajole Sasuke into singing for him, and stare at him with admiring eyes when he did, and Sasuke would stand to the side in parties and look at Naruto's ease with people with the same gaze. They would order in too much pizza, and spend too much time around each other's insane roommates, and fall asleep in each other's too small beds. Images flashed in his mind one after another, and then, finally, the silent part of his brain chimed in with a single "why" thought. Argue against that, why don't you? And all the carefully constructed arguments Sasuke's brain had come up with before seemed to fall apart. Naruto tried to stop the feeling of loss from showing on his face. He'd done the right thing. Would he miss the easy flirtations and unexpected intimacy? Of course, but at least like this, maybe they could stay friends. Sasuke was quiet, seeming to think about his words for a few moments. Naruto waited. You say I'm easy to fall for. Sasuke said suddenly, let's say that's true, but I wouldn't be easy to date, you realize? Naruto rolled his eyes as if that's ever been on the table. Sasuke frowned, so you wouldn't? Me? Naruto said, you've been perfectly clear from the beginning that you don't want a relationship. That's true. Sasuke said, and if Naruto had been holding on to any hope somewhere inside that he would get his rom-com ending after all, it was extinguished. I've never been in a relationship, not even close, never even considered it, Sasuke said, you know I don't believe in love. Wow, this was just turning cruel now. Wonderful. Naruto said, we've come full circle to our very first conversation. That we have. Sasuke said, and then unexpectedly, he smiled. Naruto almost groaned. Because that wasn't flirting, and yet here Naruto was, wanting desperately to take back everything he'd just said and beg Sasuke to give him a chance instead, exactly the kinds of thoughts he was trying to avoid by putting a stop to the banter. But it's not like he could forbid Sasuke from smiling. He wouldn't even if he could. He liked it too much. And there lied his problem. He liked everything about Sasuke too much, and he certainly couldn't forbid Sasuke from being Sasuke. Was there really any saving him? How had this happened? Why hadn't he been more careful from the beginning? Because he thought he was straight, right? I'm not, the image you have of me in your mind. Sasuke said, breaking Naruto out of his spiral. We've been here before. Naruto said, you think it's inaccurate? That I put you up on a pedestal. I disagree. Not that. Sasuke looked at him, his face surprisingly open. I'm not, unaffected, the way you seem to think of me. Naruto carefully stopped himself from thinking anything at all. Forced himself to wait for the rest. I liked kissing you. Sasuke said, not breaking eye contact for a second. I like flirting with you. Sasuke's eyes softened just a little. I like being around you, Naruto. More than I could have expected. Naruto felt all the blood rush to his head. He just stood there, mouth gaping open, waiting for the follow-up joke. Because Naruto was going to murder Sasuke if he said all of that and then followed it up with a but. Except Sasuke looked dead serious. What does that mean? Sasuke finally broke his gaze to look slightly over his shoulder. I might be terrible at this, and I don't like being bad at things. What is this? Naruto asked. If we were to try dating. Sasuke clarified. He seemed like he wanted to say more, but Naruto's grin was already taking over his face in a flood of joy. His body understood what was happening before his brain caught up. You'd want to? Naruto asked, because he was brave, but even he wasn't brave enough to let the hope get away from him just yet, not until Sasuke spelled it out. Sasuke paused. I would. I'm selfish, Naruto, so I want to try. Dating me would be selfish? Naruto laughed. There was too much joy in him to contain. He wasn't sure when he'd be able to stop grinning. Incredibly so. Sasuke said, and then pointing accusingly at Naruto's face, he added in a slightly annoyed voice, can you put that away? I can't look at you directly without risking blindness. Naruto's smile only widened. Better get used to it. On second thought, Sasuke said, but Naruto knew him too well to mistake the glint in his eyes. Sasuke looked happy. Too late, Naruto yelled, and wrapped him in a hug so tight, he almost expected to hear the other man groan. Except Sasuke was all muscle in his arms, with a strength to match his own, and as he wrapped his own arms around Naruto, he only let out a relieved sigh. It was an hour later, Naruto having skipped the rest of his classes without a second thought, and both of them lying sprawled on the lawn, when in between one kiss and the next, he thought to ask Sasuke, how come you don't taste bitter? I hate Americanos. You didn't notice? Sasuke smirked, turning his long emptied coffee cup to face Naruto where there was a very carefully scrawled mocha. Naruto was speechless for a moment before looking back at Sasuke's self-satisfied face. You planned that far ahead? Actually, Sasuke said, tugging on Naruto's shirt slightly, as if to ease any sting his words might have. I was undecided on what to tell you until the moment when I said it. Naruto raised both eyebrows and pointed to the ing word on his cup. How do you explain this then? Sasuke looked at it as well. A change in my palate? Naruto snorted. You sure you want to die on that hill, buddy? You know how sweet I can make things for you from now on? Sasuke smiled, but Naruto, oblivious to what he'd said, started listing things on his fingers: pancakes for breakfast, drenched in maple syrup, with Nutella on the side, waffles for lunch. Fine. Sasuke let go of his shirt and held up his hands in mock surrender. It was all a part of your master plan. Naruto pointed again to the mocha, already craving the taste of it on Sasuke's lips again, and he grinned. From the very first tutorial, you set out to seduce innocent little me. I never even stood a chance. Sasuke reached over and carefully tucked Naruto's hair behind his ear. I warned you I would join the dark side in a blink. Naruto grabbed his hand. He examined it carefully for a moment, as if it was the most fascinating thing he'd seen, then just as carefully he laced his fingers through Sasuke's, pretending the simple act didn't send a thrill through him. Except when he looked back up at Sasuke, the looked even more self-satisfied than before. He knew. How was Naruto ever going to hide anything from him? That's fine, Naruto said, attempting to distract him. I told you I would always bring you back. Naruto grinned, then in his most innocent voice, he added, because you're my friend. Sasuke frowned, and Naruto tried to hold in his laughter. Served the right for everything he'd put him through. Friend, is it? Sasuke said, then he leaned forward and took a hold of Naruto's chin with his free hand, grasping Naruto's fingers in the other. Well then, come over here, and I'll show you a few exclusive benefits of being my closest Friday. Naruto was already kissing him before he could say the end.